there, so it's like whatever.
For that shit, sorry.
All right, continue.
I mean, it's whatever. I was just like, I don't usually show up early anymore because there's not really a point.
No, there's not.
Unless I have like a bathroom break or something.
Yo, Scott,
like,
something's
I
up with
gotta
your
pee.
mic. It's muffly AF.
Muffly AF. Let me unplug and plug it.
Cool.
Did that fix it?
A little bit?
What do you mean by muffly?
Thank you.
Like, it sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like you have a bad mic. Normally, it sounds less clear. Like it sounds like you're a little bit distant and that there's, like, maybe something over your microphone.
I think you sound a little, it's not muffly.
Testing. Like, 1 2 1 2.
I wouldn't describe it as muffly. It's more gaining.
All right, there we go. Maybe I don't know the terms.
Well, you'll have to wait a few years to be on my level, kid. All right.
I'm simply a novice.
Sorry,
not really.
Try it again, Scott.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, testing. How's that sound?
I think it's
Same.
better.
Oh,
Yeah, is it better?
For me, it is.
I think so. Well, as we go along, we'll figure it out. Because sometimes it's not exactly obvious, but I think it sounds better.
He sounds low, but the good thing is he isn't nearly as choppy as he was. For earlier, he was just choppier than all hell.
For whatever reason, slowly but surely, my mic just keeps getting quieter.
yeah.
So I've had to like pull the things up on the equalizer, which makes it more gainy. Like I knew what the issue was.
Yeah.
But I don't know where or what program is doing that because I have no filters on OBS. And when I look at my virtual audio cable, it like peaks out in the red, and then people will be like, "You're too quiet," and then I have to pull it up more, and then they're like, "Ooh, you're kind of."
I can fix your problem. I can fix your problem right now. You ready?
What is it? Go ahead.
Go to StreamYard, and then go to Settings.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Audio, and where it says Automatically Adjust Mic Volume, make sure that's unticked.
It wasn't ticked.
Yeah, the problem is we're not even using this system.
Yeah, we're not even using StreamYards.
But hold on, sometimes
Yeah, you gotta go to
still
Discord.
parts
No,
of
it
people's
doesn't.
mics.
It doesn't matter if you're not using StreamYards, even if you have your mic muted in StreamYards. If that box is ticked, it will go into your computer and adjust your mic volume.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, well, that didn't seem to fix it because it wasn't ticked. But echo cancellation was ticked, which is like another filter I don't need.
Untick everything. Just it sucks.
Yeah, that's what I did. I'm seeing if maybe my Discord did something weird.
Yeah, but I think you're fine for now. We'll just keep going, and if your voice is irritating us, we'll let you know. Okay.
Oh well,
that's
I
every day.
figured that was a given.
So we're just waiting on a few people who will be here at some point. I'm not sure if anyone said they were late.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying about showing up early, guys? Like that's why I show up at like 7:59 now. Like no offense to you, Prime, but
I mean it's fine.
So I'll be on time, but I'm not going to be early anymore.
No. I mean you shouldn't.
Okay, so while we're waiting on people, hold on, pause. While we're waiting on people, I wasn't here last week. I had a family thing happen. I had a whole stressful fucking week. But I just want to point out, right? Sometimes when you have a wrong perception of people, you need to make a public comment if you have integrity. Okay? So I'm going to publicly say right now that Admiral Gibbs posted a couple weeks ago a stream cancellation because he was too busy with 3 different baddies. I mean baddies And in my mind and in my words, there was no possible world in which Admiral Gibbs pulls, but Admiral Gibbs pulls. And so I just need to publicly say, if I've ever said anything against that or told you you're full of shit and you're in regards to you being able to say anything about women or what works, clearly you have a masterclass in some form of Riz. You were fucking like, I saw it and I was jealous of your evening for a minute. I was like,
Big Papa
God
Gibbsy.
damn.
I appreciate it.
So, so like just honesty is where like I gotta put some respect on your name. All right, that's all I'm saying.
Well,
is I'll
thank
put
you.
it there.
Thank you.
You know,
When was this?
Gibbs pulls.
I'm not sure if you know, but like Admiral Gibbs is married to a model, right?
Not anymore. Fuck that Buddha. We'll replace them. That's a perfect segue into what I was gonna say. Tomorrow we're doing a horny summer stream on my shit, and we're gonna have another model here at my house. Gonna be doing streaming.
I say you got to send me this stream because I didn't see the stream that you were on with women.
This wasn't a stream.
It wasn't a stream. He canceled stream. He was just on Twitter. And like the next thing I knew, I was just like, God damn, Gibbs pulled.
Oh,
like,
Justin, you have
you got
VODs at all?
pictures? You got pictures then, Gibbs?
Yeah, I got photos here.
All right, send photos. All right, I got a feeling fucking Scott's into goth girls or some shit, and then he's like, oh yeah, super hot. Yeah.
No, they're like party girls.
Yes,
They're more like angry
black
Latinas.
girls who like white guys are really shooting for the 0.01%.
Well, I mean, he's in Texas.
Yes, black girl metalheads, by the way, and they are hot. And I'm not saying I don't love you if you're looking. But, I'm sure that of everyone in everyone's chat, you're not there. So
We just got to go to the cities where the black metalheads exist, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, why do you think I love Richmond City so much? All right, that's where Burn the Priest that turned into Burn the Priest, which is the original band name when they were in Richmond.
Oh my god.
Before they were oh god, now I can't think of the original band. They did the song Buried Alive. What the fuck is that band name? Oh my god, Randy Blythe is the lead singer, and I can't think of the name now. Oh my god. But anyways, Guar is from Richmond. Cannabis Corpse is from Richmond. It used to have a huge metalhead scene. I actually did a project for it in grad school and like one of my cultural like anthropology-esque things. And it's really interesting the way the government pushed out metal out of Richmond City because Hurricane Isabel, I don't know if any of you guys are East Coast, so you probably might not remember Isabel, but Hurricane Isabel was like the worst hurricane at the time. And there was a lot of like metal clubs and a few black clubs, and they were kind of like blamed for all of the violence in Richmond, right? And so when the hurricane hit and they were applying for like relief funds, the state refused all relief funds to like all of these metal clubs and like nightclubs, and gave like all of this money to like restaurants so that they could like reform Richmond to be like where all the white people came in to like eat at nice like restaurants or whatever, and try and pull out all of like the metal scene and like nightclub scene. And like it worked pretty well. I mean, because all of these businesses were destroyed and then they couldn't get any state funding. I don't know how that didn't violate a bunch of like laws, but I guess
why would
have the lawyers to do it.
This is disaster capitalism, which has been noted by like Naomi Klein. I think that was her book that she wrote about it. But this happened exactly what you're talking about happened in Katrina, right? In the aftermath of that, yeah. And it's worked to reshape the state. What?
By the way, like little thing about New Orleans. I don't know who here has been to New Orleans.
Me, I've wanted to.
So New Orleans is I went to New Orleans to have a good time. Like the last time I went, this was years ago, but I went, and one of the things that struck me the most, and it was actually kind of one of like the things that kind of made me unattracted to my ex-wife or my ex. Just leave it at that. Because she thought I was being a Debbie Downer the whole time. But when I went to New Orleans, the poverty, I've never been to a place in my entire life where poverty is juxtaposed to debauchery. That they're like right next to each other, right? Like it's in most cities, there's an area of the city that is like kind of run down. And then there's an area of the city that is like for shopping. And you can kind of pretend that area of the city doesn't exist because you don't go to that part of the city, or you don't go to the bad part of town. You don't go across the train tracks. And when I went to New Orleans, I remember like I went to Cafe Du Monde to like, because it's like, oh, I want to try a beignet, but mostly I want to try their coffee. Turns out the beignets were great and the coffee was meh. But it's like and I went there with my son because my ex was doing like stuff. She was there for business, right? So we kind of like took a vacation / business thing. So I was kind of walking around with my son when he was a baby still, just enjoying the city. And like I remember it was like there was some kind of pride event going on or whatever. I don't really care. We were having fun. We were drinking, and I just I could not enjoy myself because on that main street, I forget the name of the street. It's like the party street. Oh God, I can't remember the exact
Bourbon?
name.
Bourbon Street.
Bourbon Street.
Bourbon. On Bourbon Street, there was like people getting drunk. There was all this partying, and literally every single solitary alley was just full of homeless people in tents. And like everyone was just there, drunk, partying, spending money. And like they were 5 feet from you at all times. And like it was like such a fucking like heart-wrenching thing for like I could not enjoy myself because it's like, how the fuck can I spend this money to have a good time? And I'm 5 feet away from somebody that's hungry, right? Like I'm 5 feet away from somebody whose home has been destroyed and was never rebuilt because like Red Cross, built, a tenth of the homes they were supposed to build or what the fuck ever, right? And like, it was like a pivotal, like cultural moment for me that really fucked me up and still like haunts me to this day is like I can understand partying, right? And realizing that there's always, the banality of evil, right? Like your cell phone was made using slavery in Africa right now, like, or at the very least, was, unless it's a Motorola, a free phone, or a Google Pixel, like it was using a fuck ton of conflict minerals. And if it's an iPhone, it was definitely like they used the most amount of slavery. And Foxconn, like, they have barbed wire fences around their factories so that they don't leave and try and quit their job. Like it's horrible conditions.
Yeah.
But you're not there. It's not right in front of your face. And like Bourbon Street was the only place I've ever seen in my life where poverty and suffering was within literal arm's grasp of you. You could get up from your little bench and just walk around the corner and there would be someone there on fentanyl. And everyone just kind of like ignored it and just kept walking. And like, it just, I don't know, like even just thinking about it now, it just fucks me up. It's a very, like, I don't know, it was a big deal for me then. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. I was just kind of sharing because we're just chilling, but
No,
I don't
that's
know,
cool.
like that to me is like, it's there. I don't know. I take it with you. What
No,
you will. I didn't really have a point to what I was saying. but it was
no,
just
it's
I mean, have you ever been to like outside of the country? Like, second or third world countries? Yeah, you go to Mexico, you go to like, you got a resort right by some crazy shit. You're in Lebanon, you're walking around the markets and there's beggars all around, that's that's a tough thought.
I've been out of the country, but I haven't been to the third world. So no, like I haven't experienced that in my travels because I haven't been to the third world or been to places with like higher levels than
like developing
society poverty.
Yeah.
Or I guess second world, if you want to call it that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not sure if you would count this because of the nature of the business, but when I went to Bogota, the red light district is like right in the middle of like an extremely poor area. I was walking around that place and like this, like it was a strip, like the one street, and then there's like a ton of businesses there, right? But then like right past that, I was looking at the spot. I'm like, I don't want to wander around here. Being a person not from this area, I feel like probably best I stick to this one little part.
Like even if you don't get mugged, it's like a great place to get pickpocketed or something. Like you're just your spider senses are tingling.
Yeah, I was like, I'll stick here. And
I mean, but that
like,
makes sense, right? Like because that's the district where debauchery is designed to take place, and I guess the same is true in New Orleans, right? Like Bourbon Street is where it is, but it's also the heart of downtown, and so maybe that's why it's weird.
I was just in New Orleans.
No, okay, yeah. he was talking about how he found it disquieting how like Bourbon Street is where a lot of homeless people are, and it's like that was the first time he'd seen that. Have you seen anything like that?
Well, it wasn't the first time I'd seen that, obviously, but it was like what I mean is like I was there with my ex, and we were there to get drunk and party a little bit, and like I couldn't enjoy myself because like there was abject poverty, like that was like saddening within feet of me. And I just remember looking around, seeing drunk partying people everywhere, feet away from people like suffering. And like, and this was years ago. So this was like, you know, after this was closer to Hurricane Katrina, obviously, than, you know, like maybe it's gotten better. But even still, it was just like, it just fucks with me to this day. Like it's something that's hard for me to like wrap my head around how people were able to just push out something that was right in front of their fucking eyes and just like have a great time. And it's like, I could not. Like,
Well, you know why you couldn't,
do it. I
right?
couldn't.
You didn't drink enough. That's the secret to Bourbon Street. You just drink more, and then you're not going to worry about what else is going on because your only
No,
concern
dude, I had one
is
of those-
getting to
I
the
had
next
one of those,
bar.
like, slushies. I had one of those like slushies that they sell that are like have a
The
retard.
yards.
Like I was drunk, and I mean I was still sitting there just like this is fucked. Like I can't do this.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what. I always ask them for directions to places. Like, where's the best place to get? And then I'm not going to say what we're getting, but like then they'll point out which place to go, and they'll hook you up. The hobos are usually pretty good about that.
I think that the biggest thing with homeless people is like generally there's two general perceptions of homeless people, and neither of them are the actual truth. There's like one side of people who think that homeless people are like basically animals. Like they're not like actual human beings. They're like, you know, like, oh, you know, it's kind of like an alley cat.
I don't
You
know that
just
I've
shoot
ever
'em
met
off.
anybody that really
And
believes that.
no, I've absolutely met people who think that like homeless people are like, if you like look
100%.
their direction, they're gonna bite you.
Okay. Well, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant like not.
There was a second half of that I was gonna say. So there's one side that thinks that, and then there's another half of people who thinks that they're exactly the same as like they're like, oh yeah, they're like my brother or my best friend. If I just missed a
Usually
check,
just
this
mental
is the person I would be. Like out there, then I would be like a person on the street. And that's also not true. These people like if like there's people who don't have houses who may be in like a hotel or something for a period, but people who are like legitimately on the street generally do have some like extra level of like mental illness outside of like drugs and stuff. Like it's not a problem that can be solved by providing them housing. Like giving them a place to go doesn't solve that issue.
No, I mean I've been homeless personally. But
I feel like it would just have them a place to
it's
sleep.
mostly just mental illness.
But it's
the
not like
majority of homeless
a lot of people have like a lot of them even have places like have some family member that would have put them up. They're like it's just pulling them off the streets doesn't do it. It has to be like a choice that's made. They need like
this is
a lot of them have a
pretty
place, but they won't give up the drugs. Is another portion of it too. Like
I mean, this is pretty straightforward once you just categorize people, right? We put people under the banner of home, and you tried to do that, Bam, just a little bit there at the start. But we categorize people under the banner of homeless, and that houses a wide variety of people in a wide variety of situations. I think there's a large cohort of people there. Versus, I'm not going to say large. I don't know the percentages. I'm not going to pretend like I know percentages here. But there's a part of it where these people, like, there's just like a momentary downturn, right? Like it can happen to literally anybody where, you know, shit gets crazy and now we technically just don't have a house, right? And just a little bit of help and you're back up and running. Then there's others who've taken a bigger hit, right? And like at least in the medium term, they're gonna need help, right? And those people need services. And like I think they're probably the most receptive to those services, and those services can have the highest amount of impact. Then there are people who've been on there for a long period of time. And I think that's a lot of the people that Bam's referring to when we're talking about the homeless, the mentally, I was going to say deranged, but not that. Sorry. Yeah, having mental issues.
Some of them are.
So yeah, and then I think even among that group, right, they definitely do need services. And I think they're the most problematic group. But even then, I I think some of them would do well with being housed, right? If they could get housed, because not everyone has a support system, right?
Mhm.
People have like awful stories about how they've gotten there. And so if we gave them that support system and put them in housing, then that group would do well. But then even among that long-term group, there's another one that are just like, they need to be put in a hospital, right? They put in a treatment center because there's no other way really to address them. So like
That's
if we
a
just
majority.
Yeah,
well,
Look at the statistics.
you can
It's literally a majority of people that.
like I said,
the
I don't know
reason
the
they're there is
percentages.
because mental illness. If you
Like I
don't,
said,
if you don't fix that, you
Let me
fix
just
nothing.
finish the point. But like I said, I don't know the percentages. My and the last thing I'm just saying is that like to tackle this problem, it requires us to have an honest view of the landscape of who is out there, understanding that they are different, right? And so we target different populations in different ways. But also, we'd actually have to give a fuck. Like we'd actually have to give up. We have to care and put like money behind this in effective ways, right? Not just like handing over to nonprofits who will spend the money on whatever, right? But we have to actually have some political weight behind it. I think it's a problem that's not completely solvable. I don't think it'll get all homeless off the street like like immediately or anything. But I think we can vastly reduce the population if we actually tackled it that way.
I think there's like
I'm sorry. I'll just be very quick then. I'm sorry. I do know some of the numbers because this is something I'm fairly passionate about. How you define what level of mental illness is something that needs to be addressed in order for you to make a really strong claim about whether or not housing and basic services can fix this problem. But if you just take a blanket statement of what percentage of the homeless are mentally ill in some regards or another, then it's upwards of 67%. Like 2/3 of all homeless people are suffering from some form of mental illness. But again, there are plenty of functioning adults that have depression. You know what I mean? That that's not causing them to be mentally ill, homeless. But so yes, you're correct in being like, I don't know the percentage, et cetera. But we do know at the very least that an overwhelming majority of them are mentally ill. And if you want to have any serious conversation about solving homelessness or drastically reducing it, then giving them a house, giving them, a government paycheck is going to do literally nothing.
When you say
hold on. But like what I just said though, like included all that, right? It took all that into account.
No. I was agreeing with you. I was trying to.
Okay.
That's why
Okay. All right. Okay.
No
Fair
argument
enough.
there.
I just feel like you used a broader brush than I was when I said mental illness, especially if you include things like depression. When I'm saying when I was using mental illness, I was saying people who aren't able to like function and like sustain themselves in a way that we consider normal. Like most homeless people, like which Prime was pointing to, most homeless people have actually never slept outside. Like most homeless people means you don't own this housing, but that doesn't mean they don't. They live with a mom or stay with a friend or be in a hotel. Like honestly, living in a car is already like rare, but like being on the streets is that's a smaller percentage of people, and it's overwhelmingly men. Not because women are like less efficient, just because somebody's going to take.
There's more support systems.
There's
there's more shelters, especially single. There's that, but also there's just more services and support for them in those situations. And also men, it's easier to house groups of women together because, let's be honest, men tend to be more aggressive. And when you're dealing with a percentage of the population that's more desperate and more mentally ill than the general population, and you're dealing with a demographic that's more aggressive, it's more expensive to alleviate problems when housing 30, 40, 50 of them together than it is, let's say, with women. Obviously, there's still a lot of issues there. But no, Black American Made, I apologize if I made it seem like I was going against what you're saying. I was legitimately, I'm all with you. I agree that it probably is a minority of people that are incapable of taking care of themselves. But the thing that's weird about that, right, and it's so difficult to study because we're talking about human behavior, is that obviously without some assistance, they're incapable of taking care of themselves because they're not taking care of themselves, right? Like they're homeless. So clearly their mental illness is at least at the very minimum a contributing factor as to why they're incapable of taking care of themselves. their trauma, their issues. Maybe a house fixes that, right? Maybe that's all they need to jumpstart themselves. But even still, I think that any problem that deals with the homelessness that doesn't primarily focus on addressing drug addiction and further than that, addressing why there's drug addiction, right? Because you're not addicted to drugs
I love
because
that.
drugs are cool. You're addicted to drugs
Yeah.
because you lack support systems. You have trauma that you're trying to cover up. You know,
Mhm.
you're trying to live in the moment because you can't plan for the future because of learned helplessness or whatever these things are, is going to fall flat on its face and is going to be money, whether it's taxpayer money or whether it's charity, right? Like, I'm not trying to throw the ANCAP thing in here because I think it derails from the conversation a little bit. You know, no matter what we do, it is going to be far less efficacious if we're not primarily focused on mental health and drug addiction, and those two things kind of coupled together in order to solve this problem. And that's why I said like 67% are mentally ill. Yeah, maybe it's only 20 or 30% that are like so mentally ill that that's like basically everything. But those people with depression, that's one of the major things holding them back, right? Like it's you know, it's not a univariate thing. It's like there's multiple different layers of bullshit that has gone wrong in their life, and that's one of them. And teach, because I mean, like when we talk about psychopathology, you know, that's one thing, but when we talk about psychotherapy, that's another, right? Like and usually when we look at like what is the most effective form of psychotherapy that we have right now, that's cognitive behavioral therapy, right? That tends to be a blanket thing. It doesn't tend to work on people with high IQ, or sorry, with low IQ. It tends to be less effective the more low IQ you are. And it can have its issues for sure. But why is it that cognitive behavioral therapy works? It's predominantly two reasons. Reason number one is that anybody can do it, right? Whereas like, you know, psychoanalysis or, you know, like dream therapy, shit like that, there's a lot of quacks. There's a lot of people that don't know what they're doing. There's a lot of people that kind of take liberty with the freedom of the type of therapy, whereas cognitive behavioral therapy is very means tested, very rigid, very structured. And so it's very easy to implement and see success. And the second reason cognitive behavioral therapy works so well is because it teaches you skills, right? It's less about let's unearth the trauma of your mom. Let's unearth this trauma and then hopefully we can deal with it. Instead, it's saying, look, you have this behavior and you have these goals in your life and your behavior is not matching the goals that you state. In fact, they're matching the goals you really have. So let's observe the antecedents. Let's observe the things that cause these triggers. And let's observe your behavior and show how your behavior doesn't align with your goals. And let's teach you skills, practical skills to recognize and realign your behavior to fit your goals. And so it's very, very goal orientated. And so, yeah, I think if we really want to actually, as a country, as a nation, as a people, solve this problem, we have got to start stepping away from psychobabble and put in people that are doing basic means tested, effective cognitive behavioral therapy en masse to people and getting them to teach them the skills. And if they have the capacity to pull themselves up, they can. But right now, the line, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, doesn't work because these people lack the skill set to be able to do that mentally.
Do you feel like do any of y'all feel like mental health? I'm sorry. What?
I just had a technical question. Like, can I move? Like,
Oh, you can go because I'm going to ask about something.
Yeah, I think you're using the wrong mic.
It sounds like you're coming from an echo in the room or something, like a mic.
Yeah.
Underwater Tom.
Yeah, I'm asking. Can somebody
There
tell
you
me
go. Oh, there
why
you go.
we're talking about homelessness?
Oh,
Like, what is the reason?
Oh, I think I brought it up. Maybe. No, I didn't bring
No,
it up. I was
Scott
just,
How about New Orleans?
But I was
I
just
meant,
like, I was just telling
what
the
is the
story.
actual topic? Or are we just generally talking about?
We were just
homelessness?
talking. I was talking about New Orleans and how
riffing.
you know he was
So,
partying
yeah.
next to homeless people and making fun of
Yeah.
them in the streets and stuff.
Yeah.
We're in the
he,
free
like,
discussion phase.
He like would ball up his trash, throw it to him,
And like throw it
now
at the
you're
homeless
fed.
people.
Yeah,
He'd like
yeah,
just
yeah.
like waft his
Yeah,
money like ha ha ha. I'm here on
Turns
vacation,
out
bitches.
Scott was the
You
original
gotta
bum.
make sure you record it and put it on YouTube if you do.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah,
much
yeah.
fun.
He's
It's
a
not-
bum fight guy.
Personally, I like to shoot him with paintball guns, but that's just me.
Yeah. Oh, well, good.
Apparently,
Good
so
option.
this is just in. I just wanted to bring this up.
What a joke,
of-
people.
As of 7:29, or actually, I guess of 7202, I'll share it in chat. Looks like
Assange.
Julian Assange reached a plea deal.
Yeah, I saw
Mhm.
that.
I just seen it now.
Um,
Sorry.
So
Plea
quick
deal is
question.
it's time served, so he's gonna be able to go home.
Wow.
Good for him.
That's crazy. He
So-
shot fucking. I guess maybe it was probably shooting Trump's foot on
So-
that because he was probably about to announce that.
Just quickly, and then I will go to Bam because Bam has something to say. But on the homeless thing, I saw a documentary a few years ago, and it's basically said like you won't find like Japanese women on the street. Like that's like not a thing because they're immediately given resources and put in some sort of housing by like the government or something. But you will find Japanese men, and if I'm remembering correctly, and this was a while ago, so forgive me if I'm mistaken, but like I think the reason was that it looked it was sort of like if a woman is on the street, then it's a failing of society. But if a man's on the street, it's a failing of them personally, and of their character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
But
the
Bam?
dope culture. Yeah. But
Well, that's
I mean,
patriarchy.
America does the same thing,
care
just
about
without
women.
we just don't talk about it. But there's I was curious, do you guys feel like the current model of like how we deal with mental health issues in the United States, and at least our diagnosis model, do you feel like it's beneficial? And what I mean by that in a little more detail on my perception of it, and somebody I'm about to say feels like something Corey would come out and say. Actually, that's not true. But, my perception of it, of our current mental health
I
model.
didn't invite Corey. Fuck.
Yeah,
I can't believe this.
my current perception of it is kind of like we give people diagnoses, and then we let them do what feel how they feel about that, and then like they just go on about it. It doesn't seem like there's any or it doesn't seem like there's actionable steps that come with diagnosis, and I'm wondering if it's like actually a crutch more than it's helpful. Like if you go back, even the Gen X, or just before then, you just didn't have a diagnosis. Even if everyone in town knew, like, oh, your kid's a little different from the other ones, you kind of just, I guess, personally developed coping skills for your kid to figure it out, or like so they didn't think they were
So I
less
can-
than.
Well, on top of that, so like there's I think you're absolutely hitting the nail on the head partially with this, or maybe fully. I'm not understood. So like I'm going to use an anecdotal example. There's this girl Molly. I don't know if you've watched me before. Then sometimes she appears every once in a while. But she's like clearly an addict, right? Beautiful woman, but like clearly an addict. Like talks to the voices, full on like schizo, psycho, right? And she's like, I've had to like. I took her in and then taken her to rehab. Like, I cared about the show. I hope she didn't die. I mean, to this day, I don't know where she's at now because she's probably on the street corner somewhere doing heroin, if we're being serious. But, like, I'd catch her, like, smoking pills. Like, she put a pill on a piece of foil and smoke it. And I'm like, bro, you can't be doing that. But then, like, we'd take her to go get her doctor and she'd get diagnosed and they would get her all these meds and she'd be like, oh, I don't like to take these meds. I don't want to take these meds because they make me feel different. I'm like, well, they make you feel different because you can't hear Cracky McGoo in one ear and Sally McCrazy over here, like telling you whatever. Like, yeah, I'm sure it does make you feel different. But like, she's like, oh, I'm not going to take it. And this is kind of the crux, right? That you just brought up, Bam, like, which is, what do you do in this situation? Like, yeah, we diagnose them. But, like, are we going to hold a gun to their head and say, you take these pills? I'm going to be on the side. You mean, you already know I'm going to be on the same probably say no. But then, like, this person's clearly unwell, right? Like, what do you do? It's not really anything you can do at this point. Like, short of, like,
Yeah.
I don't know, stuffing it down their
So
throat.
There's two things that are being mentioned here. So Black America Made. The first thing we have to talk about is what is the American healthcare model like, right? And so the American healthcare model is not about curing disease. The American healthcare model is about managed diseased care, right? If I can manage your disease for 4 to 6 years, then you'll get a new job. As if I'm an insurance company, right? Then you'll get a new job, and then you're no longer my problem. And if I can put this off for 10 years, then eventually you'll go on Medicare, Medicaid, and you're the government's problem, right? So the way the system is set up, which is this kind of mixed market system, is that we have a disease care, we manage disease. And mental health is not immune to this problem, is that we manage mental health. We don't attempt to solve mental health. There's been plenty of research that has shown that, that that you can rewire the brain to cure, if you will, many mental health problems with enough work and effort. We see this predominantly in obsessive compulsive disorder, that even without medication, if you are given enough therapy, and the therapy, not everyone responds, obviously, but there are plenty of people that have been able to almost completely rid themselves of OCD symptoms with enough practice and things like that. So the question then becomes, well, why aren't we doing that? What's going on? Well, Admiral
That's
Gibbs
for
touches on
behavioral
two
disorders,
things here.
though, not just like mental illnesses across the board. Like that's
Yeah,
it's
if we're
really
talking, there's certain.
behavioral
It
issues.
depends. Yeah, it depends, right? So like cluster Bs, like the success rate on that is like 0 to 0, right? So that'd be like narcissism, bipolar, or not bipolar. Sorry, your 4 cluster Bs are going to be an issue there. But the thing is when you get
bipolar is cluster B,
diagnosed,
right? BPD.
Yes.
yeah, but bipolar can also be manic depressive bipolar, which wouldn't be a cluster B. So I was like, well, that's why I said like not, because I didn't want to get into it, the specificity of it. But yes, but that would be borderline personality disorder, not bipolar. Bipolar would usually be a form of mania and depression with another thing. But still, setting that aside, you go to the doctor, you get a diagnosis. Well, if you don't like the diagnosis, then you can just leave. Well, now you have a diagnosis and you have no care. Or let's say your insurance doesn't like the practice and they drop it, or it's not in-house, or you move, right? A lot of care gets interrupted. And so the question, but diagnosis is kind of the first thing you do. So you're always going to have a system where you have more diagnosis and less help, because of just the reality of the situation is that some people go get diagnosed and don't continue therapy, or they don't like that therapist. You see it a lot, let's say, in marriage and family counseling, where the marriage and family counselor will call out behavior, and then one of the parties is like, fuck this, I'm done, right? Or the relationship just ends, right? So what we have now is we have diagnosis, but we don't have any care because they're no longer going to the therapist. And like Admiral Gibbs points out, we can't put a gun to their head and make them go just because they have a diagnosis. Admiral Gibbs, the other thing that you're kind of touching on, which is a really big controversial issue in that is kind of a war between psychologists and counselors versus psychiatrists, is what's known as the medicalization of psychotherapy, or the medicalization of psychology, which is we find certain pills that have, immediate positive outcomes for people with certain conditions. And then when we say, well, why would we go through all of this expensive psychotherapy to where 20 or 30% of people, it never works anyways, when I can just have you take this pill, and now the insurance company and the pharmaceutical industry can make money off of this pill, and you're on this pill for life, as opposed to teaching you the skills necessary to cope with your mental illness, or potentially giving you the therapy, with like especially with phobias and things like that, where you get over your issue. And that is very problematic. You also kind of touch on the fact of like why certain people don't take pills. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, your SSRIs, your traditional depression medication that's prescribed for depression and anxiety, and that's manic depression and persistent depressive disorder, and et cetera. They can make you really dull, and they can have a lot of effects on your behavior that are negative. One of them being, and a lot of people don't talk about it, but one of them being libido and the ability to orgasm, especially with women. When you're on depression medication, it'd be very difficult to have for you to work yourself up sexually, and you can have those feelings but not be able to orgasm or not be able to really enjoy sex. And you find a lot of people not taking them. So there's a lot of issues there. But Bam, overall, I don't think that you're wrong per se, but I don't know that that's necessarily like therapy's fault so much, or that it's like our diagnosis model is a problem so much as it is our insurance model, and like just the reality of how therapy needs to be done. Like the best therapy even usually requires 20 sessions. And it's really easy for those sessions to get interrupted, or for people to get sent to a mental institution with no insurance, get diagnosed, get some help, and then get kicked back out on the streets without the actual help that they needed.
I just think that there's there's a cultural issue especially like just looking back over generations. Like one of the most I think honestly one of the best movies of all time, but definitely one of the most well-known movies of all time is Forrest Gump. And Forrest Gump is a movie about a mother who was given a diagnosis without even saying the word, was told early on that her child was going to have some developmental issues, and then they just ignore that. And like that's what makes the movie great. Like, wow, he just ignored medicine, and look at him now. And I think that it's like there's create generations of people that's like the real story is ignoring what doctors say to you, or like
the real story of Forrest Gump is that even though he's mentally challenged, that intelligence and wisdom are not the same thing, and that Forrest Gump is a wise person worthy of respect for his wisdom and his personal character, despite the fact that he's mentally challenged.
He's in Vietnam.
Sorry, I've never seen this movie because I'm not old.
What? You've never seen? Everybody's seen Forrest Gump.
No, I've never seen.
I'm kind of shocked on that one.
It's white people's best thing they did.
Actually,
don't put that evil on
the white people did.
It is. No, I love it. I brought it up. White people. It's the best thing y'all ever did. I'm telling you.
I fucking hate Forrest Gump. It's so terrible. I
Best thing white people ever did was colonize India. Change
Oh, here we go.
What about America? That was pretty cool, right?
Wrong second.
Black people played their role. Okay, not in the decision-making process.
Honestly, okay, hot take. I'm about to say only movie thing I'm going to say. Benjamin Button is actually a better version of Forrest Gump, but Forrest Gump is fantastic.
I've never seen Benjamin Button because it looks like some kind of pedo movie. I wasn't interested.
No. It's if you like Forrest Gump, you would love Benjamin Button.
I never saw. I didn't like Forrest Gump. I didn't like Forrest Gump.
Are those two like one and the other? Like
the guy's born like old or
they're
something,
not a one-on-one.
and then he becomes like a child over time.
They're the same story model. Like you should if you haven't seen the other, you should. If you haven't seen either of them, you should.
Yeah. Ali, have you seen Forrest Gump?
No.
Yeah, see, he's young too.
Hold on, look at that.
Where did you grow up, Ali? Where'd you grow up as a kid?
Michigan, Dearborn.
Dearborn is America later.
Dearborn is.
I'm an American. So just because I'm Arab doesn't mean I'm not American. You know, I was born here. I live here.
I thought that was the better.
I can name most of the states. It's
amazing.
amazing.
Fully assimilated until you've seen Forrest Gump.
I was born here. I don't have to assimilate. I'm natural. I'm natural born. I am American. I get the tag regardless of any of the.
We need to get rid of birthright citizenship.
I was going to say,
this is the best example of getting rid of the 14th.
Yeah, I'm suddenly starting to change my mind.
On what?
On the birthright citizenship. You know, I mean, I hate Forrest Gump, and you got to at least watch it once. Like,
I get the concept.
That's like. It's like a
guy runs across the country.
No, you have to watch it.
So with people with like 1,000 years.
Sorry, I didn't mean to start a thing.
Boxes of chocolates and everything.
Well, why should I watch this?
But like in 1,000 years, when they're discussing great American cinema, they're going to talk about like certain movies, right? They're going to talk about like Lucas and Star Wars. They'll talk about like Forrest Gump will probably be one. The Godfather. Yeah, they're going to be Saving. There's going to be these iconic movies where these guys like look back 1,000 years. Either way. Which is never mind. I was gonna make a joke, but we're not. But yeah, so when they look at these movies 1,000 years, you this is like part of American culture, and for you not to see it, not American.
Okay, so
with Admiral in this.
I haven't seen any of the movies you listed actually, and if I'm not really a movie guy, that's really more what it is. I'm not like against watching
you don't
the
have
movies.
To be a movie guy to see those though. That's the thing.
Well,
but I guess
I feel like you do.
Maybe that's the difference. It's like for our age, like you don't even have to be a movie person. You saw it's like seeing Titanic.
Well, how old are you guys?
Or maybe Infinity War. Maybe that's like a Gen Z. Like Infinity War. Like I don't watch comic book movies, but you probably seen Infinity War at some point.
Yeah. Like, okay. So I think the. I don't know if it's an American past, but yeah, like these movies, I feel like would have had to been introduced by your parents. No, like to like a bit of an extent.
Maybe I mean,
I feel like if you had any type of like cable, with Forrest Gump comes on TNT at least twice a year.
Right, I was about to say TNT played Saving Private Ryan and like Forrest Gump.
I didn't watch TNT. I was a bit of a Disney Nickelodeon cartoon. Like I watched Boy Meets World. About as American as you can get. Jewish family growing up in America. That's what raised me. So I'm by all technicalities American. I just wasn't into the movies. I like Fast and the Furious, but
Oh,
I don't even know what that means because they're okay.
Well, I think it's the greatest franchise around.
No, they're like,
if you want me to be honest.
There's 1, 2, and 3.
I think Fast and the Furious is single-handedly the greatest franchise
There's
in
Fast and
existence.
Furious. You have 3 movies about like one thing, and then you have 7 other movies that's about a different thing. I've seen them all, but they're not. It's weird to say that I like Fast and Furious because there's like 2 completely different concepts.
If you put your mind to it, you can eventually go from stealing DVDs to space, and that is about as America. You can save the world. You can become global spies.
This is a great example
You can be a
of
criminal
how
and you can become a snitch.
generations.
That's the moral of the story.
I honestly, this is just us old people in our 30s having to cope with the fact that we're old and in our 30s. That's really
true, but still,
it's like the people that are in their 30s here are like, what the fuck? You haven't seen Forrest Gump? And that's literally all that is that I'm pretty sure Forrest Gump came out.
It's mind blowing, yeah.
But even then, like you can use the older movies though.
Forrest Gump.
94.
I actually looked at this.
That's from 94.
Interesting.
I thought it was like
if you look at the year, if you look at the movies that came out that year, it shows you just how much Forrest Gump is an
94,
interesting film because if you look at the year that it came out and you look at other movies that came out that year, you can understand just how horrible Hollywood today is because in that same year, Jurassic Park came out. In that same year, Shawshank Redemption came out, Forrest Gump came out, and there's like 2 other like classic films. I have to look at every movie that came out in 94, but like basically all of like some of the movies that we talk about as being like the greatest movies, like a massive chunk of them all came out in 94. And it's like the last hurrah of Hollywood.
Yeah, but there's
good.
No,
I feel like Forrest Gump is just every Adam Sandler movie ever made.
There's a autistic kid who's able to like recite every movie that came out on any date.
Oh, yeah,
so
I've
you
seen
can just
that.
tell him your birthday, and he's able to list off movies. And it's insane where you'll say
Pulp
like,
Fiction
"Oh, I was born
94?
like November 11th, 1988," and he'll list off like 10 movies, and you've heard of all of them. And it's like, how did 10 movies that I've heard of come out on one day in 1988? How is that possible? But it's like, yes, every time he names off a list of movies that came out on that date in that year, not every year and on that date, no, on that date, on that year, he just lists off a ton and you've heard of all of them. And it's kind of mind blowing to think that there were that many that we've heard of from that long.
No, this is like nostalgia killing y'all. They still make excellent movies now. You just don't watch them because you have streaming services.
No, they're remakes of everything.
There's really good movies that come out
over and over.
I know you bitch
So anything by A24 is good typically.
Really good movie that came out.
Like,
there you go. Yes.
Everything Everywhere All at Once was pretty good.
Exactly.
I think there's
It was good. I mean, I didn't say it was the greatest movie ever. I said it was a good movie.
It's very original. Like, yes, it's something that's not a recycled thing. It's something that's very different.
It was nice. It was good. It was cool.
No, even at 20, like that. No, I'm just saying you're letting nostalgia.
Nope wasn't bad. Nope was good. It was
I'm not letting
decent.
nostalgia get to. I'm not letting nostalgia get to me by stating that there's
Hold on, you
not
can
been
continue
a
your thing.
single year in
Do-
Hollywood that can compete with 1990.
Continue your speech in just a second. Doobie, like you're like super gainy. Am I the only one? Yeah, super gainy.
Just a little closer.
Yeah, so back to Fast and the Furious being the greatest movie franchise ever. I need to know why that's disputed.
No, 2023 had great movies. The issue is you're not going to recognize it until like 10 years from now. I think I think Godzilla -1 was the best Godzilla movie that was ever made.
Yeah, it's like comparing Marvel movies.
Anatomy of the Fall is
to,
fantastic. Killers of the Flower Moon was really
like
good.
Harry Potter or like
-1 isn't an original movie though. That's not an original movie. Yeah, but hold on.
He
Some
didn't
of
say
these
original.
movies. Oh well, okay.
Original was not
That's
brought
fair.
up.
Well, that's fine. But someone did bring up that everything's sequels and remakes now, and I think that there's some truth to that. I was watching TikTok the other day, and the guy named off 60 movies that have came out this year, and of those 60 movies, 52 were remakes or sequels. Like that's saying something. If I was this, but like there's like because there's some movies that transcend time, right? If I like, they could be sequels, sure. Like Empire Strikes Back, that's one of the greatest twists ever, right? You know,
but just to be clear, I don't even mean remakes like that. I'm saying something like Avatar is just another storyline or 2 or 3 storylines just looped over and over. It's just done in a different way.
Yeah, Avatar's not
Let me get in here for a second. I've been really quiet.
If you look at hold on, let me just finish this point here. If you hold on, don't overfuck me. Listen. Look, there's other movies that transcend time, and we don't really have those like newer like ideas going into movies anymore, right?
We do. You just don't like them.
I watch all sorts of
or you complain that you don't like the franchise.
Like,
look, I can get on the whole like repeat train.
Like, Gone with the Wind equivalent from today.
I was just about to do that. Like seriously,
yeah, I know.
like
You wouldn't let me finish. I was waiting you to do that.
okay. So like the number one thing, like when people complain about repeats, I kind of get it. Because if you're talking about Avatar, and we're talking about the first movie, right? The dog shit movie that it is. I've seen this movie a couple of times before, and it was better. It was called The Last Samurai. It was called Dances with Wolves. Like, literally, these tropes definitely fucking eat there, or definitely eat there, are there. My issue is, can somebody actually like put it in a setting that actually makes it good, something that's interesting? I love Last Samurai. I don't give a shit if it's like a whitewash movie. It's fantastic.
It's not whitewash movie. It's a white savior movie. Could we not have white savior movies?
He's like, literally the last dude, and everybody else is dead. How is that a white savior movie? It's like, hey, I found inner peace, but everybody else is dead. Like he doesn't save shit.
So hold on. I do kind of agree with you, Tiberius D, but I do take a little bit of umbrage with Avatar specifically. And the reason I say that is because, yes, there are tropes in film and cinema, but yeah, like it all depends on the execution, right? Like I'm kind of agreeing with you and disagreeing a little bit because, like, when we talk about Episode 4 of Star Wars, right?
Mm-hmm.
George Lucas is very open about the fact that he read Joseph Campbell's Man with a Thousand Faces, looked at the monomythological structure, and then created a film that mimicked that, right? He created the hero's journey. And the hero's journey is the most overdone trope in cinema that you could ever do, but it always works, right? If you make a film and the film, if you do it correctly and the scenery is good, right? And the dialogue isn't done poorly, and you have special effects, and you make a story about a young man, right, who's an orphan or who loses his parents, who gains a magical power, and that magical power is the call to adventure, and he gets an old mentor, and the old mentor teaches him how to use the magical power, and then he meets some friends, and then those friends and them go to fight the big bad evil guy,
run the whole thing.
and then the mentor dies, and then he goes into Underhell to resurrect the father. He has the rejection to the call, and then eventually he kills the big bad evil guy, and he becomes a mentor himself. It works. It's been done 1,000 times, but it works.
Right.
So even the greatest film that we can ever think of, right, in American history, and if you talk to cinematographers or you talk to directors or you talk to cinema film history people, they'll say Star Wars Episode 4 is one of the greatest films in American history. It is just a copy of a mythological structure. So, I mean, those tropes exist for a reason because our brains are designed to enjoy and like those stories because that's the narrative structure.
Yeah, but that's not harm.
There's a lot of storylines. There's a lot of storylines that are based off of like Seven Samurai. Like you just don't know it. Like there are like classic movies that like the meat and bones of get thrown together.
If you talk to people in literature, they've limited it down. Like most stories are about 22 different stories. With some like level of like I cannot talk today. Some level like variation, but usually it's like one or two or maybe even three of those storylines. They're compiled together. They're adjusted a little bit, but literally they've kind of nailed it down. Like if you want to give like the roadmap, it's only about 20 stories in all of human history that we tell each other.
But that's why
we just tell it over and over.
shows started to take off and like doing better because they have like much more intricate
we're in the
it's a better medium than movies with certain types of style. I do want to reply to where
apply to the actual characters that are there and the niche that they put the characters in. And so like TV shows have done way better now because they actually are original things that are very different every time we watch them, but we're just watching the same movies over and over.
Sure. And I think medium matters here, like putting things into a movie versus putting things into a TV show versus putting things into a book or a manga. I think all of these different mediums are I cannot say this right. All these different mediums are things that have their bonuses, have their factors that are way better, right? Like action in anime is probably the coolest. I'm sorry, but it's pretty fucking sweet. Outside of that, though, where Fabian was going here, there's part of this where I agree with him. There's parts where not, so I'll separate it out. Some of these stories are timeless, and they pull at your heartstrings. And like I've always got that soft spot for old people, even though I hate the boomers. Where you watch Up and you see the lady die, the wife die, and it breaks your heart. And it's also the same where Catch Me If You Can, whenever he's impersonating the teacher, and that old lady's just like, I drove 30 miles to get here, and you're telling me like my heart's broken in that scene. But outside of that, is that there are a lot of these stories where it's very clear that we're just trying to do the same thing over again, and it seems like we're getting worse. And that's where I would love this conversation to go, is why are we doing worse?
I don't
When we
think
have better sound systems and better writing, and literally more people are college educated than ever before.
I'm disagreeing with the fact that we're doing worse. I think that there's so much money in marketing certain ideas. Like, people complain about the things that they don't just actually engage with. Like, who in here saw Poor Things? Okay, the one person who doesn't watch a movie, actually. Poor Things was a pretty original story, pretty fantastic.
Well, it was Frankenstein, but a girl Frankenstein. That's what I saw it as, really.
That doesn't begin to describe it. Like, that's a nice little foundation. But yeah, I think Anatomy of the Fall was fantastic. And I'm just doing 2023. I think that the Blackberry movie was like, it's hard making comedies now, but I think the Blackberry movie was actually a pretty good comedy. I think The Holdovers is going to be a Christmas classic within the next 5 years or so.
Wait, hold
5
on.
years,
You
5 to 10 years.
You liked Poor Things? You thought it was good?
Yeah, I thought Poor Things was fantastic.
You're fucking crazy.
It was an alright movie. I wouldn't say it was like a great movie. It was an alright movie.
Past Lives. I think Past Lives was like a.
Doobie, now you're like super
So low.
Like your volume is low. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I think
Is that better?
Not much.
Like a little bit.
I can hear you, but yeah, I think that like, and some things are just like we remember like the big gangbuster stuff, and we don't remember some of the things that that we enjoy and we watch that we kind of just like go to TV, or you see it one time, you don't really think about it again. I think that if Air came out in like 2002, I think that like kids think of it today as one of their like favorite movies.
But there are things that are like definitively getting worse. Like if you look at like animation,
I haven't heard of 90% of those movies, Euless, so I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's a marketing thing. Across the Spider-Verse that was one of my 10s of the year.
But like, okay,
I don't know if
that's
that's a marketing thing. If no one's watching them, or if no one's, how many people are here, and I don't know, like other than Poor Things, no one's contested it.
I'll push back against one thing, and then we'll go to Gibbs because Gibbs wants to jump in here. That like, I agree that there is like a lot of like great, interesting movies being made, but that we aren't actually seeing them. But I disagree that it's about streaming service. I think it just compounds what you were saying previously, right? It's about marketing and where you go for your content. There are streaming services dedicated to like arts movies, cinema type movies. I don't know the term I should be using for them, right? But like the ones that like that were made by some French director, right? And it's about the death of a clown or some shit, that kind of stuff. But it exists, right? And it's been I'm saying that I actually went
summed up so perfectly.
The theater just got too expensive, man. That's really what it is. And these movies don't release on
expensive. Exactly.
Yeah, that's real. I don't think it's a market. That's why I don't think it's a marketing. I think we have streaming. People would rather stay at home, pay either rent the movie on Amazon or whatever it may be. But I don't think that's why the movies aren't like.
I think movie theaters are way under inflation. You can go to a movie theater for like, if you catch a matinee, you can go find a movie theater somewhere, probably even in a major city, for like $7-8.
No one wants to do that. No one wants to go to the movies
exactly because you have a movie streaming service that gives you a
no. People have never wanted to go to the movies during the day. That's why it's so cheap. People want to go to the movies at night. I know you do, but that's why the tickets are so
even
cheap.
If you go at night, it's like what, $12, $15 sometimes.
But then you want to get movie. But then you want to get popcorn. But then you want to get popcorn or any snacks. Popcorn's gonna be $15. A drink is gonna be $9.
Markup is at. But
well, I mean that's why people aren't going. That's why people aren't going.
No, I disagree with all of this. All of this is wrong. All of this is wrong. I'm like right now. I'm subscribed to a bunch of streaming services, right? And some of them are free. I got Shudder right now. You know what Shudder is? That's the horror movie streaming service. You can watch all these independent horror flicks. Some of them great. Like I'm not a huge fan of Terrifier, right? Everybody likes Terrifier now. Apparently, I thought like It Follows. That was a good independent movie. There are some good independent movies, and people are chugging out tons of shit, and you can watch it on anything. And if I really didn't want to pay for it, I could just watch it on the big heap, right? So I disagree with this whole we don't go to the theater. That's the reason why we're not seeing them. We're not seeing them because shit is garbage now.
Yeah,
like if you look at but if you look at like
one of the best horror movies ever made.
Hold on. If you look at like the 90s and 2000s, right? Just look at animation. Do y'all remember some of these classics like Prince of Egypt or like Planet Treasure, Atlantis? You like look at these things. Look at the animation. The animation is outstanding, right? This is great. This is like 10, 15 years ago.
Treasure Planet bombed.
Sure, you're right. I'm not arguing that it didn't bomb, but if you look at it compared to now, and you go and watch the animation now, it's definitively worse. Like it's like I watch it, it's bad, right? If I go watch, we talked about how the hero's journey and all these other 22 stories are reused. They're absolutely all reused, right? We've all seen it a million times. But when I go and I watch like The Acolyte on Disney, and it's just like they've taken shit and they flip shit on its head just for the sake of flipping on shit on its head, and it doesn't work. That's bad. If I go watch I can pick like a million.
Good.
It's absolutely the worst
We'll
shit I've
have
ever
to-
seen.
we'll have
I
to do
haven't
it.
seen it yet.
It's bad.
Hold
It's bad.
on a second.
But-
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I'm
buddy.
not
Finish.
talking
I want to
about
go
it.
right after you, please.
Yeah, it's not even. It's like there's a ton of them. I can pick like tons of them. Like where in Star Wars, I'll use another Star. The Last Jedi, easily maybe the worst movie ever made of all time. Huge commercial success, and they sit here and they'll take a trope and they'll subvert it just for the sake of subverting it. And then when like it causes the franchise problem in the future, or like a movie bombs, you're like, why did it bomb? And it's like because y'all are obviously doing shit just to be edgy. It's like the guy going on Twitter and using the N-word that looks like me, right? Like that's what you're doing. You're literally going and trying to be like as edgy as possible
It was
just for
you that
clicks,
one time.
and it was like,
Yeah.
yeah, never me. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's what it seems like with the writing,
wanna
and
go
then they
after
go,
Ty
"Why is it not
first.
working?" And I'm like, it seems obvious to me.
Go ahead, Ty. I want to hear from DB just to see if his fucking mic is working at some point. But Ty,
Okay,
Yeah.
two things. I have not seen The Acolyte, but I just read an article literally yesterday about how it is literally the worst rated Star Wars property ever. It's worse than the Christmas special. So something's going on.
It's bad.
But
Yeah,
I
come on.
haven't seen it.
No,
I
no,
haven't got
no.
there yet.
Yeah, worse than the Christmas special, meaning that people aren't actually taking this serious. There's being review bombed, right? Like I'm sorry, like we understand this. This happens in media all the time, right? Like you guys pretend you don't understand what a review
So,
bomb
wait,
is.
let me-
Okay, great. Like
Sure, that's fair because
Come on.
like the show's not over yet. So if you're giving a review of the show and it's not over
it's like
yet, like
3 episodes in.
And
Yeah,
to be fair, he's right. I'm waiting to the end. They did have one cool intro to like withhold judgment. However, like people bitched about Andor for the first like 4 episodes, and then Andor's the greatest.
Andor is one of the
Andor-
greatest.
It's the greatest.
Andor
So
was
I'm
really
gonna give it a chance till the end. I'm gonna watch it all the way through, and then I'll give my official. Currently, it's dog shit, but they might be able to save it.
Don't worry, we'll have that fight at the end. But yeah,
Sure.
one more thing. What I will back up Gibbs on animation, and some of it versus others is a different story. Live action animation, I think, is actually better than it's ever been. It's just do they take the time and money to make it good?
Yeah.
When it comes to, I'm going to say it. When it comes to anime, like some of the CGI animation that I've been looking at lately is
That's not
awful.
Hollywood, though.
Like
beat
Mac.
me to a Demon
True.
Slayer of Kimetsu no Yaiba. Yeah, but when they had the Demon Train movie, Mugen Train, whatever it was, the train, right?
I have not watched Demon Slayer. Like,
Oh my God,
Just
never mind.
look, just
Oh my
because I
God,
know you're in
that's
this.
the most beautifully animated show ever. Movie aside,
Oh, fair enough. I'll definitely put it on the list. Add Demon Slayer to the list.
gorgeous.
Anyway, the thing I was going at is that I'm a huge mecha fan, particularly when it comes to Gundam. I know Prime watches a lot of Gundam. Like Gundam since 2015 is looking kind of shit, dude. Particularly, I actually liked Gundam Seed, and whenever seeing all the new suits and the new CGI, I'm like, fuck, I'll take 2002 animation over this shit.
I'm
this new
not
movie
so
is
sure about that. But then again, literally this weekend I was watching G Gundam. But I don't know.
So,
I was
People
just
have different
like,
desires. Like you can't
so-
just complain because it's different from what it is now. Like this is the last thing I'll say because we're gonna get away from the animation. I have a separate point to make, but as far as animation, people want different things than what they wanted before, and you have to come to accept that. Like the reason Gibbs brought up movies like Treasure Planet and freaking The Prince of Egypt. These movies released and they bombed. The reason they bombed is because Pixar. This is around the time of Pixar picking up, and people decided that they wanted to see standard 2D like handwritten animations. They wanted CGI. And CGI, and that's not like the industry. That's what people desire. That's where the market for people are. You're gonna have people on the outside that are like, oh man, I just really miss the 2D stuff. But you're not watching. They're paying attention to the analytics. They're paying attention to the data. And this is
But
what you're going.
DC proves that wrong with their
This is what you're
animation
going
style.
to see. People love Jujutsu Kaisen. People thought that Jujutsu Kaisen was doing some of the coolest stuff in animation every week. and some of the stuff that they liked was like the CGI type thing.
But DC animated universe, like that still does well. All the animated DC stuff, they still use 2D art style. It's not like what you're describing, and that's not the Pixar art style, and it does really, really well. So like that's not true what you're saying. It's just like there's
You being able to point out an example of the
any
DC
of the more
movie
recent
compared
any of
to
the recent
every
DC
other
animated
piece of media out in the world.
Pick any of the recent DC animated movies, even the new DC
Is
animated.
DC animated
So I
competing
think-
with Marvel?
I've been
Absolutely.
trying to get in here for a while, but so I think there is something that you guys are kind of dancing and not actually touching, because I think I hate to be like the enlightened centrist here, but I think you're
No.
both right. And the reason I think you're both right is that there is kind of, I wrote down a couple of different, and you kind of all bounce around it. Woke Hollywood is certainly part of the problem, right? Like, the director of Acolyte coming out saying they want to make the gayest Star Wars that they can, and then getting mad that people called it lesbian space, which is hilarious. When but
Like, how do you
whatever.
ruin that demographic for men? Like 18 to 30 is your thing. You made lesbian
It's not
spaces
the
boring.
demographic anymore. Those people have already stepped away. That's not their demographic. They're targeting Gen Z. They're not targeting us anymore. Like they don't want us there because we're not their target audience anymore. But like that's part of it. Streaming services, part of it. Anime is part of it. Theater prices are part of it. What I think what we're dancing around without saying, but almost saying, is that Hollywood recognizes that a certain demographic of people simply aren't going to theaters and aren't watching their films anymore. And they're trying to find ways to make films that are good films. And they're also trying to find ways to make those people come back to theaters. And they use nostalgia often and remakes and things like that, hoping that they can get some of those people back. Because there's a certain, there's us online and there's the red pill people or whatever that aren't going to go see a film or whatever. But then there are normal dudes that go like, oh, they're making a new Ghostbusters film. Well, maybe I'll go see that, right? That one obviously is a flop, but there's plenty of examples of where I think the reason they're making remakes is responding to the market. And it's less about Hollywood's so trash now and more about that there's just so much more competition in a thing that isn't really working as much. They're having to put films in the Chinese market because there are a ton of people in China that are watching films, right? Like when you do an international release of a big Hollywood film, now, 20, 30 years ago, China was 1, 2, 10% of the market share in terms of how much money you were going to make by a film. Now it can be a third of your market share. It can even be as much as the American and Western European market if you make a film that panders to them in a certain way, such as the remake of oh god, what is that 90s Disney cartoon?
The cartoon.
Princess.
I don't know the cartoon.
Oh no, they made it live action Chinese film. Can't think of the fucking name.
Mulan?
Of it right now.
Mulan.
Mulan. Thank you, Mulan. Right, like that was pandering to China, right? The original flopped in China because they hated the dragon because they thought it was disrespectful to the concept of Chinese dragons, that he was goofy, and let's be honest, that he was black, the voice actor, right? And so they got rid of the dragon. They made it very much more like that. They filmed in those locations as opposed to filming in Turkey or something. They filmed in China, right? Like that was a movie that wasn't for the American audience. It was a movie that was for China. So there's a lot of things going on. And I think Black American Made, you kind of almost touched on it, but not quite, when you're saying that like, hey, there are these good movies, and then they're like, it's a marketing thing, right? It's a marketing thing because a certain demographic is watching anime and is watching streaming services and just simply doesn't go to the movie theaters anymore. And you could say inflation, you're right. Ticket prices are only like $14. I looked them up in my local area. That hasn't inflated as much as other things. But because inflation exists, when you start tightening your belt, well, one of the things you're going to do is you're going to go out to eat less and you're going to go out to the movie theaters less. You know what I mean? Like inflation's still going to have an effect, right? A poor economy is going to be, it's difficult to get people to go to theaters.
Once in a while there are movies that are made for theaters, and it's not just something that's made for theaters, but something that's truly like original and a masterpiece, like Barbie, where like you have to see it in theaters.
No, I agree.
That's one of those.
I agree.
That you really
What I'm saying
Lego
though, is
Movie,
that I think
Barbie, Dune.
there's a group or a population that is
movies.
checked out. I do want to say about anime and about animation, because that was kind of talked about to some extent. Look, there are a lot of studios in Japan, right? And the studios are used for wildly different reasons. And there's a wide range of both really bad animation and really good animation, even within the same anime. Like I think a great example of this is Naruto Shippuden, where you can tell a fight scene's about to happen because you see the animation style change, because you know they use an animator that they wanted to use for the fight scenes, and you're like, oh shit. And like you can see the animation change when what's his name? Sarutobi. Not Sarutobi, his son. I can't think of his, or maybe it was
Asuma?
Sarutobi. I can't remember.
Grandson.
Asuma. When Asuma
Okay.
dies, right? And they have the funeral, and there's like, it's clearly they use an entirely different animation studio because they wanted a somber, darker scene, and they wanted to focus on the children in color because they wanted to hint with the animation a few episodes ahead that the children were the king that needed to be protected in Shogi, right? They were letting you know that the children were the future of the village without actually telling you, and they told that story through animation. And you know, when it comes to films, there are a lot of crappy films and a lot of crappy shows, like a lot of isekais that just get turned out with really bad CGI animation because they're just trying to get people that like isekai to watch anything because they
Bam
know
is
to
one of
watch
those
it even if the
people. Yeah.
animation's
Yeah.
bad. Right? Like vending machine, like coming back to life as a vending machine. But I just want to point out, if you want to see like
I need to go watch that.
gorgeous animation that has come out in the last few years, film wise, like you have to watch Kimi no Nawa, Your Name, Weathering with You, Tenki no Ko, and Suzume no Tojamen by
Your Name was really good.
By Makoto Shinkai. Makoto Shinkai does gorgeous animation, even if the story isn't there for you, which I think it is. I
Yeah,
think it's
so
great. Your Name is the best, but he does
multiple things. The
beautiful
thing that you're
animation.
identifying, like there's a name for that. It's called Sakugo. In terms of like when the animation gets turned up, especially when you're talking about action scenes,
Yeah.
it's called Sakugo. So you can even find Sakugo compilations on like YouTube of like from whatever action thing you're watching, and when the animation just
Yeah.
like kicks it up a notch. Yeah. Okay. And
I just think Naruto is a great example because it happens all the time. Like,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, oh,
But there
animation
are also
changed.
some
Fight
like
scenes coming,
little
you know?
dips. And then Dragon Ball Super had some like really bad ones. Like the original Dragon Ball Super animation had some like crazy shit happen in it. I was going to say something to Admiral Gibbs, but he's not here. I don't think he can hear me, but I'll wait on that. But I wish Scott, you had watched, and maybe I should send this to you as well, Bam. Actually, I should send that to you before. Actually, yeah. There was I sent him a video, but he didn't watch it. About from a YouTuber talking about like what killed cinema, and it's like he like goes through a lot of these
Did you?
things.
When I have my
and
kids, maybe, or something. I don't know.
it's fine. It's fine. I'm just messing with your friend, but yeah.
No, I feel bad. I don't like to ignore DMs.
Yeah, no worries, friend. But and he's just and I love the way he analyzes it. And he goes through all the culprits, right? Like one, like they talk about Marvel, right? But they also talk about streaming service convenience and all these things, right? And I'll let him explain it. Like, if I try to reduce his point, then I'm going to mess it up. But I think it's a confluence of events, right? So like rather than pointing to one thing, it's a confluence of
Yeah, it's
things
not
that are
one
happening.
thing.
Yeah, there's like shifting trends.
It's
and
the
they're
market share,
shifting-
it's the competition, it's the politics. Because there's a certain group of people that have checked out because of political reasons, and it's like
All kinds of
I see
things.
this all the time where there's like political people. Like there are plenty of good movies that Bam points out, but a lot of us, and I think myself included, have just checked out because so often we'll watch a show or watch a movie, and then there's some beleaguered fucking dumb commie point that's brought up that's just like, and it just like turns you off to the whole thing because it's like I'm trying to escape, and now I have to listen to some like fucking sophomore political opinion that's like shoved down my throat for like 2 minutes in a film. And so we end up not watching good films that don't do that because we kind of check out of the whole cinema thing because I'd rather just watch, anime or something and not get that most.
I think if there were seven
Unless
movies,
it's a
if there were 7 movies in a theater at a time, and you knew that if you didn't watch them, like then they weren't going to end up on your favorite streaming service you already paid for in 2-3 months, and it was going to be like 4 to 6 months before it came out on DVD. At which point, all your friends at work or school or whatever would have already seen it and talked about it. I think that it like that creates in the sense of they're like, oh, okay, this
I'd
is what I'm
still
going to go
pirate
do
it.
Saturday. Well, I'm saying,
The
like,
big heap.
you're figuring out some like online, some alternative way of
The big heap. You're
figuring
welcome.
out.
Well, yeah, no, there's also like something called the Movie Cracker as well that has all this stuff
That
for
one?
free on there, and it has a bunch of different versions. When I started hearing about Dune 2, I didn't even know like it was coming out or that it was going to be a thing. But all of a sudden, I hear all this rage about it, and I literally just got on YouTube and bought it there, or I could have rented it there. It was just right there as soon as I started hearing about it, and yeah, just got both movies right then and watched them.
Oh, wait. Let me ask you a question.
His own interest was also
Who here is a
good.
fan of pirating stuff? You know, is that something that goes against y'all's ethical and morality sense?
Not all.
Lactoid,
IP doesn't
Lactoid, what do you
exist.
think?
Fuck IP.
I use,
Am I
IP
a
doesn't-
fan
I'm
of
not
it?
pirate.
Yeah, do you
it's
believe
more
IP
of a problem
exists
with,
like Liberty?
like
Liberty
it causes a
no?
bunch of it just causes so many problems on your computers. I used to use torrents all the time, and it just like I had so many issues with all the other shit that came with it that I just stopped. I ran through too
There's
many
no need to
laptops. And
At this point,
computers
I
at
only
that
pirate
point.
on my Fire Stick, but I usually go see almost everything at theaters. I usually go once or twice a week. So like when I end up watching something,
damn.
it's because
I'm
I
not-
didn't.
You go once or
He
twice a
actually
week to the
does.
theater. Good
For
for
sure.
you.
You could probably build one.
You
at
like,
home
you like
for that
movies a
price.
lot, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm a big one guy.
He's the movie guy, and he takes that title. I don't pirate because I'm not a criminal. I want Lacto to tell all his prosecutor friends that. But before we move on, DB, how's
Right.
your audio, friend?
I'm not really sure how it is.
It
It
sounds like him.
skipped for just a second there, but it sounds louder. At
It
least.
sounds
Is it better?
Yeah, it sounds better.
Hello.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
sounds.
it sounds
yeah.
fine as
Yeah,
long
that's
as you.
good.
It sounds better. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I think Oppenheimer,
So
like
just
I think it got way
FYI,
more talk than it deserved. Sorry.
I didn't
That's
even
it.
see Oppenheimer. It looked boring as fuck. But I
Yeah.
think that I don't know. I used to pirate things when I was like really broke, right? And I think for somewhere along the way, I started to feel bad about it because I did start to have the money to actually like buy things. And I felt like, okay, well, if I enjoy this thing, I should pay for it because they spent a lot of money, did a lot of work to make it, right? So, yeah, I don't pirate things anymore.
I mean, for me, it's
They
not
also
even
made a
about
lot
that.
of
It's
money.
more about like having space on my computers where I download just tons of movies or entire TV shows where I could just like pay for an entire streaming service and just watch it all through a website. It's like way more convenient to just pay for it.
When
now.
you
Sometimes-
make it more
sometimes there is, like,
convenient than piracy,
legitimate-
the people who use the service. Yeah.
I do think sometimes there's like a legitimate like difficulty with certain things. Like, so when I had my kids over for a couple weeks, like, my kids came into my room past their bedtime. And it's like, whatever, you know what I mean? Like they wanted to hang out, and I was like, all right. And they were like, and I was
That's
watching
abuse.
anime. I was why what?
Just kidding.
Fucking weirdo.
Just keep talking.
So yeah. So anyways, they came to my room and they wanted to hang out, and I was like on Anawave, just watching some manga, and I'm like, well, you're not watching this with me. And then I was like, oh, whatever, I'll put on Pokemon because I like Pokemon. And then all of a sudden, my daughter was like, fuck yes, I love Pikachu. And I was like, hell yeah. I didn't even know that I needed that in my life, that like my own nostalgia being represented in my daughter was like fucking amazing. And she was like, I want more. But like, you can't like my Roku was I gonna go buy Crunchyroll? So it was like so that I can watch for 1 week Pokemon with my kid. No, I fucking downloaded Pokemon, put it on a stick, and then just like went downstairs so I had it to watch with him. Like I do think sometimes it is like, I think people are leaving money on the table from ads because they're so anti-piracy. But it's like the reason piracy exists is because like it exists. And so you kind of have a choice where like if you're going to make it difficult to get your content without paying you $15 a month or something, right? People are just going to pirate it. But I think we've seen that most people are willing to watch a minimum amount of ads to watch things for free without having to deal with it. And so I think it's kind of like, I think it's really stupid that so many industries are still trying to hold on to their IP and like no, you have to pay me $3 if you want to watch it, because people just aren't going to pay the $3. They're just going to watch F movies or Anawave or something. And at a certain point, you just need to recognize that you need to make it freely available and then have advertisements, and you'll end up making more money anyways, because there are still a ton of people pirating that are getting it without ads.
You're trying to
I'm a
get
little
back to. I feel
confused
like you're trying to
on
reinvent
the,
cable.
Yeah, I mean, or
I'm
cheap
a little
enough that it's worth
confused
it with ads.
on like IPs or maybe it's copyrights on like published work like books, because YouTube has tons of fucking audiobooks. There's lots of times where I'll go to buy an audiobook and I'll pause for a second and be like, wait, the audiobook's probably already on YouTube, and I'll just go to YouTube and find it almost every
Well,
single
it's
time
your
just
books.
sitting there
So like,
immediately.
I would never
IP
do-
on
I don't
IP on those
understand
things only last they only last 55 years. So if you're listening to anything that's older than 55 years, as far as America is concerned, it's considered open source. Now the audiobook might not be open source if, like, let's say Random House Audio did it, right?
Right.
Then they may
But
own
other
the
people
rights to the audiobook.
themselves, they're reading it
Right,
themselves.
but other
But on
people
top of
can
that, like,
read it
I
themselves.
don't
and do
think
it, yeah.
Gender Troubles is 55 years old, but it's like something that's already on there, and there's just like
there's
there's a ton
like
of
different
books
types
for
of ones that you have to do, but like the maximum I think is 55, unless you like change it in some way.
Doobie?
Oh, no, I was just saying that I would never. I don't think I'd ever pirate an audiobook or a book. These authors, like, they make so little anyway. Like, they're split with Audible is so low anyway. Like, I'd feel terrible just taking all their work for free.
I mean, I do Audible. I don't pirate audiobooks, but that's not because Audible's convenient.
Just to push back against that a little bit, Doobie, though, I have Audible now, and I use Audible, and that's how I listen to my audiobooks now.
Yeah.
But when I first started going out, I was listening when I was living in Houston, it was a 3-hour drive every day for work each way, so it's like 6 hours in the car. So like I would be listening to podcasts, and then I'd be like, well, I want to hear about 40K, right? So I start listening to 40K podcasts, and eventually one time the audiobook popped up for like The Beast Arises on my thing, and I listened to the whole audiobook on there, and I'm like, oh, this might be cool. So I looked up a couple more audiobooks on YouTube, and I was like, oh, this is something I get into. Well, where can I find more of this? Oh, Audible. And I got to Audible, and then I went in there. I think like pirating can be a good intro into paying for these things if you find you discover it. Yeah, it's like a gateway.
Into purchasing.
Yeah, gateway into purchasing. Yeah,
I mean,
y'all
a lot of those
mentioned.
things do tease. That's why they do like free trials and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
y'all mentioned ads and stuff. Like, I don't know if y'all tried Peacock, right? I paid $20 for Peacock for the full year. Now, I don't know if y'all like the WWE, but WWE is kind of a resurgence right now. Used to, I would go pirate a lot of these like things, but now, why would I ever pirate? I could pay $20 for the whole year and watch every WWE pay per view for like that's.
And then eventually it's going to be $20 a month, and then it becomes 25, and then that's you have 10 services.
I go back and I pirate. At that point.
Yeah. So, then let's talk about this until for the remaining time until we get to our regular topic here. Should because I'm really interested in what Doobie said. Should consumers be concerned about the profits of either these creators or because like the profit structure of the creators may not be so obvious as like you give $1 right to the store, right, and that $1 gets to their pockets. Maybe they were already paid, right? For instance, I was talking about Demon Slayer. Like the author for Demon Slayer didn't get any money for that massive movie. It was like the biggest anime release like ever, period, right? And the author like made like no money off that because of their monetization structure. And they got like completely screwed. But in any case,
it's not, I don't consider it screwed. People in these industries like you prefer the upfront money. You like people don't want to like generally want to go with the like percentage. I'm sorry.
They 100% wanted the money that it would come from that movie. Okay.
Yeah, after the fact.
But it was actually Demon Slayer was already one of the biggest animes. Period. Right. It wasn't like it was a shock that this thing could have done those numbers. Like Demon Slayer, who already was taking the world by storm. But whatever.
So why they signed that contract?
We can get into it. The point is that like, should you, as a consumer, be concerned about that? Right? Should we be focused on trying to support these creators, right, or these publishers, or whatever? Or is it just like get your hands on however you want, right? And just like it's a more neutral thing.
I feel like you're not attacking the author, right? Because to Doobie's point, he's like, well, the author makes so little. Well, I mean, yeah, but you're not pirating from the author directly. You're pirating from this company that's making X amount. Kind of like if you're stealing music, it's not like any of these artists are making money off their music directly, right? It's a record label that's making money off their music. They make money off their tours. They make money off their merch. They make money off the physical, tangible things that the consumer can get.
No, that's not true.
Authors do make money from the Audible like sales and book sales.
Correct.
Yeah,
but how
the
much?
publishing,
You just said
like
it's
publisher
such a little
makes money.
percentage.
The author
well, it's
gets a percentage of that, and you are taking that percentage away from the author when you.
Well,
buy
no,
it.
it's also twofold. It's not just that. This is a big thing that I do with my industry is projection, right? So if they go and he's going to redo his contract, right? I'm going to use Timothy Zahn, right? Timothy Zahn is the guy that's credited as saving Star Wars. He's only worth 1.5 mil. I'm like probably I'm worth comparable or more maybe than to the guy who saved Star Wars. That's ridiculous. Like I
I'm
should
gonna need
be
a few more
nobody.
gift subs from you.
Yeah,
Then.
well, then maybe soon. But like my point that I'm making is just like, yeah, I can care a
I've never
lot.
gotten a
And,
gift sub.
well, that's rough. I mean, Jesus loves you.
Can I just have
But,
$1,000?
Admiral.
listen, y'all can give something. Anyway, that's not the point. You're getting me sidetracked. The point is, this guy saved Star Wars, right? And then we go over here, we look, he's made 1.5 mil over his time. And the reason why it's bad is you look, it takes the percentage they earn for these things, but it's also, he can go and renegotiate contract, be like, I sold this many millions worth of books, right, for y'all. Now, when I come in, I want X percentage of my next 2 books, right? And like, so whenever we pirate it, that's the real problem, is because he loses negotiating power.
How many
Yeah,
people are like?
so I think-
What's the pirated amount toward like versus the purchased amount?
Well, Ali,
How
I
many
think
people-
that so I don't know that answer. To be clear, I don't think Gibbs knows
Yeah,
either. But
I figured.
No, yeah, I don't
I
have
think,
that.
but just to be clear, so if you're talking about like Stephen King or something, right, or even like Brandon Sanderson is my favorite author ever, right? I would never steal from him, but
Okay.
he's a multi-millionaire, right? He's fucking loaded, right?
Mhm.
So I think even somebody like that, or Stephen King, or any of these massive authors, right, or fucking T.S. Eliot or something,
J.K.
or
Rowling.
J.K. Rowling, even, right? I feel like they're fine. So them losing out on the $2 I would have made from the Audible download,
Yeah.
not a big deal to them. But for like a lot of smaller authors who are just getting into being an author, like or like indie authors or self-published, the common split is like they get 40%, but the 40% is also split between them and the person actually narrating the book. So the common thing is like Amazon gets 60% because Amazon owns Audible. The author gets 20%, and the narrator gets 20%. So
Right,
some of these books are selling
yeah.
for like fucking.
My buddy
$10.
writes
Their
short
authors
stories
come
for
with
Amazon.
Probably someone else on top of them that gets another few percent.
Exactly.
I don't think
So it's
these
very-
authors
they
are
get
being
very
pirated
little.
though. That's kind of what I'm saying. Is I don't think the indie. I think people are going to like Amazon. My buddy does like short stories for Amazon and he sells them, and people go to that page and they pay their like $1, $2, whatever it may be. But I don't think people are pirating like indie authors to like off Audible to begin with.
Yeah, but like
Yeah,
even if
that's
they're only
it.
if doing a
The-
really
the
small
thing is that,
percentage, the
like-
percentage matters more to a smaller one.
The thing that I was mentioning earlier is like the convenience a lot of times. Like there was Hunter Biden's like memoirs or some shit like that, his biography about some shit that I wanted to go listen to. And I found it on YouTube, but then I saw that like on it's not Audible, on Google Play or whatever it is, their audiobook service, that they had actually Hunter Biden reading the actual book himself. And I was like, oh, that's so much doper. Like I would just
got
much
him
rather
arrested, by the way.
listen
Wait,
to that.
Doobie, how do you feel about Spotify having audiobooks?
Those memoirs actually did get him arrested because they were like he was talking about his addiction to cocaine, and the timeline happened to line up with when he applied for a federal
For the gun sales
for the
or
gun
the
sale.
gun
Yeah,
purchase.
yeah.
Ali,
So-
I don't know the Spotify split.
Well, I mean, it can't be more than the music split that they have, and we know that they don't get.
But I don't
anything
know that it
poisoned.
matters anyways. Like it's the
Well-
fact that they like it's a lot that stack up into something. My sister has been in a number of movies and she gets a check every month from movies that have been out for like 10, 15 years now.
Yeah.
And it's all of the different movies that she was in where she played small parts that she's getting some sort of check from.
Well, yeah, but Tom,
and the
if you're
more
like,
people that are pirating,
Yeah, it's a
this, the more
royalty.
those go down.
yeah, but Tom, if you're talking
has
about
to
somebody
add
who's
up,
like an
stack up.
author, right? These people don't put out like multiple books in a year. These people sometimes take 3, 4,
Right.
5,
Mhm.
6 years to write a book,
That's-
right? So like it's not
Right, that's my point. My point is that it stacks up. Is that like it doesn't matter. His point doesn't make sense because it adds up. The amount of people who are all doing this, it all has to add up. And the more people that do it, the more other people that are going to do it. I think if you're not making a lot of money, like Doobie was talking about earlier, where he was really poor and he couldn't afford these things, I think in that case, like it kind of makes sense because I would want those people to be able to enjoy this shit as well and be able to be cultured and have this information. But once you're able to afford it, it's just kind of fucked to do it. Like it just doesn't even make sense.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not. I don't think it's fucked. I think you like if I have YouTube Premium and I'm paying for YouTube Premium and I click on someone who read the book, right, and I'm listening to their reading of the book, they're the one getting paid for the narration. But it's the same thing with Spotify. I'm paying for Spotify. I don't know how much this
But
author
they're
is
paying
getting
their
paid from the
royalties.
split, but it's barely a royalty, and that's kind of what I'm saying is like the big name authors aren't going to feel the hit, and I don't think anyone's pirating smaller name authors. So the pirating of books is like or
Well, I think
audio is kind
I
of
think
what I'm like.
there's got to be
Hold
a gap
on,
between
there's
the A list and like there's A list authors making like millions,
Mhm.
and then there's a massive drop off with B list and even bigger
It's-
drop off with C
Yeah,
list.
it's
What do you
we're
think that
Yeah,
difference
like-
is, though? What do you think the
Real quick,
difference is?
Let me
Yeah.
explain it.
Well, I don't think-
Oh,
basic,
we don't need
Bam.
explanation. We just want to have a conversation right
Yeah,
now.
but
No,
I got a question for you,
sorry.
Bam. Like, Bam, what do you think that cutoff
I've
is?
been
What
waiting
like between A and
patiently
B?
I haven't
Well,
even said anything about the audiobooks.
I haven't
So
said anything
let
about
me-
this either. That's what I was like. I was in the middle of my point. Would you want to make an explanation? I get you have
have
your point,
multiple times, but it's okay.
but not about this. As far as
Go ahead,
regards to the in regards to the audiobook audiobooks, I actually have now I do agree with Doobie's argument about like helping people, people who are just trying to make a living off of these things, and like it makes that difficult. But I actually don't. The thing that I wanted to push back on was actually Prom's point, talking about like, oh man, people are getting screwed over by the not being in the profit sharing model. And the reality is, none of these people, very very few of these people, like maybe 0.1%. have any interest in being in a profit sharing model. Like these people would much rather get their money on the front end, and whatever happens to the project happens. Like if someone could say like, I'll pay you $2 million, like I'll pay you $2 million up front, and whatever we make is what we make. Even if afterwards like, oh man, I would have made $4 million if I weren't profit sharing. That's not the deal they're looking for. You're actually like, you're pro corporation. Whenever corporations love selling the profit sharing model, they love saying that we're not actually going to give you money up front, but you're probably going to go gangbusters. Blah blah. Blah. You're going to make all this money on it. Like that's not where the money is. Like that's why actors don't want percentages of their movies generally. Actors get paid like the fee to do the movie, and you fill in promotion and stuff like that, and after that, make what you make.
No,
but
they
that's not
also
their
get
interest.
points
These-
on their.
these-
movies.
They get royalties, but I think that's more for
Yeah.
television,
So-
no? Like syndication
Well, no,
and stuff
no,
is more
let
for
me-
television.
Let me. You guys are getting some fundamental economic things wrong. So it's muddying the conversation. So yes, Prime and Bam, you're both kind of right in this situation, right? It is very easy for people to take advantage, if you will, exploit. I don't like that word because it's bullshit. But when you are a business, there is an understanding that most of these ventures are going to fail, right? Most of these ventures. It's the same thing happens with oil, for example, right? Like when you want to find if oil exists in the ground, you have to survey, and you can spend tens of millions of dollars, and there's like a 5% chance that you find oil, right? And so like it's a really, really, really bad financial bet. But if you're a hedge fund like Vanguard or BlackRock, and you're promising a return on investment, right? What you can do is, because you have billions and billions of dollars to play with, is that you can make 100 bets that all have a 95% chance of failure, right? But you're making a bet on the return end that you're going to find oil that's going to be worth 20, 30, 40 times what you spent. And you have the capital in order to make that. That's the difference between the individual author and the business that is signing a contract with this person that's producing manga or whatever, is that they have the capital to make a bet that you're going to be worth $2 million, right? And that they can make 20 or $30 million off of you. And you go, well, that's fucked up. They made $30 million and they only paid this guy $2 million, and he's the one that's making all this money. But the thing is that there was 10 other guys that they paid $2 million to that they only made 50 grand off of, or that they actually lost money once all the marketing and things went out. So they lose money on 20 people, and they strike gold, or they hit oil with one person, and it seems fucked up. But the thing is that they're the ones that had to calculate all of that risk. Now, in terms of this concept of like royalties and things, one of the fundamental misunderstandings of economics that people have about price is the difference between profit per item sold and rate of profit, right? Rate of profit is what you actually want to look at. So for example, I own a camera store, right? And I sell $500 cameras. And on average, I only sell 10 cameras a day. In order to make $400 in profit in my store, after everything's paid off, I need to make $40 in profit per camera sold. So even though it costs me $500 to purchase the camera and store it in my facility and pay the employees or whatever, in order to make a profit, I have to charge you $40 more. And so you might go, dude, they're making $40. They're making almost 10% of profit.
But even
Well,
you would have
that's-
to charge more than
that's
40
their-
because you still got shipping, you still got packaging, you
it's-
still
yeah,
got like a
it-
million other things. That
I'm
is
saying
like
like
40
I'm
would be
saying like
nothing.
in order to make a profit, right? They need to sell, like, let's say the camera itself is 400, but the shipping, the housing, the employees, the electricity, everything after that, it's $40. But when you look at a place like Walmart, for example, I hear all the time Walmart is this greedy corporation that keeps raising their prices. What people don't understand is that Walmart makes like 1 to 2 cents profit per item. If they reduce prices by 2 cents on all of their items, Walmart would go out of business tomorrow. Like if your bottle of ketchup
Well,
is
and their return
$2.39
policies as well. They're losing like a lot on return policies where people are allowed to bring
Well,
things back, but
theft,
just going
there's-
straight
there's-
into the
there's-
garbage. The guy with the
there's
camera, like
theft.
he's only making 40
so
and
for example,
off that.
so-
Then he's
right,
not.
so-
One
so
return dropped like
it's
10
not about-
cameras off of his fucking.
Right. So it's not about profit per item sold. It's about rate of profit. Because when you go to a
Right.
Walmart at peak times, thousands of items are being sold in an hour. So if they're making 1 or 2 cents per item, they're making hundreds, potentially thousands of dollars in profit in one single hour because they're selling a fuck ton of items. So it is always in the capitalist's best interest to reduce prices, not raise prices, because the more prices you reduce, the more items you sell, the rate of profit goes up. But of course, when you're only making 1 or
It's
2
the beauty
cents
of
profit,
capitalism.
that's why theft and things like that is so important, because when you're only making 1 cent of profit on an item that's $3, every item that's sold, you have to sell 300 of them in order to make your money back. Therefore, prices are always more expensive in areas that are high crime, et cetera. So when we're talking about royalties and authors and things like that, yes, they're making a very, very small amount. But the goal is to sell thousands or hundreds of thousands of copies. And so even though they're only making 2% or 3%, you have to look at the author doesn't have to house servers like Spotify or YouTube does. That costs money. Management, it costs money. All these things cost money in order to uphold these services. If they could lower prices, they would, because they would get more people buying these things and they would make more money. And so, yeah, like it is true that like they
So-
only make a small percentage, but that small
Sure.
percentage adds up.
So, so this is why I brought this up in the first place, was to bring in like how the complications of profit schemes, because our friend Doobie, like, and I think it's laudable. You're like, hey, like this person's created a thing that I like, and I want to support that thing, right? That like, I mean, sure, like that. Why wouldn't you? If that works for most other things. When like there is a store right in your neighborhood that provides you great service, then even if maybe you'll find a cheaper option somewhere else, you might like patronize this store because it's
It's called
local
psychic
and they're
profit.
doing a
Yeah.
great job.
You feel
Yeah.
good going there.
Exactly, right? But like going back to what I brought up before about Mugen Train, so that movie made oh my god, it made $298 million in Japan alone. In
It was a profit,
when this movie was in terms of that's revenue. I think that's revenue. It didn't say revenue in this article I'm looking at, but like it's positive
Yeah, I
revenue.
just don't know how much money they spend or how much they spend on marketing,
Fair. But that's just Japan alone. This was an international release. Biggest anime opening, I believe, in America. I think it was worldwide.
struck
It was
oil.
just amazing. It was
Like I
amazing,
said, they
right?
struck oil.
And-
It's that
and-
5% or 1% chance to strike oil.
Fair enough. So let me finish my point. The author was paid $19,208 for that. They made apparently 0.006% on those sales, and according to the article I was reading, that like other authors have spoken about this. Most of these details are secret because you know why. But oftentimes you get a limited licensing fee to be able to use the IP in the first place, and then you get nothing from sales or very little, like the author did. And then they talked about how, like, in terms of like supporting mangaka creators, right, mangakas, the manga authors, they make money mostly on volumes that are sold. and they make a little bit of merchandise, but not as much as you would think. And of course, this differs from author to author. The author of One Piece is probably making a lot more because his series has been going on for so long, and he's had a chance to revisit his contract a few times.
I was about to say, because
Right.
what's the point of the story? Because it sounds like that was just a really stupid negotiation. Like, let's say the movie made nothing.
No,
They're not even making $19,000. Like, this is
Manga's
it just
special.
sounds like a dumb idea.
Let me finish my point. Then you guys can jump in. Okay. So what I'm saying is that I think my pushback to BAM is that I hear you saying that a lot of people would take like a lump sum up front because who knows how it's going to do, right? When you're talking about creative aspects, if it's not like part of a franchise that you don't know you're already going to yeah. So how would you know? So it would make sense there. But I think that for a lot of these authors, they're not making much money, period, and that they're being taken advantage of by corporations. They don't actually have a choice. That it's one thing if they're going into this as on a powerful platform, right? Or powerful negotiation hand, and deciding, okay, I'll just take the licensing fee and fuck off. That's not what's happening here. This is just what they consistently do to authors. Unless, again, they're on the level of like a Akira Toriyama or something, or they can actually negotiate. So I just want to push back on that part specifically. Because they're taking it doesn't mean that they wanted to.
So there's two things specifically with that. One, I think there have been maybe one or two, and I'm not exaggerating, one or two profitable anime movies in history theatrically before then.
It's a new thing. I agree. Yeah.
So you're talking. So when you're saying that, you're naming this thing, you're talking about thousands of failures, and then you're like, oh man, this is the one.
No. I wouldn't. But even with those failures, the licensing, the fee structure doesn't have to be right. We pay, and I don't know how much the limited license was, so we're in the dark there. Maybe it was a lot. Maybe it was like $2 million. They got paid. Possibly, I don't know.
Probably not.
But probably.
No, that was going to be the second thing. I was reading as you were talking about this. So the way this is set up is the way you said it is correct, but not necessarily telling it. Just not. There's more to it. So yes, his direct fee looks to be was $19,000, but there is a big there's also a large portion that's going to I think there's only three. I think it was Shueisha is the production. Shueisha is the production company, and he has a percentage of his contract from what Shueisha makes off of it that's going to go to him. That's like separate. That's also part is via Shueisha, so it's not coming from the licensing fee directly, but he's going to be paid a large portion by Shueisha, and he has a percentage of all secondary usage rights. So the original release of the movie is considered a primary use right, but like any DVD sold, any streaming services that rents it, he's going to make a different percentage off of that. So contracts are complex, and yes, his original licensing fee wasn't that much initially at the time, but that probably will change with success of animated movies. But they had no reason to believe that this movie was going to do well.
I understand that.
You're saying that they sold manga, but yeah.
Hold on,
I'm sorry.
I understand that, right? I'm saying that the fee structure of doesn't have to be 0.006%, right? I understand that you can pay them more for the licensing fee, right? You can pay them more in general because the mangas actually very few of them make much money, even if they have successful series, right? I think it's in the anime industry, in the manga industry, there's abuses happening on all levels. There's abuses happening of the animators, right? There's abuses happening of the CG.
These are in other countries, right? The authors or the owners of the IP are in other countries, and they're all the author of the manga is in another country, right?
Technically
What do you
speaking, you
mean?
have to be.
Are you saying they're Japanese? It is a Japanese author?
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be a little bit
The
different. Because,
racism
I'm
of
looking at
Japanese
this and I'm
people
thinking,
requires
why the
that
hell would they
Japanese.
ever even sign this fucking contract in the first place? This sounds like
I'm
the
saying
dumbest shit. Why
what
even let them make the movie?
They
But
have so
but if it's in
little
another
bargaining
country, it's
power,
going to be a
and
little bit different.
that's why my point is, they're being that they're being forced into these contracts. That
no leverage.
Yeah, there's like zero leverage. So I'm saying that like I hear you, right? I think you make a good point, and that like anime movies had failed many times before, right? Like unless you're the one movie director whose name I always forget because I never watch any of his movies that everyone tells me to watch, but I still
Studio
haven't done it.
Ghibli.
Yeah, that one, the Studio Ghibli stuff. I've never seen any of them, but it's fine. Unless you're
Well,
them,
yes,
like
that's not what I'm talking about.
they've mostly failed. So I hear you, but that doesn't mean that the pay structure has to be so bad.
Sure.
We're operating in the dark. Maybe he's getting a massive amount from, or is she? It might have been she. I don't know. But they're getting a massive.
Yeah, but we're
amount
talking about tons of
from-
labor issues and like payment issues over there in the first place, right?
Yeah. So yeah, maybe they're getting a massive amount in other sources, but I would guess that probably not. And I guess for a lot of them, probably not. And it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. I
And
think
it does
there's
bring
a
more
lot of
eyes to
skin off top.
to manga sales as well too.
Exactly. That's the hope.
So
And that turned
Yeah,
out
but
well
that
for
person
them.
doesn't have to take the hit for everybody else, though.
so-
Like that's
so
kind of
it's-
ridiculous.
There's an important piece missing here, right? Which is manga as compared to other forms of media in terms of success and repeat success of authors, right? Because when you do a long-term contract with an author to produce manga, right? What you are doing is you are paying them, because manga is not like most television shows, right? In most television shows where you're going to make,
You're talking about anime or you're talking about manga?
I'm talking about both, right? Because
Okay.
like when you're doing a deal and you're negotiating anime rights to the manga, right? Because
Okay.
you're licensing the manga. You're not licensing the anime, but there's if the manga does well enough, you might turn it into an anime.
Can you guys
right?
translate
So-
for me, please? I have no fucking idea.
Manga is written,
mon-
anime is the show.
Yeah, manga is Japanese comic books.
And hentai is
then
porn.
Anime is just, we were talking about Japanese
There we
anime,
go,
the
Gibbsy.
Japanese TV show. Cartoon.
Back.
Right. So when the thing is that for whatever reason, other forms of so like when America does, you pitch a show for 1 or 2 seasons, and then they pick the show up for additional seasons if it does really well. Manga is a very different form, right? When there's a reason, like when you look at American comics, right? When you look at Batman, for example, which was just surpassed by One Piece, and very soon One Piece is about to surpass the sales on Superman.
Absolutely.
So
Number one.
it is about to be One Piece is about to be the most successful form of written comics in history. But as of right now, it's surpassed Batman. But when you look at Batman, there is not a one Batman that has gone on for 1,000 issues, right? What is expected when you hire an author to make a Batman comic is that they have an offshoot in a different universe, and that they do like one small issue, people like it or they don't like it, and if they like it, it gets picked up for more, and that universe gets expanded, and potentially that author then moves in as part of a studio that owns the rights to Batman. But when you're talking about manga creators, you're almost exclusively talking about a much, much, much higher risk medium, right? So when we look at, for example, you like Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter, the studio
Ooh,
is
you
in a
said the
really
X.
tight spot because what a Hunter whatever, fuck off. When
Are
you
they
look at
investing
it,
in like
they're-
undoing the
they're- so
entire
they're-
thing from the beginning?
he's never gonna fucking finish it. Looks
He's not going to
we
finish
don't
it.
know.
Yeah.
Right. So
Okay.
and so like
Yeah,
that
that
is
makes
an
sense.
inherent risk. That is an inherent risk that exists in this form of medium. Also, when we look at successful manga authors, what we find is even those that are successful, they're almost exclusively one-hit wonders. It is incredibly rare for a manga author to have a second series that does really well. Look
He's
at the guy
actually
that
one of the
did-
few.
Naruto.
He's one of the few. Look at well, even then that was kind of in the same universe. But look
Yu Yu
at the
Hakusho?
person that did Fairy Tail.
No, I'm not
Right?
talking about Boruto.
Oh yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho. That's a female, isn't it? That did that.
No,
Yu
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 Hakusho-
Hakusho was about the same person that did Hunter x Hunter.
Wait, there's what?
yeah.
Isn't there another thing in the One
yeah,
Piece
he's one of the
universe
few, but-
too?
Sorry,
There's
I
a whole
was
other.
thinking Inuyasha. But regardless, like when we look at like the guy that did Fairy Tail, right? His Eden show or whatever, it's a flop. It's losing money. And so when
I
these
kinda
people
like it.
negotiate these contracts with manga, they're investing 2 different forms of risk that just doesn't exist in any other medium. Number one, they're investing in the risk that this person never finishes their fucking story, wraps it up, gives them a conclusion, and then it just kind of dies over time and becomes problematic for them. And number two, there's no guarantee that any additional works that they do meet any form of success. And so, yes, It is like striking oil to find someone that their manga in the future does really well, reaches critical acclaim, and is able to be made into an anime, number one, because most of them don't get made into anime. They just go to manga.
Yeah, but I think that's why you always just pay a percentage in the first place. I think that's the point, is that like if it sucks and
That's
it
what I'm
doesn't do
saying.
well, then the author doesn't make any money. But if it does really well, then the author makes a lot of money.
No, the
Like
problem,
there
the
should
problem
always be
is
some
that
sort of
it-
percentage
you have
that they're
to
making
fund
off.
them, because you're not doing one.
Well, sure,
season of
you
a
should have
television
some sort
show.
of down payment in the first place just to have the rights to put their
Right,
shit
but they
on, like, and
lose
use
money
it,
on all
but
those
then
down
pay a percentage afterwards.
So they could pay people that do really well better, but in order to pay people who do really well better, they have to pay the people who flop less. So the authors that don't
Yeah, of
do
course.
that well, that's what you would have to do. So when you're asking that a really successful person isn't paid enough and they need to be paid more, what you're also asking for, in order for that company to be able to make a profit, in order to produce this medium for you at all, you're asking that all the other authors that don't do that well be paid less, and that they be put into destitution because they just didn't strike gold. And I think what the studios are
Yeah, of
doing
course.
is instead they're losing money on a lot of people so that they can gain a lot of money on the few successes.
I also heard most
Yeah, but
animes
that
are made
is,
at a
that
loss.
is just real quick. That is the same as like in the music industry, where initially they're like your first album. It doesn't matter if you go fucking platinum, you're gonna get paid shit on that first one. But once you've hit first and you can do a second album, by the time you do a third one, you are fucking making bango buckos. Like you are rich for the rest of your life. Your children are rich for the rest of their lives. Like once you
I
hit
feel
a
like
third one.
I disagree with that, because music, people complain about the music industry.
It's because of the investment that that it needs to actually get somebody who's not a one-hit wonder and can actually keep reproducing success.
The labels
I
usually
disagree
own
with
you
that
up to
because
4
music-
albums. It's not one album and then you make money off your second, third, and fourth. They usually own, especially if they're invested into you as an artist or they think you're going to be a big artist. They're owned in
publishing
on about
rights.
4 or 5 albums, which is why the whole Frank Ocean situation was.
Yeah, I think a lot.
was insane.
I don't think the music was a good example, because people complain about the very issue that complain about the kind of the opposite thing happening. Like the artists usually don't have royalties and percentages. They sign 360 deals, which people call 360 deals dead. But the
Again,
reality
that is only on like the earlier contracts. Almost all of them almost always renegotiate very early on. But it's not
Sure, once they found
earlier on,
success.
but nowadays,
Yeah, once they found success. But I'm
once
saying
you
that
can replicate success, that's when they can actually invest in you and say this person's going to make money. But if they don't know if you're going to make money, there's a ton of other artists.
Yeah,
that
but
that's why they wrap you into a
no, because that's what I'm saying. I'm saying this. No, I'm saying that this is the opposite of what you're. I'm saying it's the opposite of what we're advocating for. A 360 deal isn't a percentage. You're not connected to what you do. We're giving you money up front.
I
We're saying
understand,
that-
but my point is that they can't make money that way. My point is that there's 1,000 other artists that are flopping and that are losing money, and so this is the only way that they can do it in the mid.
Sure, I wasn't disagreeing with that. I was just pointing to where we're advocating for a more profit share model, and I'm saying the reason the music industry works early on is because they don't do a profit share model. They say that we're going to give you, $1.5 million, like in this, you owe us this back with your sales and stuff with the music, but we're giving you this money, and you can kind of do whatever. You can live on it, you can buy cars, you can do whatever you want to do because this is the money that you have, and then we're just going to take the royalties.
Well, no, you can't do whatever you want on it because you're supposed to take that money and push the character, create the artist, and then move on. So that money is actually being spent on forming the
Okay,
artist.
hold on, guys. First, we're moving away from the topic that I really want to discuss. So, but Gibbs wanted to say something. I want to give him space to do that, and then I want to try to return to.
I just really wanted to bring this back. So I kind of wanted to ask Bam this earlier. I didn't get really an answer, and I think it kind of ties into what we're talking about now. Is you mentioned there's a difference between these authors and they're like A list, B list, C list, whatever, right? I agree with that, right? And I brought up Timothy Zahn earlier. The guy is credited with saving the Star Wars franchise and getting Lucas to come back and make the prequels, right? And he still puts out, every time he puts out a new Thrawn novel, it's a New York Times bestseller. This is someone I would probably consider is like the A-list. This is like the J.K. Rowling of Star Wars, if we're being honest. This is the biggest guy since Lucas. And this guy's only worth 1.5 mil, right? And that's not the rock star. We all know Rowling is fucking are like richer than, God's tip. Like this guy's making it. So I'm sitting here going, all right, so what is the cutoffs of these A-list, B-list, C-list guys when a guy that's got like multiple New York Times bestsellers is only worth 1.5 mil? What do you consider A-list, B-list, C-list as an author?
Yeah,
Like,
I think a B list is probably like a New York Times bestseller. Like they throw that label on a lot of things, like just because it's like
people
so
buy
many different
those.
categories for how they do it. Like I think
Sure,
I think the A list for as far as like authors is that short list. You're talking about the J.K. Rowling, you're talking
James
about the George
Cameron.
R.R. Martins,
Stephen.
Patterson.
Not
King? No.
Patterson. Stephen King.
Stephen King, yeah. Like I think the A list of authors is really, really small, and I think the B list of authors is people who live pretty above average lives. They're like, oh, okay, like
There we talk about
you're in the
anime
mid
and not
six
meshing
figure
S tier.
figure range. Like, oh, okay, you can take care of yourself. Another one of the best movies from 2023, American Fiction, actually dealt with the concept of a author who had been done best-selling stuff, but he wasn't making the A-list money, and he came into a position where it's like he was successful at what he was doing, but he kind of had to question his
famous.
character and stuff to make it to that next level where your stuff's getting turned into movies and whatnot.
So so just quickly, I wanted to focus on piracy. Just quick note to Scott. Yeah, so I brought up the Naruto author Kishimoto, right? Boruto came afterwards. He was supervising the project while another person took the reins on that one. And Boruto is successful, and it's actually amazing. And you need to be reading the manga. It's actually the most exciting that's been from that franchise in a long time. I love it, and people are shitting on it because of the anime. I think the anime has a worse rep than it deserves, but fair enough if you don't like it. But still, read the manga because the manga is amazing. They're doing great stuff there. Okay.
No, hold on, pause real quick. And then this actually will be quick. When you are watching, especially shonen anime, okay, find a fucking filler list. Don't watch the fillers. And if you enjoy it, go back the second time and watch the fillers. Because when you give your goddamn opinion on a fucking anime and you're like, that anime sucked. And it's especially Boruto's a great example of this because like there's like 40 fillers in like the first 80 episodes.
It's so bad. Yeah.
Just stop. Just don't watch the fucking fillers the first time. Watch it the second time with fillers.
I don't know who the decision it was. Right? Was it Kishimoto? I doubt it's Kishimoto. I doubt he has control of this. I'm sure it was like Shueisha's idea.
Yeah, they wanted to force
make
it out too early.
A weekly anime for a manga that I don't think hadn't even begun yet, right? Or had just begun. One of those things.
It was 4 core.
I don't know
what that means. 4 core anime. 4 core means all 4 seasons. So like when you see in a manga episodes, that's 1 core. When you see one's 22 to 24, that's 2 core.
It's quarters.
Like in the hundreds that comes out and it's coming out every week and it's weekly. That's a 4 core anime.
No, core is spelled COUR. Yeah, it's not. But I'm not sure if it's.
But it's the same thing as quarterly. Like they do seasonal.
Fair enough.
If you guys keep talking about manga, I'm gonna go back to the music and.
I'm about to say we're about to jump into the actual topic. I think actually.
Yeah.
I'm just rushing.
I'm switch the topic soon. Anyways. I'm gonna go get something to drink. But yeah.
So anyway, the thing I was gonna say is that the Naruto author actually made another manga afterwards. And I think it was before Boruto came out. It was like called like Samurai 7 or something like that, and that bombed. I looked at that. That was like, right. So I'm just like bolstering Scott's point there. That like a person who made a mega
is amazing
international hit. Yeah. That like their next thing like flopped hard and just like was like done in a few issues. It was gone. So just putting that out there. Okay, but the thing that I wanted to talk about, you can walk away if you have to, but like is hey guys, like should you like understanding these or trying to understand this puzzle of monetization, right? Should you actually care about pirating, right? So like let's take it. Well, Doobie, he walked away to get water. It's the person I want to hear from most. But yeah, I can go to you, Ali. But the point is, yeah, like if the money is not like is the money going to the author? I don't know. Question mark, right? And so like, should you give a fuck about these things? Like you just like and get the art. Go ahead, Ali.
No, that was kind of my point. There are ways of supporting the author directly. If the author's good enough, if they're getting enough people, then they can sell their books on their own, like through Amazon, through whatever it may be. There are ways of like supporting the author directly if you like individual artists. I mean, I think Tory Lanez, when he did his NFT album, right? He sold it, I think, for $1 or $10, and a bunch of people bought it. I mean, hey, listen, people bought it. It was apparently it was a good album, and I mean, it was a way for the consumer to support the artist directly. I mean, he sold it himself.
Yeah,
and so there are ways, if the artist is good enough, if you like the artist enough, like, people do recommend different ways of being more independent. So yeah, I think when you're doing like pirating, you're not stealing from the author, you're stealing from the company that owns like the author's work, and so therefore I don't think
there's a semantic difference, but you are taking money from the author. You're just playing a semantic game when you're saying that because the author makes less money.
I know. So that was my Spotify argument. So Spotify now has audiobooks. Audible has audiobooks as well, and then you can also go to Amazon, right? The best way to support the author would be to go directly through Amazon. Second best way would be through Audible. But if I'm using it through Spotify and I'm paying my, what is it, $18 or $20 a month now?
Audible's owned by Amazon.
Is it? Oh, I have no. Well, I mean, because I know you can buy the books directly, like from the Amazon like seller.
Oh,
so
you
mean
maybe
they get more of a percentage off of that.
Okay.
So I'm saying technically, I mean, I feel like I am pirating the audiobook if I'm listening to it through Spotify because they're getting pennies on the listen versus what they would have gotten through Audible versus what they would have gotten through like a direct sale. So that's kind of what I'm saying is like you're not really
don't go to Spotify until they've stopped making sales. Like normally once they stop making sales through something like Audible is when they end up on Spotify.
I have no idea how the Spotify Audible book deal went. I just know that now you can.
Well, it's the same like what they were talking about earlier, is where lots of times they only have like an IP for or a licensing on the rights for about like 50 years or so, and then afterwards, other people are able to like put it out from the public domain and shit like that.
Ghibli, are you there yet? No. Okay. Hopefully he'll be back soon. Because I do want to hear his opinion. But we have Lactoid, right? He's been sitting there, right? Just for eye candy, and hasn't contributed much, friend. Friend,
what do you think? Scott's gone.
What do you think about this? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to philosophically justify IP, but I do think that without it, a lot of this shit goes out the window, right? People have been talking about it, and it's always easy to say, well, the big companies are going to profit off of this. But the reality is that if it's not profitable for producers or labels to monetize something or to build a brand, they're just not going to, right? They're just going to go into some other business that, capitalists can put their money into. And then there's going to be no money in it, and artists aren't going to get any money. They're just not going to get anything. So I like the idea of people supporting it. I think piracy is bad for that reason. I also would encourage people to support small business. It encourages small businesses. I think that's a good thing. But again, it's very difficult, I think, to philosophically ground the concept of IP laws. But I think that for pragmatic reasons, there needs to be something in place, even if it's limited, right? There needs to be some kind of protections in place to make sure that we don't have situations where all artists are replaced by megacorp who just simply can rip off everybody and make money off of it, and nobody has any incentive to build anything.
The problem is protections in the first place. See, if we made it to where you could call your private representatives, that would be your own security force that could go over there in the first place and go and stop these people from
and fight. But of course, megacorp can afford more
on your rights.
But megacorp can afford more mercenaries than I can, unfortunately.
Yeah, but if they don't know you're coming and you hire the right guys, surgical strikes.
I also wanted to.
You find the best merc on Fiverr and you call it a day.
Or you get together with some other disgruntled people, pool your money, in a co-op.
I like to. You say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say one thing real quick. It was a little bit off topic, and we don't have to get into it, but it was brought up, and so I need to take an opportunity to say it because I haven't had an opportunity to say it yet on a stream. Hunter Biden, those charges were complete bullshit. He should be pardoned by Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Donald Trump would be fucking awesome. It is a travesty of the Second Amendment that he was ever charged in the first place. And all the conservatives who are going after him are unprincipled, and they're just trying to get a free shot at Hunter Biden. He should be let go tomorrow. It should not be a crime. The Founding Fathers did not intend it to be the case. that you can't buy a gun just because you happen to do cocaine at the same time. What the fuck kind of rule is this? And who in their right mind thinks that it's okay to put in that rule? The founding fathers were hemp farmers for fuck's sake, and they were buying guns and shit. So Jesus Christ. Anyway, sorry.
Did we ever find anybody else who has been charged in this sort of way? Not like
it's political
drugs
theater,
or that they failed a drug test, but that instead they just said at some point that they had done drugs around that time, and then we just go and arrest them. Has this ever happened in the history of our courts?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, I think it has. Like, for instance, there was that rapper who got, I forget, I don't remember his name. Maybe Bam might know because you're black too. But no, there was a rapper who got arrested because, like, in his album he was saying he was doing these things, and that was enough. Like, the art that he made, like, put him under suspicion of these crimes.
Young Thug, or
Are you talking about the Young Thug trials, the RICO trials?
Young Thug or YMW Melly?
I don't know.
I thought that just led to
the
an
Melly was like video
investigation
evidence.
but in this
Was
case,
it?
they're
So-
just saying that he just admitted to doing drugs because he said he did them around that time, and that's him admitting to a crime in and of itself. But it doesn't, like, that's not. I don't think we've ever done that before, where it's
We've
just,
absolutely done that.
Like, and
So
that's somehow
we
done
probably
that.
did.
I
It's complete
haven't been able
bullshit.
to find another case.
It's complete bullshit. I mean, Rakita Law is facing similar charges because he had a gun while also having cocaine. But in this case, I will defend him on this. Same concept.
That's the least of his worries right now.
So-
but,
I'm just saying,
So,
like, it's wild to
on-
me that the people doing cocaine, smoking opium, and growing hemp and defending guns intended the Second Amendment to not protect themselves. Bizarre reading.
I agree.
So-
Actually, like to
so-
right about this.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think you can already surmise my opinion on that. I agree with Lactoid 100% on this regard, and it happens every day. Maybe not in that specific domain, but it is extremely common in the United States that they will have laws. Virginia is one of many states that have laws where, like, being in possession of a drug, legal or not legal, with a firearm is a crime in and of itself, which is, again, on the same vein. Maybe done slightly differently, but on the IP front, right? So I don't want to derail the conversation, so I will do an internal critique, right? Suffice to say, I don't believe IP exists. I don't think you can justify it philosophically unless you are attempting to justify it through utilitarian means, and I don't think you can justify utilitarianism over the non-aggression principle and private property rights. But setting that aside and just doing an internal critique about ought we support authors and not pirate work. There's two reasons why I think the inverse is wrong from a utilitarian or consequentialist position. The first one is that, as Lactoid mentioned, there's a reverse end of that coin, right? Lactoid says if IP is not enforced on these rights and we don't go after you for for pirating things, then what happens is there's not money to be made in these situations. And what occurs in the economics is resources flow towards their most valued means, right? If there's not as much profit to be made in it, then Vanguard and BlackRock will invest in corn futures instead of fucking, instead of IP works like music and art, etc. And therefore there won't be any funding because there's more profit to be made in other areas. But the inverse of that is true as well, which is that every amount of resources that we use for law enforcement or for companies or to try and enforce these laws on the books requires tax funding to support these people to go after people, and that in and of itself is resources going away from their most valued means, their most productive uses, towards law enforcement trying to catch up to something that is, I think we live in a world now where it's blatantly obvious, basically impossible to enforce, right? Like you can go naughty, don't do that, and you can kind of shame people, and you can maybe go after large corporations if they're have a large money base, and you're to try and keep them from setting up things like, let's say, F movies on an American server or something. But even then, they just go to a server in the Ukraine or go somewhere else, right? Like it requires a lot of money from your taxes to try and enforce these laws to stop pirating that doesn't work. So the inverse of that is true, is that we already, by having IP, are stealing money from people that would be more productive in the market to go towards law enforcement to try and stop something that you're not going to fucking stop. The second retort that I would have towards this is there's an assumption that because you pirate something that you are, and you could have paid them, that is money lost. And that is kind of true, but in the grand utilitarian calculus, right? If I am told by Doobie, hey, you should check out Brandon Sanderson, and I've never read a Brandon Sanderson book before, I have a choice. I can pirate a Brandon Sanderson book, or because of my current financial situation or whatever, I don't value his opinion or his word enough to buy or take money out to listen to Brandon Sanderson. And so what ends up happening is a fan that would have been made is not made. And the word of mouth that I might have had telling other people, guys, Brandon Sanderson is amazing, which I say is true, you ought to go check him out, doesn't occur. And so the more that you gatekeep people from enjoying Medium by putting a price tag on it, the more you slow down the word of mouth that would have more people consuming your content, which allows you to monetize it in new ways if you stopped being a dumb fuck and trying to like enforce IP and instead just put some goddamn advertisements and made it easy for people to consume. You would be able to make money with more people. That's why I brought up that rate of profit, right? If it's freely available, but you just listen to some ads, millions of more people can enjoy it, and when that occurs, that's millions of more people that you
but
can
even
make
just
money off
here,
of the ads.
we've had
There's
enough
very
of us
little-
who have like admitted to pirating and have admitted to like using these services already. And so well, okay, so we got one
Allegedly.
guy
Go to
who's never
Anwave.
pirated,
I
and the
don't
rest of
pirate.
us are all admitting to take
Allegedly.
I don't
for
pirate.
free.
I don't
And
Allegedly.
IP is one of
It's all
the things
entertainment.
that we're talking about that makes these things harder and makes it to where like convenience is one of the things that's going to make it to where we're willing to pay for these things. But outside of IP, it just doesn't stop anybody from just copying the work and just going and doing it themselves, and then nobody's able to make money off it anywhere.
So two
Advertisers
things.
making this
But
return on
I
investment.
steal. I'll be very quick. I steal anime. Okay, I steal it. I watch Anime all the damn time. I'm not going to fucking pay inordinate amounts of money, or I guess I could just pay for Crunchyroll, but Crunchyroll sucks. Like if their service was better than Anime, I probably
It's free on
would pay,
HBO now, by
but
the way.
it sucks. Right? Like, not all anime is free on HBO. But
No, Crunchyroll. Everything on Crunchyroll is now. If you have
Oh,
Disney Plus with Hulu, HBO's included, and Crunchyroll's included with that. You're welcome.
Admiral
HBO
Gibbs,
is
he's
not
trying
I'm
to be
paying
quick
for
for once.
HBO
Give
and
him a
Crunchyroll
chance.
right now.
What?
I'm paying for Crunchyroll and I'm
Crunchyroll
paying for
sucks. It's a shit
for
way to watch
HBO
it.
and
Like,
Crunchyroll
they
right
suck.
now.
Yeah, it's all. If you go to HBO, it's in the thing, and if you can't find the thing, you just go to the website on your browser, and you can pull it up from there and stream it from that.
Fair enough.
Okay,
But what I'm
hopefully.
saying is like if there was a service like Crunchyroll that didn't suck so goddamn and didn't come out with things literally later and didn't have multiple different subs for me to listen to or sorry, dubs for me to listen to along with the sub. Unlike Crunchyroll, they'll come out with their own shit. If they weren't constantly embroiled in fucking their bullshit localizers, like I would probably have no problem paying $15 a month. The more you gatekeep this product, the more you slow down word of mouth, the less famous you become, and the less critical acclaim you get, and the less money you get too.
I wanted to say multiple things here. One, apparently I didn't read this directly, but from a reputable source was talking about how like the Crunchyroll CEO was talking about, we can maybe use AI for our translations in the
They
future.
should. They absolutely
So-
should. It'd be so much cheaper.
It will be cheaper, but will it be better? In fact, they've actually done it, and they've had poor quality. So okay, whatever.
It'll get better
in any
over
case,
time.
okay, so I like to have that argue with you because I have like specific thoughts on translations, but we can talk about that later. So quickly, I want to say that Louis C.K. he before his fall, he had done a comedy special where he put it out there on the internet, right, himself. He like produced the whole thing and put it out there himself And he's like, "Hey man, like I did this myself. There's like no company. There's not HBO.
I bought it. It
Netflix
sucked.
wasn't doing it at the time, but like yeah,
Mhm.
like there's no production company that did this. It's just me. And like you just download it if you want, but it'd be great if you paid for it. Here's the suggested price, but pay more, pay less, or pay nothing if you want. But it'd be really great. Help me out to do something like this again." And he made, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, but my understanding, he made a lot of money off of that. I specifically
Probably
paid
off of
him.
like 1 or 2 donators.
I don't know. Well,
I mean, Andrew Schultz did that with his with his comedy special.
Free to play is.
He took it
Free-to-play
off
target
Netflix.
I paid him specifically as well, but that was just my point there. But on the flip side of that is that he was at the time at the height of his popularity, right? And then he could do that. I'm curious of random like struggling artist, like like a YouTube Netflix comedian could do something like that, so who knows. And then
That's how Andrew Schultz did it, and then got famous afterwards.
He had his podcast. He was relatively famous before, and he had with Charlemagne. He had the
that's
host.
true. He was on Breakfast.
I don't know who he
Yeah.
is.
I mean,
the
white guy on the Breakfast Club. There you go.
I don't know who. I don't watch the Breakfast Club.
Do you know who Charlemagne the God is?
I know who Charlemagne is, but I don't know
yeah.
who the white guy is. Sorry, guys. But oh my god, I had something.
You don't know if a
Wow.
smaller person with no name could do the same thing.
No, I had a completely separate point. Oh, it was something wrong with what Scott said, and I wanted to.
That you were talking
Double
about
down.
affordability and like putting ads on stuff or
No, it wasn't that. All right,
Everything
it's
being
lost.
free.
I had like
Thanks
a
a
really
lot.
good point there.
Thanks a lot, Ali. You ruined
You're
it.
welcome. You're welcome, guys. That's what I do. I'm here to detract and distract.
Oh no. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
You're welcome
okay.
again.
Shut up, Ali.
So okay, Scott said quickly, absolutely right. When he was talking about pirating something and then becoming a fan, right? Now, not me, because I paid for everything, right? I'll play the time. Anytime I have to do something, if someone sends me a pirated copy, I say no, and then I go out and buy the real one. Okay, right? I have a friend though.
100%, yeah.
I have a friend, and he is also a big fan of manga, right, and anime. And growing up, what he would do is, he would watch those things and he'd become fans. He'd become a fan from that, and he would buy the merchandise, afterwards, right? And he also discovered One Piece and also became a mega fan of it, and now
I mean, he
tells
didn't
everyone
buy
else
every physical volume of One Piece for like $3,000. He read them on scans and then eventually bought some merchandise. Crazy,
Mhm.
It's fucking disgusting what he did. It's fucking disgusting. But
right? Crazy.
despite
Crazy
that,
that he gave them money, right? That they would not have gotten from him. It's crazy.
exactly
Crazy that
just
they made money off of him because they read some online scans and became a fan.
just like me, like he does his best to find more people to become fans of the property, but it wouldn't have happened without those translators, right? And I think it's interesting that we see companies go after the scanlation community, right? That they scan the manga and they translate it, called scanlation. It's interesting watching them go after those scanlation communities when they literally built the anime community, the manga community here in like around the world. It was them who did that. And then after that, when there was the industry, when there was money to be made, that's when those corporations came in, right? And now, again, to Lactoids and Fabian's point, is now they're protecting the IP, the licensing licenses that they have, and then they sue the scanlators who built the industry for them. Amazing. But okay, I'll give you the last word, and then if Doobie is back, I want to say something, and then we got to move on to the actual topic.
Oh, we're gonna get to the actual topic, are we? Okay.
So the whole seeing something and then watching the original. I mean, on TikTok, they literally upload full-length fucking movies, episodes. They portion out TV show episodes to 1-minute clips, but they have the whole 30-minute episode uploaded onto it, and it's getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of views on a couple of them. But a lot of people will see the clip. I'm one of them. I'll see the clip, I'll be like, oh shit, that was a good show. And then I'll go back and I'll go to the streaming service or wherever it may be. And because I saw the clip, it was a free advertisement for an episode of the show. I went back and I'd watch the whole show, and now they're getting their royalty, whatever, 10 cents, 2 cents from me that they get. God bless them. But I mean, like, that's literally, you're stealing someone's work, their television show, and you're re-uploading it. But I mean, is it worse to do that, or is the free advertisement better?
I just go watch other clips from the shows.
I've done.
Go watch the show. I'm like, ooh, I remember that other thing that was good.
Oh, I hate watching clips. Dibby, if you're there,
Yeah, I'm here.
friend. Okay, so I'm not sure how much of that you heard, but
I
like,
heard
I just
everything.
want to get your opinion because it got me started on all this, right? After hearing all of that, do you still think that it's wrong to engage in piracy?
Well, I would never say that it's wrong, like
Okay.
inherently, right? I think I agree with what Scott said because if you don't have the resources to do it, or if you don't want to spend the money to check something out because you're not really sure about the person's opinion or whatever, I think at that point it's fine. But I think that if you know you're going to enjoy something and you're a fan of something, I think you should want to support the people creating it. If you can't, that's fine too, because there is something to be said about the word of mouth, right? About how that also benefits them. That also creates more fans. It also gets the word out there for other people that can buy this thing, or might buy some merch or something. That also benefits for the long term. So I think if your like choice is like, I'm not going to be able to purchase this thing at all. I have no fucking money, no way to access it, or I can pirate it and get the thing that I like and spread the word if I feel like it. I think obviously getting it even free through piracy is better.
And this is something that I wanted to bring up since the beginning, is that it was like, this is actually something that us as content creators struggle with all the time, is that we're constantly trying to look at like what we want to monetize, what we want to put behind a paywall, what we want to put behind a membership wall. And then other people are reviewing our things and they're putting out clips of our things and posting them on Reddit, posting them on other on other YouTube channels, putting up all sorts of other shit that we don't benefit off of much, and lots of times, like if it's somebody that's just kind of getting dogpiled at the time, they are only they only get negatives from all of that. Right. And so it's like there's a lot of like shit that we have to deal with where we're looking at all of these things and it's like, damn, I could literally like copyright all of these people or revenue share with all of these people or do other things that would like make it to where I profit off of these things in some way. But like, yeah, it's
Can
just
I just say, I feel like we had a really prominent or a really mainstream example of something like this happening very recently with the Drake and Kendrick Lamar thing. One of the reasons I think, well, in my opinion, one of the reasons this was fucking everywhere for so long.
That's a good example.
It's because Kendrick's team or like his people or whatever decided not to monetize or any of the YouTube videos or any of the YouTube content that was being made. So people were uploading
live reactions. Yeah,
I got a copyright on it, and then they took it off.
Yeah, and for a long time, I think they like 2 or 3 weeks later, they did start doing like monetizing and going forward, but not for old stuff. So for a long time, people were able to watch this and react to it and get it on their channels, and they'd be able to make money off of it, right? So none of that money was going to the creator, but the word of mouth was enough to justify it for them because their intention was to get this spread around fucking everywhere, and it's led to it being like one of the most streamed songs like fucking ever. So yeah, I think there's obviously something to be said for that.
You see that multiple times with music creators, right? Where, you know, you don't have to like the creator of the music or anything, but like there are certain creators where it is very safe to react to their music and not dangerous as a YouTuber or as a reactor to react to their music. And because of that, their music becomes so much more popular. I mean, what was that guy? I mean, there's a couple of them that I think are like, you know, like Tom McDonald is one example.
Yeah,
I don't like most of his music. I think most of his music is trash.
I mean, I do get copyrighted if I pull up Tom McDonald.
Do you really?
Yes, but Hassan will allow like people to
down.
literally make entire channels just stealing his content. Like he doesn't give a fuck. Just make a whole channel, just steal my content, upload my VODs, do whatever you want. And he just allow. I think Destiny allows people to do that as well. Like tons of content creators allow people to do that because it does.
I think Mr. Beast started that model.
Recognition.
Mr. Beast was like the largest content creator, and people were making like reaction stuff to him, and he was the one that was saying, "Well, he has a different interest in monetization, weirdly." weirdly. But he was the one that was saying it gets more views to my stuff. Like I want everyone to,
Yeah.
I want
And
people to
Tate and Sneeko
Tate.
all do it with
Yeah.
TikTok videos and all
Yeah,
sorts of shit, just letting people put out clip montages and all. Yeah.
Did you see that interview that Mr. Beast just gave about the different various models, his difference between his and Tate's and like some of the other people you mentioned? It was a pretty good interview and like showing the different ways of monetization.
Can you link
how
that
they
to
all
me?
look at-
I would actually love to watch
Yeah, I'll
it.
see if I can find it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and I think you see kind of like the inverse of this with somebody like Pokemon, right? Like Pokemon, I think has been famous for attacking people that react to her or say anything about her negatively, going after them, taking them down, copywriting them, even when they don't even show a single clip of her. They just talk about what she said, and then she'll apologize and say it was her company, and then like 2 days later do the same thing, right? And like you end up getting negative press for it. And like maybe for people like Pokemon, but that are already so successful, it's kind of like what Donald Trump talked about in The Art of the Deal, where it's like negative news is still news and attention, and there's a way to monetize it. But I do think for the most part, having a positive view and not enforcing your IP tends to work out in your favor.
That was a great pivot to talk about women and soft women. It was ridiculous.
But I have
There you
before
go.
we do that, I wanted to talk to DP, because he said something like his response to me, which I was waiting for. Thank you for that, DP. Like you gave two options. One, as a person, it was supporting, like doing all the things they should be doing, like me, a law abider. And then others, right, like criminal, who. But you said, like, on the other side, like, if you have no money, right, then it's fine. But most people have money, right? Like my friend isn't destitute. He also has a Twitch channel. He could use more subs. But they're not destitute. But so they have money to spend on media, but it doesn't mean that they spend it on that media. So
Yeah, I wouldn't
like,
be okay with that. I think
Okay.
that is. I think if you can comfortably spend the money, you're not gonna like taking food out of your kid's mouth or something. I think you should pay for shit that you enjoy.
Especially if you would also advocate for that person to make more money. You're like, they should get paid more, or like their artists should be respected. You're like the person like, I'm not paying for this.
Well, but that's why I wouldn't pay for certain shit, because like, yeah, the artist should get paid more, but if because I pay for that like song or that book or whatever, it doesn't mean that the artist is going to get paid more, just that the label or the production company that owns the rights to the IP, they make more money. The artist doesn't necessarily
Sure, but the
make money
production
off
company
that.
has an interest in and now has a reason to believe like, okay, if we pay this person, they have a fan
that's
base
what
that's
Lacto was
willing
saying
to go out and spend money on it.
Yeah, like you have to build a brand. Like if it's not a profitable brand, right, then why would these producers put up any money to produce another album, right?
Yeah, actually, another example, something sort of similar to this happened recently. One of my favorite authors. He's also like a very small author, right? Christopher Rucchio. I've spoken to you guys about him before. He writes the Empire of Silence, the Sun Eater saga, I think is what it's called. When his first book, Empire of Silence, it's very, very difficult for a long time to get a hardcover of that book because they just stopped printing it, right? And you could get the audiobook, but because this small indie author didn't have a ton of downloads for a long time. And I think he was on book like 4 or 5 before like booktubers, so people who review books on YouTube, kind of found out about the series, started doing book reviews, talking about it. This generated a lot of buzz for people to go out and buy the book, and a lot of people buying the audiobook and buying the physical books. And it got to the point where there's enough interest for them to justify reprinting the old hardcovers, right? Because they were selling for like $200 or $300 before, because there's just none out there. But now that they're able to see the interest generated by people like purchasing this thing through Audible and also purchasing like the paperbacks, now they know that, hey, there's something to this guy, so we should print more of his shit. We should boost him up more. We should, put him at more at the forefront of our like publishing company. So, and that allowed me to get a signed version of his book, which I actually got in the mail today. So,
Nice.
so I think we do need, if you actually give a fuck about these people as human beings and you care about the work and you appreciate the work, I think you should support them in this way, right? I'm not saying that you're a bad person if you don't. I just think you probably should.
I don't know. I agree with Tiberius.
Yeah, Ty's made some great points on this side.
Yeah, absolutely crushed it.
I wanted
Um,
Tiberius to tell Fabian Liberty how he proposed to stop all this. I know Fabian hasn't heard Ty's plan to regulate the internet into nobody having any rights at all on the internet. I wanted to hear his take on that after Ty explained it to him, but he disappeared.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll never hear this praise. Because we'll never repeat it in his presence. But anyway.
Well, we gotta move on because in 2 hours we're going to get to the real topic. So we gotta
real quickly
Right,
before
yeah.
we move on. Maybe add a couple hours in this. Prime, are you in favor of cocaine users being able to buy guns?
You went back to that topic.
I need to know his
He's been really
Rail
pissed on Twitter the past few days about this, so I'm
We
not
need-
surprised.
We need just a yes or no, Prime. Don't give us a Fabian Liberty answer.
I'm just saying the law.
Somebody does a little bit of cocaine, just a little bit, okay? Well, maybe more than a little bit, but regardless.
Have y'all
drugs
noticed
and not guns.
the longer that Lactoid has been a lawyer, the more pro cocaine he's become? I'm just
Whoa,
saying.
whoa, whoa.
The larger the
favorite thing in
pupil, the larger
world
the support.
My favorite thing in the world is to take a bunch of mushrooms and LSD and go out in the woods and shoot all the zombies that are running at me. It's like it's something that is an American right and an American pastime.
No problem.
Remind me not to do drugs with you.
You'll have a lot of fun. You won't remember it though.
Fuck.
Leave
All
me
right.
Fucking void.
I am vehemently anti-gun. However,
Super pro drugs.
yeah. However, in the context of a world where the Second Amendment exists, right? I mean, we haven't yet repealed it. Working on it. We haven't yet repealed it. Then. I think the problem should be operating the weapon while intoxicated. That should be a problem, not like simply purchasing it, because I'm sure people have purchased like cars and they've been drunk or high.
So
in
are you
Miami,
gonna arrest the whole
I'm sure,
U.S.
like
military?
those dealers,
You're
those
anti-gun.
No. Hold on.
Pro coke users having guns as long as they're not.
Wait, don't we give meth to like the
No,
military
no,
guys?
sorry.
Basically, we give them
Sorry,
amphetamines.
what
So are
did
you
you say,
saying we
Scott?
can't use the military like anymore?
Sorry, you can't use the military anymore.
Yeah, so like you're saying that if we don't want them under the influence. Doesn't the U.S. military give our soldiers like amphetamines when they're in
He
certain
meant
countries?
civilians.
I don't.
Oh.
No.
Just the average
anything
Joe,
about
tomfoolery with his
Yeah,
shrooms
if
and
I need to
acid
crack
and
down an Adderall, watch your
AKs.
hair tubers.
Yeah, I'm saying that you shouldn't be under the influence while operating. But if you buy like people buy cars under the influence, and that's fine. But if they operate it right, well, they put everyone else at danger, and then it's worse when you have a killing machine in your hands. Made specifically to murder people. Then you shouldn't be high.
That was the enormous.
Arguably, you
just
can't
to
make
be-
a sale
We have
under the
enough
influence.
evidence that he
Just-
was
just-
under the influence while operating it. That like if there's evidence that it was in his safe the entire time, every single time that he ever did any coke, then there should be no charges. Is your point correct?
You may arguably have a bigger issue of selling something out to someone who's out under the influence. I think that like there's issues with that.
I just want to make it
Sorry,
absolutely clear.
I just want to correct that real quick. I made
It's
the
like
point
twisted.
that I that you have to prove yourself innocent. That's not what I meant. I meant like they need
I just wanna
evidence
point
that
out-
he was actually on drugs.
There's
It's
dangerous
been
misinformation.
Lactoid.
I gotta.
Gulo Scott.
Wait, what'd you say? Scott?
I just want to point out that when people accuse me of like the siren song of ANCAP and derailing stream, I haven't done that once. It's just been you.
It's been Lactoid's
Hunter
point
Biden
today,
gun
yeah.
stuff. I just wanna
It's
say
been
it's
Prime
not been
Kai's
me
with
this time.
manga every
I
time.
have talked
Yeah.
maybe
Cousin, one
4
topic.
sentences. I'm gonna take this time and I'm gonna rant a little bit.
No, it's do you. I'm just saying it wasn't me this time.
Fair enough. Just to be clear, it's not just that you were to buy a car under the influence, because that's not actually what's even alleged. It would be that you were under the influence at some point around the time that you bought a car. That's the allegation. That's what Hunter Biden was charged with. Does that seem fair to you, Prime? Does this seem like a just system?
That does seem unjust, right? As we don't have direct evidence of using it under the influence. It's just like, like in my memoirs, I was having this issue at the time. But like even people who are drug users like manage to do responsible things, right? A lot of them manage to take care of their kids, even when they were having that hard time going through that period. So to lock someone up
I'm kind of
for that, I mean, like you could also like say that, okay, well, your memoir said that you were under the influence, and we know your kids were below 18 in your house at that point, so like child neglect, right? You are all automatically neglecting your
Well,
children.
clearly that doesn't mean automatic child neglect just because you're high in your house.
Yeah,
when
or
there's kids.
well, I don't understand why there's a
what
problem being high
that's
with
what
your
I'm
guns
saying.
either. If I'm like, it might make you better with your guns. If you're cracked down on cocaine, I'm gonna hit that deer a lot easier. Let me tell you,
better focus.
I'm gonna be sitting here seeing shit in the middle of the night. Listen, I dare you to tell a bunch of rednecks that they can't be wasted and shooting at some fucking animals. That's crazy talk.
Lactoid, I'm trying to back up, like strengthen your point here. I'm saying that we wouldn't want to do that. That like under the same argument, you could also say that as well. That like you had kids at that time, and so like you were under the influence, and must have been neglecting your children, and like we could charge you with that. So I wouldn't be for that. No.
No, sounds reasonable, right? So you would agree that just being found with cocaine in a house, and there's also kids in the house, that's also not really grounds for allegations of child neglect, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So I was actually.
But if you're
so
a
I'm-
foster parent, I feel like they should be held to a higher standard.
Unless your 9-year-old kid happens to have some level of cocaine. in their
Listen,
system.
that
That's
part's
above
not.
and beyond touching the cocaine.
That part is
I'm just-
alleged. Okay, I don't know.
I didn't say that it was true or not true. I just said unless the 9-year-old kid happens to have cocaine in their system above and beyond touching cocaine.
That might be a problem.
Maybe that's pretty good.
Yeah,
fucking
Yeah,
grounds for
testing
taking
hair
away your right.
follicles at that point, you're a bit, it's pretty concrete at that point.
Allegedly, right?
Allegedly,
You know,
yeah, that could be a problem. I agree.
Allegedly.
But like if the kid didn't test positive for drugs, then obviously that would be just because you had drugs in the house doesn't mean that it should be child neglect.
What were their grades like? Though?
Unless, of course, unless, of course, you happen to be on stream, visibly crashing from cocaine while your children were in the house.
It wasn't the
Maybe
drugs that
may
made
or
it
may
child
not.
neglect, just to be
Maybe he
clear.
was tired,
It was
you don't
not
know
the
that.
drugs
Who are
that
we
made
talking
it.
about?
It was
I don't
not
know who we're
the. Hold
talking
on.
about.
It was
That
not
lawyer
the
that
drugs
just got
that made
busted.
it child neglect, just to be clear. Okay, Lactoid, that was not
I
a
can't think of
fair
it. Racky,
way to
maybe?
say it. It was had the child neglect had nothing to do with the drugs. It had to do with the kids wearing the same clothes to school for like a week. The kids complaining that they hadn't eaten in a long time. That sort of like the kids complaining that they hadn't showered in a while. That's what the child neglect had to do with. Them knocking on the doors and the kids being at home and no parents being there. That's what the child neglect had to do with
here
it.
it is.
Didn't have to do with the drugs.
Wait, that they weren't eating? That's I don't know about that one.
That the kids
don't know.
complained to the teachers
Yeah, I'll
about not
post it.
eating.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's
How-
neglectful, Tom. He just put him on a strict diet.
That's all it was. It was a strict diet. He
Uh,
wanted skinny cocaine kids. It's okay.
Who we talking
Wait,
about?
we have to get to the topic.
Ratke? Ratke? I don't know this person.
A little cocaine
Yeah,
prevents
it's Nick,
hunger.
it's Nick Reiki or
Yeah.
something, yeah. I
Rakita Wall.
posted it. Nick
Well-
Rakita. There you go.
Okay, so I just
You need a
wanted
gym
to
class crack like
respond
Slim
to what
Fast.
Also,
Lactoid-
all kids complain about being hungry before lunchtime in school. I did.
Sure. Yeah. Having a shower. in the
Lactoid.
week.
Also, what-
Normal.
4 different changes of clothes. I don't see the they're the conservative. They're trying to keep it tight. They don't want to spend money
They're
on new
minimalist.
clothes.
That's the new thing.
Yeah.
They got
Hold
other
on.
expenses that are very expensive
What-
expenses.
What if it was just
Clothes have
5
been
of the
piled
same
up in
shirt
the dirty
and 4 of
hamper
the same pants?
for a couple of weeks at this point, and they all smell. Yeah, that's normal stuff.
I know a bunch of kids who don't shower because they don't want to.
That's true. People in the past only used to shower about once a year.
That's the
right?
point in having parents.
Baby
but
out with the
whatever.
bathwater. That
This
was
is
where
what
that
happens-
phrase comes from.
This is
What if
happens
they're
when you become a
hippies?
debate, bro. This is what happens when you become a debate, bro. Like we can all just fuck with.
Or a lawyer.
I'm just fucking pissed. Look, I am pissed at the whole Hunter Biden thing. A little bit less pissed, but it's still
And you're
somewhat pissed
taking
about
it
the
out on the
Rakita.
Rakita law thing.
No, I'm a little bit pissed about that too, right? Because there's like this mentality, and this is kind of where I go full libertarian. Right? There's like this mentality of like, because of the Wickard versus Filburn and the complete abandonment of the Commerce Clause, what that actually was supposed to mean, that led to the rise in the drug war and what I believe was unconstitutional. It led to, I think, the sort of this Kafkaesque, authoritarian, psychotic nightmare where, Orwell couldn't dream of the shit that the DEA and the ATF do on a daily basis. This idea that your body is not sacrosanct for yourself. I mean, abortion is one thing, right? People go out and chant, my body, my choice, when that's debate about whether or not it really is your body, your choice, right? That's kind of like an open discussion. But this thing where it's clearly your body, your choice, it's not even close. Like that, this is the thing that we're so many people are so confident that we have to raid people's houses over. We have to kick in their doors. We have to arrest them on these show trials in order to make political points. Disgusting.
Over child neglect. Over child neglect.
Child neglect.
But again, I'm going to take Tiberius's position on this as well. I'm just going to.
Why is it that you guys invoke me every time I walk away? That's the best part of the show though, today.
So
he's just saying
okay.
he wants to move on to the topic. That's all he's saying.
Multiple things. I'm going to respond to what Lactoid asked me because I don't. I'm going to respond to what asked.
We'll just do it next week, guys. It's not a big deal.
He said that twice.
We got like 3 topics now lined up. Yeah.
No, this was the first one that we skipped.
Oh.
Yeah, and then we have a
I
second
like
time I
these
was here, we
topics.
never got to this
I liked what we talked about. I'm just messing around. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
Really
One.
fucking up my thumbnails.
Before we, guys, if you're out there, if you've been enjoying this conversation, help us out. Consider helping out the channel. It's an important thing. We're almost done through June. We haven't gotten really much subs this month. Actually, I mean, I've been waiting for you guys to finish saying things. Now we're in an ad break, so I can't even talk to most of the people here. So
That's their problem. They should buy a sub if they don't want to see ads.
They should buy a sub. Admiral Gibbs, thank you for the 5 hot tier 1 gift subs, friend. And I guess I'm gonna slowly do an ad read because I gotta wait till people are back on Twitch. If you're on YouTube though, you can hear me. Shout out to that one person. He gave $2. He said he wanted to see Admiral Gibbs' forehead because it's being blocked by my banner.
Beautiful.
But he left before I could respond to it, and so that's why I didn't say it earlier.
That's why we need Corey here.
That's why we need Corey here to shame me to doing this properly. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, consider super chats. We'll respond to your super chats, despite what I literally just said 2 seconds ago. But
you will in due time.
Eventually, guys. Patience is a virtue.
Stick around. It's a great time here. But in any case, all right. So now everyone's back. Hey, everyone. This is the Prime Guy show, but we need your help. We haven't gotten much subs this month. Consider helping out the channel. Subs to the channel, get bits or gift subs, and we'll give us a little kind to get 5 hot tier 1 gift subs. You could also support the channel as well. So you'll get the ad viewing, and you get emotes, and you'll be around for a little longer. But you need your help. So subs to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Bam! Thank you for getting that sub much earlier. But yeah, resub if you're out there resubbing, would help, or use your Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming here. We do need your assistance, guys. We don't have as many shows anymore because we don't get as much support anymore. So consider helping us out. All right,
it's because you're black.
Yeah, this is true.
No, it's not true.
Okay. But anyway, thank you, Gids, and yeah, hopefully get some more support. But anyway, to respond to Lactoid, you asked me if cocaine just happens to be in the house of kids, is that an offense? I think it would depend, right? If there is a unsecured gun in the house, then with children, it seems like you could charge that person for not securing the weapon around children. If you have
wait, what did you define unsecured? If it's under my pillow in my bedroom, that seems pretty secure to me.
Let's say it was under your bed. How about that?
Yeah, that might be
worse. If it's on the kitchen table, and I say don't touch it.
Under the bed is actually an important qualification here for reasons. So let's say it was under the bed.
So, okay, for wherever you want to put it. My thing is, what do you expect people to do? Say, the reason why people have guns. I don't want to have to go to my safe and start, oh God, he's breaking, honey, he's raping you. Oh no! Like, what am I, like, I'm just, am I supposed to be over here like just being a cuck watching it while he's over here like mid thrust? Like, what do you expect me? Like, what do you call secure? Do I need to keep like my machete like taped on the inside of my bathroom door? Like, what is your situation here? Like, what do you want from these people?
Okay, I'll answer that. And Gibbs, you are a treasure, and I love you so much. And I want to keep you forever. But we have those locks, right? Like we were talking about it previously. Like actually, those locks that attach to like your bed frame, where you could just like get your gun out quickly.
You sleep with your keys on you?
No, I don't think
we have fingerprint scanners. I'll side with Gibbs. They have the fingerprint with the nightstand, like next to your bed. A little pop up right behind the nightstand. It's a quick fingerprint.
Look, they cut the power in your house. How are you putting that fingerprint scanner in there? Is it battery operated?
You can't.
It could be.
What if they have? What if they have an EMP? What are you gonna do then?
I think I made this argument for the fingerprint guns. If you have EMP, then we're done.
Yeah,
unironically the fingerprint's not. There's a problem with the fingerprints though, because like if your fingerprint is they don't work that well. If it's dirty, if you're sweaty, which you're gonna be in a high adrenaline scenario. And if you're in the night, like trying to quickly like put your fucking finger as the rapist,
Face ID.
as Boltok the rapist is kicking down the window, right, coming for you. You gotta have, preferably within 3 feet at all times, a gun.
Yeah, I was about to say Face ID. You can do the Apple Face ID right on the gun.
We've gotten extremely good at fingerprint technology. Like phones already, phones aren't even as good as fingerprint technology can be. Like it's just like a basic thing. If you make something just for fingerprints, like the accuracy of hitting is like insane.
No, that's
Would
not
you trust
true.
your life with it?
I can't even tell you how many times just in the last month I woke up and I'm hungover and I
promise, if you don't have time to get to the fingerprint scanner, you didn't have time to grab it.
No, if I'm over here trying to do on my phone to get in my Wells Fargo bank account or something, or any bank account, and I use the face thing, it'll like mess up 3 times. Now I gotta go change my password. Is that what you want happen? Oh God, I'm getting broken in.
I'm talking about fingerprints.
I brought up Face ID.
Yeah, about but like if you literally don't have time to do that, you don't have time to grab it under your bed. You don't have time to get it on your pillow. That means they're in the room with you.
Yeah,
it's also difficult to work that when you're under the influence, right? So like, let's say you happen to be like in favor of or a fan of certain substances when you have to defend your family when you're under the influence. How are you going to if it's under lock and key? Have you guys ever tried to work a lock when you're drunk?
I'm not a fan of like this idea that you have to put up your gun.
Yeah.
Like, you can put it on the table and you tell kids not to touch it. Like you tell kids not to touch things, and they like kids are capable of doing these things. Like that's not like neglect to say like don't touch my gun. But but I think that people overkill when they say that like I have to be able to get it right now from this place or we're gonna die. He's in the door. I'm like, trust me, like the 1 second difference you're talking about isn't making breaking you.
But I'll
like,
tell you what,
seconds matter. Seconds matter.
No, but not that second. That's not what matters. You were dead. You were dead.
No, you don't know that.
Undo it. You're dead. No, there's nothing to debate here. You were dead.
No,
you were so close that the moment you realized that the 1 second of touching this versus reaching under your pillow, they were on you. You're dead. There's no point. Like, but that's also
like a 4-digit code.
But that's true across the board.
0000. It's not that hard. Like
it's harder than you think.
No, I'm just saying that it's not just codes though. In general, like just having guns, like they say most people actually don't get to use them in high pressure situations. Like you just don't like if it's
probably
that fast,
because they had locks. Probably because they had gun safes and they couldn't access it.
No, they've talked about this. No, even with no protection,
someone has
to drop on
in the room with you usually don't have the ability to get to it.
Guys, guns is one of the most heated debates in politics for like the last 50 years. All right, we are not going to wrap up a conversation unless we just choose to move on to a topic.
You're right. We do have
control and gun safety.
34 minutes.
We can do this for like 40 more minutes.
I just want to talk about women being hoes
by accident.
Do that. We talk about them.
The second time a thumbnail is referenced.
Oh, you have one more thing to respond to. I'm sorry.
But I do want look.
Make it a topic. And research Perquetta law. You know what I mean? And make a whole topic about it.
All right. Thanks everybody for coming today. We've run out of time. It's been
well.
fun.
Look, I don't know. We have enough time. Wait a minute.
Next week, guys. Why don't we just start with the topic instead of free topic in the openers?
Yeah, whatever
in
topic we
we
start
still
with,
have
we're gonna
40
fade
minutes.
off
We still
into
have
20
40
other
minutes before
topics
we get to
anyways.
unofficial
So
time.
might as well just do that and then fade off into everything else.
'Cause I actually don't think this conversation needs 2 hours. I think we really could in 40 minutes
Oh my fucking god!
get it out. But
Talk
maybe
about the
not.
women being
And
hoes.
really,
Yeah, I wanna
all
talk
you
about
need
women
to
being
do is just invite me on. I will give you my positions, and that's
No,
really
we-
all.
So just for next
Okay.
time, so like in addition to Rakita Law, also look up
Oh my
George,
fucking-
George Orwell and
Kafka.
Kafka and the Second
We
Amendment.
don't need
Wow.
more fucking last minute. We're good.
Yeah, just so I can get a
Move
good
on.
intro for my video,
Okay.
can I get everybody yelling for just a second, like all at the same time, so we can?
Okay. All right.
So
I thought everyone
about
was going to
women.
do it. I was actually going to comply. All right, that's fine. I felt embarrassed when I began because it was
Oh,
clear
that was
I
you
was
yelling. I
mistaken.
thought you were saying no. Okay.
I was like,
Oh
yeah, I
my
was like, yeah, I was guys like, you're gonna comply, but then, all right, no, I feel foolish. It's okay.
Hey, you're a leader. You're not a follower. I respect you for that.
Okay, fine. We can move on. But I have differences with my friend Lactoid. Yeah. Okay. All right. Topic. There is an online. The topic we've been trying to get to for a while. There's an online movement of women advocating for the quote unquote soft life. This is a life of feminine leisure that is completely decoupled from work. This comes in the form of being a stay at home wife or girlfriend. And to be sure, this life would be financed by their male partners. What do you think about about this trend? Should this be encouraged or shamed? Would you enjoy being left in economic power and I wrote this wrong, but a powerful position economically in your relationship? Or do you want a 50-50 partnership? And so, and do you think that this movement is the ultimate result of feminism? So yeah,
Wait,
right. If you're not done the thing, right? I mean, yeah. Don't worry, we'll do intros. But so yeah, we see this trend, right? It's called soft life, but like I don't know, like there's many ways you can look at this. But like it's like a life of leisure, right? Like these women are dreaming of a life of leisure, and however they may get it, right? But usually it's by a wealthy gentleman, or not even a wealthy gentleman, a gentleman who's willing to finance them. That doesn't mean they're necessarily wealthy. Is that okay, right? Like, is this like a thing to for people to even discuss? Is like just a lifestyle choice, like any other lifestyle choice, and it's just kind of morally whatever, or is this a result of societal decay? Yeah, what are your stances on this? To be clear, right, for Tom's audience, right, I did try to get a female on.
yeah, right. They've all been blowing me up over no women on here this entire time.
Some are blowing them up.
Okay, I did try to get one, it didn't happen. All right, so let's do intros, and let's be quick. If you want to do this in this amount of time, you got to be quick with the intros, okay? All right, Lactoid.
Not really interested in this topic, anyways.
God damn it.
All right, I'll be quick. Ultimately, you have the freedom to do it, but like, don't be a fucking moocher. If you're gonna stay at home and do nothing, at least have babies like God intended. Thanks.
Okay. Scott.
Jesus, how do I follow that? So I think this is an example of reality asserting its. I think our culture has well, feminism specifically has obviously, and I know that this isn't, I don't even think that this is surprising or like unheard of. I think we kind of talk about it all the time, where there is a push from feminism that is not making women happy, right? The idea that you're going to have a career, and that you're also going to have a family life is something that can be balanced for some small subset of the population. It's absolutely true that you can have it all for a very small percentage, but one thing necessarily kind of pulls from the other. I mean, we know that if you have a career and then you have a child and then you start spending time with your child, that is when the gender differences start in pay gap, right? Women across the board make more money than men for the same job until they have a child. When a woman is in corporate America or when a woman is in service industry, it doesn't matter what it is, across the board, they tend to make more money per hour than men do. And then once they have a baby, they choose to spend less time in work. They choose to, they may take maternity leave. And these things absolutely negatively affect their earning potential and their career advancement. And that's when you start to see the balance shift. Of course, there's also youth, youth and beauty is kind of valued in women, and those things kind of degrade time, whereas with they're less valued in men. So as they get older, that doesn't degrade as much. But in order to understand like why this is occurring, I think the most important thing we have to understand is what feminism actually is, because you see feminists trying to take this soft feminism perspective, like this is part of feminism, and feminism can be so confusing when you look at first wave, second wave, third wave, and fourth wave, and like the different offshoots. And it's like, what the fuck is feminism? And you ask a feminist and they say, oh, it's it's equality for women. And then they don't preach or attempt to get equality for women. They preach for power and advancement for women. It doesn't make sense. And so the best way to actually understand this problem is to understand that it is gender socialism. That's what feminism is it's gender socialism, and it is constantly shifting because it doesn't actually have a position like socialism. It is moving. So in short, yeah, it is reality asserting itself against feminism. And because feminism is a socialist Marxist movement, it is attempting to take control and take ownership over women, trying to get back to the things that make them happy and the things that make society and family healthy.
Thank you.
4 minutes, 37 seconds. That was short for you.
Gender socialism makes me like it
this is
anymore.
the only topic. You know what I mean? Like fucking.
I haven't thought of it before, but like I like feminism even more. Gender socialism, that's pretty badass. All right, let's go to Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, mine actually will be short. Women, if you got it like that, good job, more power to you. Men, I don't know why you'd ever do this. Just get a hooker, and then you can just fuck them, and you don't have to worry about any of the other problems. You're welcome. All right, that's all I got.
Gibbs is a fucking rock star.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, this is just female red pill. It's all it is. I'm with it. Like to Gibbs' point, if you got it, get it, fellas. There's a very easy command to this. Soft life for the fellas. Soft guy era. Drizzle all day. That's all you have to do is just compete back. Thank you. I'll pass it to Ty.
Hi.
No, I appreciate it. I've been thinking about this since I got the invite, and I'm not 100% sure where I want to lean on this one for two reasons. Number one, I've been in both shoes. My previous relationship was one where I was the sole breadwinner, and this relationship, I am not that case. There are very much pros and cons. I totally get if somebody wants to make it work for you. If I'm having a child and I can actually afford to, childcare ain't cheap. I'm cool if you want to stay for a couple months or maybe even a couple years if we can feasibly do it. However, let's be real here. Like going back to the TradCon shit is not actually going back to the TradCon shit. It was more of a myth than it was a reality. Women have been working since the dawn of time. They have been our partners. Let's stop acting like they weren't. What really comes to the conversation here is that I actually do like having more of a 50-50 partnership, at least. So I'm going to say I'm moving just a little bit that direction because the nuclear family is fucking based. Having a equal partner makes it for the advancement of women and to where they actually are our partners, not subservience. I very much like this. Let's keep that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Bam.
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest things that has to shift in society is we are having women that are earning more, going into higher paying fields. And when I say higher paying fields, I don't mean everything like six figures and up, but like even women making 75, 80K at their jobs, which is good money, still have an expectation of being with a man who is a quote unquote provider, who makes either the same or more than them. And I think that that expectation isn't feasible to maintain itself. The reality is, if you make enough to provide, to take care of a household, you should prioritize other things in your relationship other than money, finances at that point. Men do it. When men make a lot of money, they they still consider women who are well kept and put together and things like that. But it's not necessarily the dollars they bring in each month and the lifestyle they provide. But women seem to, regardless of income level, not be able to move on from like this sort of archaic ideal. The only other thing I'll say is I believe that it really is uncomfortable, the idea of like men being seen as less than for seeking partnership versus like not having a desire to eventually be a provider. My current girlfriend, like we haven't went over finances, but I can tell that like I make decent money, but I can tell she makes more than me. But even now, it's like a future expectation of like, oh, one day she'll eventually be the like stay-at-home kept type woman, and I don't even know if I super desire that overall, even though I know the benefits of child rearing. That's it.
Thank you. Doopy.
I really don't understand why people have a problem with this, to be honest with you. Like, I think it's totally fine. If people want that kind of relationship, I don't give a fuck. If my fiance wanted to have this kind of setup, I'd be fine with that too. But this is just because, you know, I've got the means to do it. I think it's probably like from a position of privilege, right, in some sense. So for the average person, I can understand being like offended by the idea that your partner wants to stay home and do nothing, quote unquote, right? Doesn't want to contribute financially, at least. Because most people, that for most guys, that's going to mean like way more pressure on them to pay the bills and shit like this. I don't really need to worry about that anymore. But I can imagine if I did, I wouldn't be okay with someone like not contributing financially, right? So I think like kind of like Gibbs said, if you got it, if you can do it, and you know, and everybody's happy, I really don't see an issue with that. I don't think anybody should be shamed for it. It just seems, I don't know, it just seems strange to be upset about it, I guess. I don't know. So if my fiance and I had this conversation actually a while back, because I brought it up. So you know, I can support you, no problem. So if you ever want to quit working, just quit working. Like you don't need to worry about it. And she said that well, one, she enjoys her job. Two, she also wants to contribute in some way, right? So she doesn't want to feel like she's just at home doing nothing. Even, you know, though we're planning to have kids, at that point, you know, we might have the conversation again. But right now, given that she has the ability to contribute and get money to pay for her own shit or whatever, she wants to do it. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't see it as mooching. I think that you're just like partners in a different way. So maybe she won't be contributing financially. But, you know, there's like this old thing where like, you know, the man goes out of home and deals with the world, and then he comes back to like the island, and the wife's job is to like make sure the island is peaceful, right? And make sure that everything's taken care of around the house, everything's clean, she's good, you know, she's keeping in shape, she's doing whatever she has to do on her end to keep herself like attractive for him, keep herself, you know, so someone that he can come to unload all the pressures of the day, basically. And I think that is another type of partnership, and I think it's just as valid as, you know, working a job.
Thank you so much. I want to hear from you because of your position. Tom.
Yeah, so I don't have an issue with people doing this. I'm not really sure how we got to like the ultimate result of feminism. This seems like more traditional gender roles in some case, where they are like kind of taking a lot of things that they think of as what women used to do or ought to do in some way as part of their gender roles. I did watch some YouTube videos on the soft life because I had never heard of this before, and it is a lot of women talking about the fact that like women are not made to work all their lives, and it's not in their DNA to be like men and do these things. And so I do know that there's a lot of people who just have like a pretty strong belief in this, and I don't have an issue with that. I think you should always find a partner that fits your lifestyle and values, and I would rather personally have a 50-50 partnership just based on the fact that I want my partner to have like full autonomy with their own money and be able to do the things that they want without reliance on me. But I also know that if I have kids with them, then at some point I'll probably want them to have to stay home. And I do still have like a lot of traditional gender roles that I've implemented in all of my relationships, and those are things that I still value as well. For me, the interesting part of this conversation is something that I think Red Pillars hit on a lot, where there's some times where they get things right, they just kind of miss the point that they're even like they have a truth there that's like really, really true, and they just kind of miss the entire point. And one of them is that feminism does lead to where there's a lot of cherry picking gender roles and benefits from things, and that women have gotten a lot of new benefits within their gender roles that have become completely normalized, and while demanding equality and calling it equality, but they're still leaving men with way more responsibility, way more consequences, and men are just losing the few benefits and respect that they used to have. To me, that's like the really interesting part of all of this, is that it's just these are things that are a bit normalized for women, while men still have like much higher expectations put on them.
So, let's jump into it. But one, my understanding of this is that it's specifically talking about living a life of like luxury. That's like their goal. So just to like, I guess, slightly push back on what Doobie was saying, you said like, I get why an ordinary person might be resentful if they had a partner who was just staying home, right? And yeah, but like these women normally aren't targeting the average Joe. So they're targeting people like you, Doobie, right? Or anyone else, maybe Gibbs, because Gibbs apparently makes a lot of money too.
Yeah, people who are more willing to supplement that lifestyle.
Yeah.
I would never do that.
So this isn't a me problem, for instance. So like, yeah.
Well, I think by definition, if they're talking about being able to like one income and living like median lifestyle, you are talking about someone who is in the top 10%, 5% of earners, like by definition. Like, because I don't think they're saying that they want to live in a 1-bedroom apartment and not work, because it doesn't seem feasible. But I don't think that I think it would be. I don't think it would necessarily be true to speak to like true luxury, where like, oh, every flight is first class. Like, because I know regular women who do this, and there's just the expectation of like, oh, okay, eventually I get married, we have a house and have kids and do things, and then like. That's what they do. Even women who have went to law school, who have like good jobs. I know some women who like do want to continue to pursue their careers, but there's a vast majority that's like, I'm doing this. They're doing this now, but they have an expectation of when after they're married that they eventually like stop bringing in like their income.
Yeah, but the thing is, like,
I think you're talking about different things. Yeah.
No, the opposite.
Prime, very quickly, to back up Prime. The soft life movement is not about it's not the same thing as like the trad con.
Yeah, it's different.
We should stay at home and submit to our husbands. This is a feminist movement that is saying women are not designed to work. Women should be living a life of luxury, being able to spend thousands of dollars on like.
I don't know how you can call it a feminist movement when feminism inherently says that they are exactly the same as men, and that they are designed the same as men, and that there really are no differences.
No, y'all are missing.
Wait. Is this a novel?
Oh, before you attack me,
is this a novel idea?
You,
people spending tons of money
for being. You're shooting the messenger. Like what I'm saying.
Well, no, I'm asking how it could how can that even be like possible?
That's why I said that I think it's reality asserting itself in a movement that is anti-reality. Is that their taking of the power back? Is that like we're a privileged thing that ought to be pampered and taken care of because that's our role, which is an inverse of feminism in and of itself. And I agree with you, Tom Foolery, that it is contradictory, but like, and that is my issue with it. Like, I think what is occurring is that feminism has told women that they need a career, that they need to that they shouldn't settle down until areas where their fertility is, let's be honest, questionable, that they, that things that are, it's an unfortunate reality, right? That women ought be looking for a husband in their early 20s,
Well,
right?
and
Like,
that's why I
the
say, like,
TradCon
the
people are
feminism
retarded
has
because they'll be like,
been cherry picking these things.
And
Cherry
this is
picking
just
them.
pro-patriarchy at the end of it.
Cherry
it's a
picked it, like,
sub-branch.
way more than they even
But
did
this is-
before.
No, I think y'all are missing a
Right,
bigger
and this
issue
is
with
what
this.
happens when movements are anti-reality, is that reality starts to assert itself. So you have these sub branches that are contradictory to the movement itself, because but take on these bullshit themes, which is this soft feminism movement.
I think y'all are
The
missing a
soft
bigger
life.
issue. You're missing a bigger issue here, and it's. I think you might have hit some of it with the reality asserting itself, but this is more of like a skill issue kind of situation, right? If you're a baddie, like a real bad, like 10 of 10 baddie, like y'all are talking about, of course you're gonna just think you deserve this, and guess what? You're the genetic top 1%. You do deserve that shit. Good for you. You won the lottery. I'm happy for you. Now, the bigger problem is when you have Gorlock the Destroyer out there trying to think that she
He gets
deserves
soft life.
the same thing as the genetic fucking jackhammer that is fucking, I don't know, whichever girl you like the best, right? Like that's the point I have. That's a problem, right? So Lactoid asked me how do I get all this. The secret right there, when I went out with them, they paid for it. They made me go out. They paid for everything. I think I bought like one round of drinks the whole night. And I'll tell you what, the fastest way to get friend zone, boys, is to go in there and start trying to make it rain on some hoes, because guess what? Then they're gonna know they can just use you. It's real simple. I just like, and so the bigger problem I think is this false sense of reality that Fabian Liberty's kind of that people get. Now I don't know about this feminism, socialism, I don't know, but I'll tell you what I do know is that I can like all these party girls, all these normal girls, every woman I've ever met in general, like they're like, we're all animals, and if they think they can take advantage of you, they're gonna do it. So like you gotta like have this give and take. So if they got it like that, more power to them. And for men, like I said, if you don't want to have this problem, get hookers, and then you don't gotta worry about it.
Two things. One, thank you, Sean, for gifting 5
Or have
subs
Riz.
on YouTube. Right, shout out to you. That was only 10 minutes ago. So there. But they already left. They said goodnight. But they know I love them. They've supported the channel before, so thank you, Sean. But anyway, so I'm gonna bring up two other things. Right, one, I've been obsessed with this brand of thinking for a while, right? Because like I'm so familiar with the red pillars. I was always wondering, like, what do women think about this, right? And then I stumbled upon like dark feminine YouTubers.
That's why we got 8 dudes to talk about it. Got it.
I tried. I did.
I know you
But
tried. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But anyway, it's like a brand of YouTube content. You can search for it, like the dark feminine, right? And they train women to like attract millionaires and billionaires, right? Like that's the thing, right? That's exactly what they're trying to do. And they're like, like
and most of them
we're doing this shamelessly, right? Like
because it's just a rebuttal to the it's what the red pill guys are asking for.
It's interesting that I wouldn't say it in the words that Gibbs would say, but like I look at the comments of those videos, right? There's a bunch of these creators, but look at the comments, and I see all these women, and what I see is like economic desperation.
A bunch of heifers. That's what you see. It looks like my ranch, bro. Like you can go out there and I can start turning.
Apologize to Tom's chat. I don't endorse these views.
That's fine. I'll stay by them.
Tom, okay.
I'm not worried about Tom's chat. Let me tell you. No offense.
Desperation, right? Like literally, like because there's a lot of like spirituality, like bullshit spirituality wrapped into this stuff, right? And they talk about prayer, right? Like I'm praying to find a generous gentleman. Like look at these comments, and it's you can see
it's MLM moms. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It is a lot of like what do you call it? The like crystal mommies and shit like that.
They wake up.
A lot of these people that are very like spiritual and
I see. So like I think we just have different. We just have different grasp of like what these conversations look like. Because when I look at like the sprinkle girl, she doesn't have this expectation that every woman deserves a millionaire. Like she talks to her audience. She says that like sometimes you find a mechanic that like that's maybe not handsome, but he make sure rent's paid. And like that's soft life to her. Like so, I mean, maybe you're talking about that's just one unique.
You're talking about the TikTok Barbie girl. the
The girl
the
who
black
started this, the
TikTok
sprinkle
Barbie
sprinkle
who
girl.
is the I don't
No,
know.
but
I am. That's why I'm asking. I don't know what that is. I'm asking. Is this the
Yeah,
TikTok Barbie girl? The
this is a, yeah,
black
this I
woman
don't know
who
if it's
does
specifically the
like,
TikTok Barbie girl, but this
live,
movement
like
started
the
on TikTok with the when he said sprinkle sprinkle. It was the idea that like women should be taken care of. It doesn't necessarily have to be like luxury,
Oh,
but I think even living
Yeah.
like rent free is luxurious in like that
I was
realm.
thinking of the NPC things.
But
No,
he hit a good point there just now. Do you see what he said? He's talking about the sprinkle girls even over here like, hey, you look like Matilda, it's like fat Aunt
Yeah,
Marge.
you got to
Like
settle
whatever.
where you're at.
Yeah, you got to know that you're not going to go get the NFL linebacker. You're going to get Bob with the buck teeth working at the garage down the street. Like,
Yeah. So hold on. I think for a lot of these YouTubers, right? At least the ones I'm talking about, don't expect that. Okay, I think there's lots of things happening there. One, I think there's a lot of grift, right? And because all of them offer their special classes on how to get a millionaire, right? So I think there's a lot of that's happening. But beyond that, even they don't set the expectation that all of them can get it, right? All of you can get a YouTuber, or not, sorry, a millionaire, right? There's like they need to just generous individuals. So like wherever that falls, and then they talk about like the amount of effort you put into like they're basically setting up a perpetual desire like to reach this goal, and the way you reach this goal is by like listening to me, coming back to my channel, maybe taking one of my courses, right, and getting this money, because you're gonna fail at this, right? Like just like it's mirrored with red pillars, where like there's all kinds of issues in your life and you think this is the thing that's going to solve it, and maybe it would if you could actually manage to do it, but you're not going to manage to do it. But until you realize that's not going to happen, you'll come back, right? You'll partake in all these
and that's
things.
for the like impoverished women. But what like my issue is, what do you think goes through the mindset? But that's what I'm saying. I'm only speaking about the others end, like the people that's not like desperate. What do you think of the concept of a woman that does make 80, 90, even 100 or 200K, and like still having this this like traditional idea of a relationship? Like what do you?
There is someone there's a girl, there's a couple getting flamed on TikTok right now for this exact thing. It's she works, he works. They did a whole video where they were having dinner and she was explaining, she's like, yeah, so I believe in 50-50 when it comes to like household chores and blah, 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 but I don't believe in 50-50 when it comes to the bills. So she has a job, he has a job, he splits the chores with her, but then he's also just paying all the bills. Right, and this is like an average-ish couple. Like they live in a one-bedroom apartment type situation.
Fuck that.
I'm not even sure I can say the words on Twitch that I think about that.
Now he's getting flamed by like the guys who are part of the soft guy era movement, in which they're all making fun of him and like in dogging him in that situation, making fun of the lunches that she's packing, because she packed him like peanut butter jelly for like lunch one day. And it's like, well, if you're paying for all of this, she's getting the soft girl life. How come you're not getting any of the benefits that are supposed to come with it? Which I think is to like Bam's point, is like there's a woman working, she expects the treatment and she expects the chores split, but she's not even gonna make you like a lunch from the next day.
Or even just the idea that she would eventually the idea that she would eventually leave that job. Like, oh, okay, like I'm doing this job, like I'm into this industry because I'm gonna meet other high earning men. I became a nurse or I became a doctor because I'm gonna meet a doctor man. But when I meet a doctor man, then I'm gonna retire. Like
social climbing
at 32. Like
social climbing, that's all it is.
Really good money.
I think so. I think this is a spectrum, right? Everything's a spectrum. So you find different people are in different places here, and I think specifically this idea of soft life of targets a certain demographic of women with certain expectations, or not even expectations. It's really like certain wishes, certain fantasies in their
core
head.
belief what they want. It's core at
the
core. That's what they want. Most women want to be taken care of. Like most people don't want to work to earn a paycheck. Men have accepted it and they're like, "Fuck it, we'll work." But I don't think women like have like I don't think they want to work. I don't think anyone wants to. So this is just
not
base.
even.
It's like,
I don't even think it's that simple, because I do think that a lot of it is like ingrained very early when we watch Disney movies and fairy tales and like TV shows and all of this shit, where like men are raised like we talk about this a lot here on my channel, where we talk a lot about gender and gender roles and like how we communicate these things, where we're talking about just like when somebody says like, you know, oh, well, saying man just means that you have a penis and woman says you have a vagina. Well, it doesn't really, because lots of times I'll say that I'm a man just to say that I put food on the table, or I'll say I'm a man just to say that I'm a protector or something like that. There's a lot of other things that come with this, and that we are like, these ideals are ingrained into our gender roles and our like sex. And so we are raised to believe that we are meant to be this thing from a very young age. And women are also given these like, you know, fairy tale lifestyles, the fairy tale wedding, and then, you know, he picks you up off your feet and then you live this like lavish lifestyle where, you know, and it's just it is kind of like the ideal that even if you don't believe in that, you still see that as the dream anyways.
Yeah, if you have a granddad
So this
that's
is
like well
why
respected,
this-
one of the first three adjectives used against him is going to be like hardworking. When they describe, like he worked. Sorry, Scott.
So this is part of the problem, I think, and this is kind of why I was saying reality asserting itself. I do agree with that concept that has been pushed by feminism, in the kind of the idea that there's a social construction to gender, right? Like that there is a gender role, and like whether or not you open
Well,
a
it's
door
both.
for a woman, for example, is, you know, obviously socially constructed, because that is a thing that we have adopted in our culture. That is
Well, we
considered
adopted it because of biological
hold on,
reasons.
hold on,
That's
let
like
me-
part of the whole
right.
thing.
let me get there. Yes, that there is a kind of a cart horse situation here. And I think that for most of feminism, they're putting the cart before the horse when they say that this social construction, you know, from like Disney movies and things like that are kind of like programmed us into these gender roles. And I think that that is actually mostly untrue. I think what has occurred is that these Disney movies are based upon mythology that has existed through multiple cultures throughout the world for thousands upon thousands of years for a reason. And that, yes, they have a new flair, they have a new thing, but like, for example, the you know, the concept of the crone, right? Like there is a reason that Ursula is the crone in one film, or that, you know, Maleficent is the crone, because it is based upon a truth. And the truth is that older women that become jealous of youth and beauty and competition because they've not found family life and they've not found success in the family, despise and use reputation management to destroy those young women, and they become enemies towards those young women and being able to find families and being able to have successful, happy relationships, and beware of the crone. Those tropes exist, but they're much older than Disney movies. Disney movies are simply adopting those things that speak a truth about biological reality. And while how they're expressed may be different from time to time or in culture, and while it may be true that at one point in time men wore high heels because it was part of a military uniform from, like, you know, the steppe people and the Cossacks, and then eventually that went out of favor and now women wear because it accentuates the butt. I recognize that there is some social construction there, but I would say that it is mostly biology. And what we have had in our modern era is we have had a reversal. We have had a movement trying to teach women to do the things that don't match with biological reality. And that's why we're seeing a return, because
you're not
reality asserts
wrong.
itself.
You're not wrong on what you're saying, but the problem is that we take these things to extremes, and that's that's exactly what's happening here. Is where we're talking about, oh, well, women shouldn't work. Well, maybe in general, men are going to be better at manual labor, and so that's what we think of when we think, oh, well, men should work and women shouldn't. But women can do all sorts of jobs, and now we take it to extremes where we say men ought to work, men ought to put the food on the table, they ought to be the one who does this, and women just don't at all. Or we say, oh, well, men are stronger, so generally they're going to be more capable of like protecting. So now we say the man ought to be the one who is protecting, and women don't really need to worry about protecting anybody or fighting at all. We take them to massive extremes where we're not only saying one is just kind of better, but now we say they are the only one who ought to do this thing now. And that is, that is a massive extreme. That is very different from just saying, oh, it's a biological reality just because they might be better.
I agree and disagree. So on the first point where I agree with you, You know, it's a concept that's incredibly old, right? Yin and yang. Why is there a white orb within the black orb? Why is there a black orb within the white space? And the reason is, and why is the Tao Ching a curved line? And that is when you go south enough or north enough, and you have too much chaos, you have too much order, reality asserts itself in tyrannical order or tyrannical chaos, right? Like when society becomes off balance, the reaction is the opposite of the pendulum. You're absolutely right.
I feel like you're
the
quoting
reaction,
a Jordan Peterson book.
Maybe. I mean, it's been a while since I've read Maps of Meaning, but that's probably where I got the concept from. But it doesn't make it any less true. When you have a society that is pushed so far off the deep end in this concept that women ought work and that women ought provide just as much as men, and that women and men are the exact same thing, and that there's no substantive difference because, you know, we pushed egalitarianism to the extreme, you are going to get extreme reactions.
Sure, but that's just another extreme, is what I'm saying, is that we don't have to have
Yes,
one or
I'm
the other.
literally
It's
saying
like
that.
there is
Yes,
like middle
yes,
ground.
You're now
Yeah,
repeating.
so
right.
where I
disagree real quick. Well, the real quick's probably a lie, but I need to get it out anyways. Where I disagree is this system is that you can't have a society that lacks cultural enforcement of gender norms, because then you have no gender norms. So I agree that like not every man is a perfect protector, or not every man can live up to the ideal of masculinity, or that every woman lives up to the ideal of femininity. But if you don't have a society that enforces masculinity, and you don't have a society that enforces femininity, then you don't actually have those gender roles in a substantive meaning. You don't have a functioning society. So there has to
I'll just
be
say,
a
just the
pressure
biological
to make
realities
men
by themselves
masculine.
will already reinforce that. Just the fact that men are bigger and stronger will reinforce it by itself.
I
We
think our
just don't
current
need the
society
far
is proving
lefties
that
saying
wrong.
that we need to abolish. No, because we have the far lefties saying just abolish all of the gender traits in and of itself. So if they're saying that and just get rid of it, then yeah, that's another extreme that we're going to. But if we just don't talk
What I'm
about it,
saying is-
we're going
is
to
that
have these
some-
gender roles.
Okay,
because
I
of
want-
the
I'm
Men
gonna
are
wanna
going to
step
be
in.
at the
Sure.
wrong end of the
Okay.
distribution, but
Yeah.
it is societal's role
Sure.
to enforce those men to
I
get
don't-
closer to the center of the distribution.
So I'm not sure about all that, and this is why I wanted to have more time to talk about this, because I think this is actually a full topic. So it's interesting your guys' reaction to that line that I put in there. Do you think this movement is the ultimate result of feminism?
No, I think Fabian's just commented on that.
No, I don't think so at all.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I'm gonna go the other way with this too.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
before
Yeah, I have
disagree
trouble
as well.
attaching this to feminism.
Okay, you know
I
what,
would
you
say
guys
that
go
it's
off
a
on that
result
then.
as far as
like-
cherry picking, but yeah.
Juby, what do you think?
I think it could just be the opposite. See, if you have, I think you guys spoke a bit about like Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit and all these guys. So there are.
None of us brought it.
It's like the opposite. It's like the opposite of the red pill.
I brought
right?
it up.
So
Yeah, it's a rebuttal.
yeah, so like it's saying,
The
okay, well,
feminine
you
red
guys
pill,
want to be the fucking Andrew Tate on the yacht with all these girls. I want to be one of those girls. I want you to pay my fucking bills to keep me on that yacht.
Mhm.
That's all it is. It's not
Mhm,
not
exactly.
a big deal.
It's
but
it's
it doesn't
pro
seem
patriarchy,
like
if anything.
So if that's what you guys are talking about, that doesn't seem even like a relationship model, right? It just seems like somebody who wants to be a thought while she can be a thought and get paid for it. That's it. Not a big deal. If you're talking about like somebody who wants to just like be a stay-at-home, I think they call them like stay-at-home girlfriends in one of the articles that you posted.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's something different. That's somebody
Those guys are on
who-
sugar baby websites for a reason.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
that's
I think
just a
if you're-
sugar baby. That's what a stay-at-home girlfriend is.
Well,
No,
well, hold on.
hold
No,
I
those are
disagree.
definitely two different
That's,
things.
that's a little different.
I think the
That's a
sugar
little
baby is going to be like what I was talking about earlier, right? The girls on the
Dewey,
yachts.
Dewey, I
and all
don't
this.
disagree with you.
There's
I'm
a
just
difference, I
making the
agree.
connection.
Dewey just hasn't
Like
hasn't
this-
said the second part of it. He hasn't said it yet.
Why side chicks and what would be the difference if you're just a girl at home who has her life
I don't know,
funded?
dude.
and
Side
you're a
chicks.
girlfriend to the
You
guy.
don't pay for those side
But
chicks.
Ali, hold on, Ali. I think you're.
Nah,
maybe
you'd be
thinking about it differently.
surprised.
So
What's up?
when I say stay-at-home girlfriend, I mean they're living together, they're in a relationship. She's just not working, right? So she's taking care of the house and herself or whatever, going to the gym or whatever all day. He's working. He comes home, and she's there for him. Like that's a relationship, right? That's not
Okay.
a sugar baby.
Okay, I
yeah.
was thinking he
And
pays for her
sugar baby's
apartment
a
type
job.
shit, but yeah.
Ty?
Yeah, I agree with Doobie, but I don't agree on where he kind of took this. I think this is definitely an anti-feminist move, and the reason why is that I'm kind of with what Scott was saying earlier. Feminism isn't about female equality; it's about the advancement of women. And this is one of those things that I do
Wasn't
think is.
Doobie saying that it was anti-feminism as well? Weren't you?
Yeah,
saying that
I-
as
We
well?
were all saying it.
We are all saying that.
Yeah.
Anyway, to finish out what I was saying, is that at least to a long degree, I think this actually does put a lot of potential partners in a situation to where they don't want to be. Unfortunately, with the fact that groceries are so high and rent is so high, if you got somebody who you're relying on to pay the bills and all of a sudden they mistreat you, what's your option? Fucking just get? Because what is it, like $3,000 now at minimum for a down payment on an apartment?
Yep.
Right, just getting yourself a place to live. So
I was looking
like-
at an article the other day that said like people should expect to pay like 35% down on a house going forward, like or for the foreseeable future. That's
can't even
fucking
get
crazy
20.
to me.
you can't even get 20 to get rid of the PMI. Like, holy shit.
That's like $120,000.
Yeah.
Jeez, what kind of house you getting?
You're
Yeah,
supposed
that's
to have
fucking
120
nuts.
in the bank. But the housing market is
Brother, a shack in Michigan for $350K.
I can't make heads or tails of the housing market. Well, can we table that? I don't know where feminism ends, because there's levels to where like I think that there is some pretty strong signs that this society will become matriarchal. I think we're already seeing some of it with it just in my generation. And I know I talked about this a week or two ago. That innately doesn't terrify me. I know there's some that probably do. But I'm kind of interested to see where it at least goes. But I'm not going to say it could be bad or could be good. I'm just going to say I'm interested to find out.
I think that's.
I can see that just because women are going to college at higher rates. They're probably going to end up. They're probably going to end up in like, if you look at like a lot of our educators of the next generation, a lot of our politicians, they're probably going to be overwhelmingly women, just because overwhelmingly women are going into education spaces.
It's still
I
not,
think
it's
that's
not-
part of
that's
it.
still not true at the PhD level and the master's. The problem is,
Like-
is the distribution still. The distribution.
Well,
still
we're talking about.
occurs-
I'm talking about where we're going in. It's not.
No,
It's
what
not
I'm
true
saying
right
is,
now.
I'm looking at what we're talking about. What I'm saying is that like when you compare males and females, right? It's absolutely true that women are better educated in our current market, and it's
Currently, but
trending
they're
towards that.
still trending
But
even worse.
no,
though.
let me. Yeah, but that you're not letting me finish and actually
Okay.
explain what's going on here. But the problem is that as you get further down the distribution of more educated and more productivity and more output in every domain, it has always been males dominate. So if you look at any career, you'll see that. Like if you look at streaming, for example, women tend to do better than men on Twitch. But if you look at the best streamers with the most
only
amount of
in
viewers and the
certain
most amount of
areas.
money,
Yes,
it's
they're currently
overwhelmingly men.
That's what I'm
Right,
saying.
it's
That we're
the
not talking
same-
about currently.
But when but you're talking about who leads, right? What I'm saying is when
No.
you go to the ends of yes, you are, because
No,
when you go to the
you
ends
can
of
tell me what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where that's not. I don't
Yes,
care
but-
what's
but
happening.
You're
here.
not. You're
He's
not.
saying
it's
You're interrupting me
trending.
because you
He's
want me
saying
to be
there's a
wrong.
trend.
Stop. What I'm saying is that even with that trend, what is remaining constant is that those people in the most authority, that have the most decision-making power,
Are
because
currently men.
we don't live in a fucking are men and are still
Well, no,
trending.
like all of
to
STEM
remain
is
men.
like by far men. Like it's just men. Like STEM
what?
is men. It just
I'm
For
saying
sure.
when you
But
look at
when- but when we're talking
you
about-
can say that women are more educated, but when you look at the most educated and those with the
Mhm.
most power and those with the most decision-making capability, it's men, and it's staying trending men.
I don't think it's going to stay trending, man. Because and the reason why that is, again, I don't care what that say today. I'm saying that data is showing that men aren't going to college. Period. Point blank. Period. So
That's not what
as
the
things
data
continue into the future, and women are increasing their rates of going to college, it almost necessarily eventually is going to mean that there's more women getting PhDs. Like
No,
that's
you're
going to follow at some
confusing-
point.
you're
You're pointing out
confusing
what's
the
happening
middle of
right
the
now and what's
distribution.
happened historically.
I'm
What-
not pointing out what's going on now. What you're confusing that action and decisions occur at the end of the distribution, and the data is showing that the trend is that at the end of the
Are men getting
there's no
men getting
change.
more PhD? Like as the percentage is shifting, and men are getting more PhDs than women than ever before. Like that, I'm
No,
sure if
but
we
the
look at that
shift is-
data,
the
the
shift
shift
is-
that the women are
the sh-
slowly encroaching. I'm positive without even looking.
The shift is that is much less to a degree, and that when you look at, let's say, papers published, for example, right? When you compare, even when you look at men and women in PhD field, what you'll find is that like the average amount of papers published by women is drastically less than the average that is published by men.
None of these
still
stats
dominate
point to
he
what we're
agrees
talking
to
about.
power
that.
at the end of
He agrees to that. He's saying like
Hey,
in
he's
10,
talking
20,
about
30 years, that's probably likely
Like,
to
we
change,
can't
considering
maintain
men
this,
are
yeah.
going to college less. If women are continuing to go to college more, they're probably going to seek out
But
PhDs in the future.
The fallacy is that what happens at the middle of the distribution necessitates a trend in the future at the ends of the distribution. What I'm saying is,
I don't think
that
it's a
there
fallacy,
is
though.
a trend in the middle of the distribution, but you're
No,
not.
okay,
but
hold
that
on.
doesn't
This is what he's
necessitate a
saying. Let
change
me
at the end of the
let me
distribution.
clarify. This is what Scott's saying. He's saying that these people may even be getting like degrees and having better like test scores and all of that shit. But when it comes to the actual positions for these jobs, women are not trending up in those areas. They are not.
And I'm saying I don't believe that that's true. I think if you look at 20 years ago now, I think that
they're trending up in like Congress and all these other areas. Like they're still just kind of staying around the same areas.
yeah,
as they
and that's
have
what I'm
since the
disagreeing with. I'm saying that I don't think that's true. I think if you look at 20 years ago versus today, I think there's going to be more women in all of those fields. I think the women are trending up in every
And
one
less
of these
men.
areas.
And less men for that. Less men for that, Ben, too.
Yeah. But you're just pointing out that like currently it still is. Like you're saying it's not going super fast.
No,
but I'm
I'm
saying
not.
that so you're telling me there's more men in STEM now, like percentage wise, than there was 20 years ago. There's
more,
a higher
it's less.
percentage.
There's less.
When you look at
There's
actual
less. The
STEM
percentage is smaller.
positions,
I'm
It's
sure
just
it's overwhelmingly men currently still, but there's less. Like the trend is women increasing.
If it went from 100 to 98%, and then the 2% would be women that's in there, that is just it's less. It's just
So-
not a huge amount.
what I'm saying is this: you have a demographic of men that are no longer going to college or not going to college in the same rates that women are entering college. But when you look at the upper
I know
echelon,
what's
people-
currently happening.
Listen.
You're gonna
When
say
you
the same
look
thing
at the
again.
listen, no, I'm not.
Okay.
You're just not getting it. So I'm saying it in a different way so that you can understand. When you look at the men,
So
that
the same
go into
thing.
undergrad to right, but sure, but you're misunderstanding the same thing. So I'm having to explain it in a different way.
I'm not
When
saying
you
I'm
look at the-
disagreeing with it.
Shut the fuck
Sure,
up.
you're right.
When you are looking at the men that go into college with the desire and the means to get a PhD, that group of men is not dropping out at all. The same men that are going to get PhDs 30, 40, 50 years ago are the same men that are going into college to get PhDs. So the trend might be that there's a slight increase of women getting PhDs overall because the field of getting more master's degrees and more PhDs is bloated. But when you're looking at the men that are successful, right, that utilize their connections and go get a doctorate and then go run industries, those men are not becoming less or crowded out in any way, shape, or form. What you have is you have a large group of women that are going to college and getting educated, but they're not competing in a significant degree at the very ends of the distribution in those positions and fields that require you to work 80,
right,
100,
and I don't think that's going to be the case in 30 years.
So okay, so
I don't
hold on,
think
but
women fundamentally want or do those jobs.
Yeah. So I want to back up. I think mostly what Scott is saying. There might be some differences between us, but it's excuse me, Bam. You were talking about how, like, with more college-educated women, in the future we'll see more like female leaders. Like basically,
I think we not just are going. I mean, yes, we're going to in the future, and I think if we compare today to 20 years ago, we are seeing that.
Yeah,
that
I hear you. I hear you. There's a trend,
but Scott's
there's
not.
a trend.
I literally understand it.
He
but
does.
I'm talking about the next level of it.
Yeah.
And you're ignoring the next level of it.
You're saying that it can't get increased any more than that.
You're comparing apples to oranges, and you don't understand why, and I'm trying to explain it.
Look,
Talking
so
about
I
elite
think
level
power.
things,
Yeah. On the elite level, I think power works a little differently, right?
Right.
Power works.
Those are the very ends that have all the power.
Through
There's less men in
connections,
Congress now than there ever have
through
been.
connection. There's hold on. Power works
Congress
through
don't have
connections, through family, right? Through social interactions, through social clubs. That's how power works. I think that you will, and who knows for sure, but like, let's move away from women for just a second, right? Looking at racial demographics, our country is more diverse than ever, right? Like we have a huge Latin population, but that's not reflected in Congress, right?
Yeah.
And like, and maybe, and I think later on you'll see more, but that doesn't necessarily
you'll see more in
mean
Congress.
that.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like CEOs.
I know. That's why I'm separating these things a little bit, right? They're just trying to illustrate a point that, like, when it comes to power, like, and who has access to, like who has the ability to go work on the
Legislation.
Hill, right? On the Hill. Who gets to be an intern in Congress, right? This is the thing that, like, AOC and them were pushing at some point, was just to pay interns, because the longest time the congressional interns weren't paid, and the only people who could afford that were people who are already wealthy. I came from a wealthy family, and so they got to, like, send their kids to work. I see your hand. Is it your hand up, Ali?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see your hand. They got to work on Congressional Hill, and then from there, they got those connections. They could parlay that deeper into politics or into industry, which paid them money because of their connections in politics, right? So, still, despite the country becoming more diverse, you still saw in these extremes, right, in the elite halls of power, that it was the same group, right? Like, those congressional interns were overwhelmingly white, and that affected the pipeline that came afterwards. And so, relating this back to sex, I think that there's a lot of the same thing. I think there's a lot of male connections, male social groups, and those things are sticky, and they have an inertia to them. And I don't think they're so easily derailed. So yes, you can have more women coming out of those institutions of college, right, getting more degrees.
That's not what I'm talking
and
about,
then,
really, though.
He was making a different point, anyways.
Yeah, this is my point, right? Like I said, I think we diverge.
Yeah, I'm just making it clear.
Sure. But I think even when it comes to the same thing with, actually, I'll leave that alone.
No, just stay with what you're doing, because I can disagree with that too.
Fair enough, right? Yeah. So I think these it's not so simple to invade. We'll have more. We'll definitely have more women, like, breaking those glass ceilings. Like, they'll increase, right? Mm-hmm. But will without specific intervention, will we be able to, like, have parity? Just because women are getting more degrees, like, I'm not so sure about that.
No, I don't think it's just that alone. I'm just saying that, like, and I don't think they're gonna giving like men are gonna giving it up willingly. Like, I think it'll be begrudgingly, but I think necessarily, like, there's positions in Congress, there's positions of power that I think women who are currently there are going to have an effort in maintaining some of. Like, for example, I mean, I can't say it for sure, but I would imagine that, oh my goodness, who used to be speaker? Nancy Pelosi.
John Boehner?
Yeah, no, Nancy Pelosi. I imagine that Nancy Pelosi would probably have some interest in having the person who eventually takes her seat being like another woman. She's probably like possibly supporting another woman. I think that now that we've had
a man, she supported a man, and now there's a man there. The man and the Democratic, the minority seat.
No, I'm not talking about the leader. I'm talking about her House seat.
Yeah.
Oh, the House seat. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not to be Speaker of the House. Okay.
Yeah, no, not Speaker of the House. No, I know that's what you call it. But, like, I think that now that, like, and she doesn't have the authority, but now that Kamala Harris has been a woman vice president, now there's an interest in Donald Trump picking up a woman, like, candidate as his vice president. I think that women going into these positions, like, slowly and begrudgingly, is going to eventually shift the way that we see these.
They're doing it in all industry, right? I mean, like, I hate referencing them, but if the easiest pick would be, like, the Kardashian family. You have Kim Kardashian go from a nobody to essentially working on law and shit, right? They're billionaires, they're millionaires. They're in every industry. Women are coming up, and they're kind of deplacing men. No,
but no. But
we know what the vast majority are right now.
Come from an elite family who came up at a very specific time, like within a sex tape helped, like, spawn their popularity. There are so many unique factors to that specific family. I don't know how we can take that and replicate and use that example.
I mean, there are female artists, there are female scientists, there are female content creators. There are women that are blowing up in predominantly male spaces that are taking some of the places of the men. I'm saying, like, to Bam's point, 20 years ago, Kim Kardashian wouldn't have been to the level we had. I think it was, like, Paris, right? And she was only rich from her family, but Kim Kardashian came and made industry.
I mean,
Right.
I was going to use Paris Hilton as an example, though. Paris Hilton's took a vested interest in like promoting other women. She's got her own brand outside the Hilton stuff now. She's huge,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Now
you
she
started the
is.
point.
And then
She is
going
like.
forward, it's
but
only
yeah,
going to multiply.
Right, and so like she's definitely like, yeah, she might be coming from this one area of like, oh, rich white upper class female, sure, but she's definitely taken the money she's generated herself and from her family money and took a vested interest, like Bam had said, to expand women into more of these industries. I don't really know how you even argue that that's not true.
Sorry,
In all industries, women
we
are
gotta get
kind of
back to it.
coming
You gotta back to it, and then you can go.
Yeah.
I have another point that I really want to argue against Scott and the rest of you all about. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I think that I guess a couple questions, and I apologize if it's a little bit redundant, but going back to the definition of feminism being a women's interest organization, which I think it is. I don't think it's particularly concerned about equality. I think it focuses all of its efforts on equalizing aspects in which women are behind and ignoring aspects in which they're ahead. I don't understand why this wouldn't be feminism. The letting women do nothing all day and get a bunch of money for it. But on top of that, I think there's like an additional layer of like feminist intent, which is that politically speaking, and we already see it now, right? For a long time now, women have controlled expenses in the household. But that's
80% of the market.
Yeah, like 80% of the consumer market. But that's never brought up,
Yeah.
right? What's brought up is the wage gap. And if you got women to a point where they weren't working and they were just living off of the man's income and the man was doing all the working, that would increase the wage gap. And I promise you, the feminists are going to be putting out commercials and propaganda and political points saying, it's the fucking wage gap. You guys are saying sexism doesn't exist? Look at the wage gap. Look at the wage gap. So they're almost engineering their continued, like the feminists are engineering their continued existence while allowing themselves to reach ascendancy of control in society. It's a pretty bold move.
Wait.
And it's pretty brilliant, actually.
So women aren't elite, or they're so elite that they're controlling us through science?
Well, they'll cherry pick the stats.
It's one or the other.
No, they'll cherry pick the stats, right, that make it look like they're not elite in order to expand their own power. Because again, feminism is just like a women's empowerment movement. It's like a union for women, right?
So Bam was right. We are doing the matriarchy thing.
There's a disconnect.
So go, Sky can go then, Ty. We are
brilliant.
just quickly. We are past 11:30, so anyone needs to leave, they can leave. But like, I do want you guys. This is why I know we need more time for this one because there's a lot to say here. And then another thing, Bam. I think this. I didn't think of it previously, right? But your friend, I forget her name. I'm blanking on her.
Zimmy.
Zimmy, yes, Zimmy. It would be great if we could get her on to have a discussion specifically on this.
Would it be?
No, it'd be extremely fucking toxic.
Gibbs knows a lot of women. Gibbs, bring on all your Latina women onto this.
The problem with them is they're not going to want to sit here for 3 hours. They're going to be like, I want to talk about this.
We can make it shorter just for them. We can do anything just for them. Honestly, but hold on. I will, Scott. I'm going to go to you. But anyway,
Scott's head's going to explode.
Simi, I think would be good because we don't actually have, I don't know, a person who's taking that strong feminist stance here, because I think a lot of claims are being made about feminism that are very poor here. So maybe she could do that for us. But anyway, all right, now Scott, you can go. Ty, hopefully Doobie can stick around because I want to hear more.
I
from him.
actually do have to go.
Oh my god, I know
I'm
it.
sorry.
I know
I
it.
love you guys.
All right, Doobie, just before you leave, right? Have you started playing Shadow of the Erdtree yet?
No, I haven't. I've been really, really, really busy. I'm actually getting married on
Sweet baby
Wednesday.
Reagan. Fuck it.
You're gonna Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday.
This Wednesday.
Congratulations, bro.
Congratulations, man.
We're just doing the court thing like on Wednesday. Then we're gonna have like a separate ceremony / thing, like a celebration thing in August.
Oh,
so we're just getting it out of the way on Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, shout out to you, friend. I didn't know that. All right. Yeah. Like, congratulations to our friend Doobie.
Thank you.
Great supporter and just a friend, personal friend.
Be a taken for all
of mine. Yeah. Like I'm happy that this is working out, that you found
tadpoles come
the person you want to be with forever. We'll congratulate you again next week if you can show up. I'm not sure if you'll be able to, but if you can, we'll still congratulate you on your nuptials. It's always a weird word, but anyway, whatever.
Tadpoles coming soon was great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk to you
So
later.
I think there's a disconnect here that we have to recognize, which is feminism as a philosophy, as a leftist philosophy that is, on par with critical theory or queer theory or any other form of like power dynamics, kind of philosophy that is shifting with and directly opposed to what is normative in the time is different from reality in terms of what systems remain meritocratic. And so that's kind of, I guess, what I'm trying to say is that, like, I don't necessarily disagree with many people saying that there will be, some form of matriarchy established within society, culture, law. We're kind of already living under that. I mean, diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives and so many things are directly against straight white males by the nature of attempting to prop up other people for a presumed disadvantage that they have that is based off of mostly choice. What I'm saying is that on one hand, what you have is you have things that are just always going to be tending towards males because males are different, and they're always more different at the ends of the distribution, right? So when you realize that part of the gender pay gap, for example, is because men tend to be willing to work more hours, and then you look at jobs that require insane amounts of fucking hours, like CEO of a corporation, it's going to be the pool of candidates is going to be overwhelmingly male, because there's very, very few women compared to men that are willing to work over 100 hours to make sure that a company runs successfully, and they're going to have that level of institutional power. And yet at the other time, when we're talking about things like Congress, we're talking about things that are like networking, we're talking about things that are less about meritocracy, because Congress has the only meritocracy that's involved in getting into Congress is how well do the corporations like you and want to pay you? How many favors are you going to do for AIPAC? And how well do you network within the elite system? Women are very capable of doing that, and they absolutely will gain more power, especially as leftism and leftist philosophy destroys, the Republican Party, as it has for the last 100 years, and as it does to the Democrat Party as well. But I think these are two separate things. You cannot have a functioning society of 50% female CEOs. It is going to destroy you economically in competition against those that don't institute stupidity like that. And so you're not going to see, you're just not going to see that be an effective way to run an economy. You're going to lose power base in the world if you attempt to push that too far. And at the same time, yes, I do agree that there will be, matriarchal, gender communism instituted at so many different levels, because the leftist philosophy is overtaking our society, unless we can revert that horrible thinking.
That was a really crazy thing to respond to in that minute. The only thing I would say,
no,
Don't call it crazy. Come
Emily KT352. I hope you're still here. Thank you for the 5 gift subs on YouTube. We make more money when we get subs on YouTube. We get a better split, so I'm just putting it out there. But thank you, Emily, for the kind 5 gift subs to the channel. Much appreciated. That was not too long ago. That was a half hour long. Okay. Look, shut up. Anyway, you can respond.
Yeah, I think it was we don't have time to respond to some of the stuff you were saying. Something that was kind of off topic that was brought up in there. I actually hate when like really, really rich people talk about discuss like the amount of hours of work they put in a week, when they included in that is like dinners and parties framed as like work events. Like, I get that there technically are, but it's just like, it's not the same as like a dude just like ditch digging and like,
I work 24/7 networking at the club.
Yeah, like it just.
I mean, it could be harder though, bro. Like it'd be harder on your body to say.
You heard Hassan? I mean, it can be very hard.
No, I'm going to give you an example.
Okay, actually, I think Hassan was correct there.
No, so
how can you hold that position, but then
women still
no, I don't think that streaming is harder work, but I do understand that like people who do Hassan's level of streaming, or like the top level of streamers that put involve their personal life in it. When you say like, oh yeah, this is like my mother's name, or like, oh my best friend died today. Basically, when you put all of that like really, really personal things out there, I can get it being like
Takes a toll.
super emotionally toll, a high emotional toll on you.
But what
Versus,
about
like,
you
someone who
physically?
gets
I
to
really want to
choose-
get back in this.
Yeah, wait,
Okay.
hold on. I gotta. First of all, I don't think that's what. I don't think that's what Hassan does. I don't think that's what he was referring to.
Who the
as to
fuck
what he-
cares? He's a loser.
Well, no,
Fuck him. I want to talk for a fucking minute.
Hold on.
Shut the fuck up for a minute.
Hey,
all right,
hey,
I haven't
hey.
literally talked this entire fucking.
I know
panel, all right?
both of us are at the bottom of the ladder of talking. It's fair. It's fair.
Oh my god.
I'll
Love you,
you should
Bonnie.
be able to go.
Go,
after me.
Lactoid.
Technically,
So-
this whole point
You're
was
so-
based off
right.
of
I
you
love
just
you.
saying to make
Okay,
sure
my
everything-
patience is at an end.
That's
Go
fair.
on.
That's fair. I don't think he was referring to that. I think that what he was referring to, and I think that hopefully you're not agreeing with, or maybe you do, which is that like the practice of having to be constantly socially on is hard work. And I agree it's work, right? But if that's definitely equivalent in work to networking, right? If you go to a networking event, you're not there to have fun. You have to be socially on and on your best behavior and constantly cognizant of what everybody else there thinks of you at all times. You cannot
network is sales, so I don't. I mean, I understand that that's taxing, but that's not what I took from it. Maybe
talking about physical
maybe we feel differently about it because what we took from it. I thought he was taking like the personal element of putting your life out and having people like basically come at
What
you.
life?
Like,
Fucking porn stars in a mansion? Oh my god, what an attack vector.
No, I'm talking about like putting out like the fact that like his mother, his house, people like sending him death threats. Like that's the thing that I was saying that like, yeah, I can understand why, like if your job is to share your personal life and people coming at your personal life, that can take a lot of like, they can take a strong emotional toll on you, or like
Sure.
it's unique. Like I understand that like me or you or whoever getting to choose what parts of our lives we put on the internet. Like I don't really feel like sharing that. I mean, I don't even share my name technically on the internet. I can understand why I don't do that because I understand that there's a level of buy-in that a extra level of buy-in that comes with that I'm not willing to pay for.
All right, I want to back up Bam from
Brian
earlier
Gibbs.
because there was definitely a conversation in there that I wanted to be a part of. We were talking about like are women kind of on that trajectory to where they can basically pass men in some levels, and I kind of agree where Fabian was going with some of this, where like you do have the uber comparative man that I was talking about last week who will work 80, 90, 100 hours a week so he can get that 7-figure income, or just because he feels like he has some need to do so, right? Women won't do that shit, which God love them for it. However, what it seems to be, at least on the general trend, is that women are equipped in a lot of ways that are at least better at handling the social ills that we have right now. Women are better at community building. Women are just better at socializing. And a lot of what we're seeing right now is just the absence of communities and socialization to where people feel that they are happy and that they're welcome within a community. Most of the communities that I would say are successful within the greater United States, or if not the West, are women-led. Or at least highly women-centric. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. What I'm saying is that we men are getting left behind. At least I'm fervently confident in this. And I think that track and the trajectory is going to continue and going to exacerbate. Is that you may have men that are richer, more men that are CEOs because of the competitiveness, but as far as the socialization, I think women are just going to knock it out of the park here in 20 to 30 years. We're gonna see men just outcompeted on a lot of different vectors.
Thank you. And this just happened 2 minutes ago.
Woo!
Wow.
Top of it.
Our friend Lawson gave $20. Hey, thank you, Lawson, for being kind on YouTube. Thank you so much, Lawson. Lawson Harrison has been a really kind supporter. He says, glad to see my favorite boys working hard. Yeah, thank you so much, man. It's really kind of you. Yeah, so I'll leave it there. So we'll go to Gibbs, who's waiting. I do still want to yell, well, sort of yell at. I want to yell in his general direction of Scott. Go ahead, Gibbs.
So yeah, I do want to take issue with it that it's not just as physically demanding, if not more, right? So if a lot of these social situations, I'm going to give you an example of this, right? I do sales. And I'll go to like sales conferences and I go talk to people. And if I go out with like a Japanese team, they expect you to drink every time they drink. And I don't know if you've met Japanese people, but they like to drink. And like I'm a heavy drinker, but like if I'm at a sales meeting, I got them. I'm meeting them at 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and I'm meeting 3 or 4 other teams for it. If I meet other people from other states just here in the U.S., some of those have very heavy drinking cultures in their sales culture. By the end of the night, it's 2 a.m. I'm going home. I'm back to my hotel. Right. I have to be up at like 10 a.m. the next day or 9 a.m. the next day for this thing, and I've just drank until 2 a.m. heavy drinking, like shots like twice, 3 times a day. By the time you wake up and you've done this for 3 days, your body is physically taxed, right? Like if you could say that's not as hard as a ditch digger or something, but you know what? I would say it's harder because that guy's not gonna have to worry about his liver failing at the, in 5 years because he's out here drinking with all these salespeople. Like this is a real issue that people have. Like it's very taxing on your body, your physical health, your mental health, all these things. And also, I don't buy this women Illuminati bullshit Sean peddling right now. It's a skill issue on men's part. Listen, all the reason all these women are surpassing us is because we gave out all those goddamn participation trophies, and now everybody's just a pussy bitch, and they're getting passed by all these people. If you want to stop this problem, men, let your nuts hang and go out there and actually put in some work. That's really
you're ignoring the cabal. You're ignoring.
Yeah.
So
I actually go ahead, buddy.
Go ahead. You go first. No, you go first.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with Gibbs here. It's like I don't think that there's this super secret cabal of women that is like trying to take over everything. It's that they are just mobilizing themselves better, not only as individuals but as a community. And it really does suck. But I think that that competitiveness that we men have, that we want to kind of one up each other, is fucking kicking us in the ass right now. We're not getting together, and when we do, it's usually not very. How do I say it? We're not very good at mutual support. I don't think we really are. I think there's some levels where we do okay, but I think there's a lot of levels we definitely need to help each other out a little bit more in. And until we do at least a little bit of that, I think we're kind of fucked. Go ahead, buddy.
So I'm glad you said that. That distantly ties into what I'm trying to get to here. So I sort of push back against some of the things that Scott was saying, others were saying as well, right? You were talking about how, coming back to the topic, the soft life movement, right? It's just like a response to like these societal trends pushing us, the feminism was pushing us in this unnatural extreme, right? And then so the pendulum swung back. Now, I think, actually, I know if you go into the comment section, and if you just listen to these videos, because I've listened to a lot of them, right? They will actually, the YouTubers and the commenters will actually express it like that, right? Like what you just said. Well, yeah, feminism has pushed us this way, and like it hasn't delivered on its promise, and so now I just like want the soft life, this wasn't what it was all cracked up to be. I think there's lots of things happening. So
Amy Wong has a bit where she says that she's sick of women wanting to lean. She wants.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
He's cutting out bad. It's getting a bit worse.
Oh, sorry, Amy Wong. She had a bit about it where she said, she's sick of feminists trying to get her to lean in. She just wants to lie down.
Lie down, yeah, exactly, yeah. But what I see more, and this is what I was trying to touch on previously, are like economic woes. So I think that, at least we're talking about the ones based in the States, that American capitalism has failed them. Now, I say that specifically, right, American capitalism, because American capitalism can be critiqued from the left, like I do, right, or from the right, from a libertarian standpoint as well. But whatever it is that we have now, our current status quo.
From an actual capitalist standpoint.
From an actual capitalist standpoint, yes, I'll take it. I'll take it, right? But from whatever the status quo is now, whatever you feel like it's failed these individuals. And there's just so much desperation. So when they hear messages like talking about like how women should be empowered to work more, but like they are struggling to survive, right? They're struggling to afford those homes. They're struggling to pay for the child support, right? And they don't feel like their work will support them as they're raising children. They're all these things that happen, right, that build up over a person's life. Like, and then you tell them, well, there's an exit plan, right? There's an exit plan. If you find a generous enough man, he will take care of all this problem. He'll be that knight in shining armor. Remember that fairy tale that you were fed as a child, right? When a prince would save you. Well, actually, that can happen. So of course they have opted out, right? But I don't think people, we don't actually critique our economic system. Most people don't. Like online people, we do this a lot, but most people don't critique their economic system. So I don't know if they internalize it in the same way, but still, you see the desperation there because that's what they're actually complaining about, right? So they'll say like, "Oh yeah, this is a feminist thing," but they'll talk about like how they don't have enough money for their car note, how they are struggling like constantly, right? Like again, the spirituality thing. Like I'm struggling so much, right? And I'm praying for a generous man this year who can help me out. They're struggling with money. So we've failed them as a society, one way or the other, right? We've somehow failed them. And that's what the real problem is. Not so much that like our gender roles are shifting. Go ahead.
I think they're one and the same, and so I'll make this connection. What I think is, and obviously it's multifaceted, and I'm telling one story that doesn't obviously fit every woman's fucking experience.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think has occurred to a lot of women, especially, and young millennials, right? But that are men too, is that there was this promise before 2009, especially, that a lot of people had in school of like, look, go get a college degree, focus a little bit on a career, go and, live the American dream, buy a house. And then at the same time, these women were told that, we're told many modern dating myths about, like there's a contradiction here that exists. And I don't mean that in the historical dialectical materialist perspective. I mean it in a more literal sense, which is that there's a finite amount of men that make more money than you, that are available on the market. And as women do better and focus on their careers, that becomes a shrinking market of available men, especially as they get older. That is smaller than the women that are looking for those men, right? Like as women begin to outpace, again, in the middle of the distribution, men, and as economic woes and concerns become worse and worse, and a two-person job becomes kind of almost a necessity to survive, there is a desperation for a nostalgia to a time that probably doesn't ever exist, right? But to a concept of being at home, being a stay-at-home mom, being able to do all these things to the family and have a man be a provider that doesn't necessarily match reality for the overwhelming majority of people. And at the same time, there was this promise, I think, that was sold to women through feminism that they would be happy if they focused on a career and got their shit together and they were a girl boss and all of these things. And what they found is that they're now in a male hierarchy, right? With the office life or something like that. And there may be a lot of women, but it is still traditionally a male hierarchy of like boss, and you're underneath me and you work for me. And it doesn't bring any amount of happiness. For men, it brings some level of happiness to be able to provide for women. It brings some level of happiness because we're more goal orientated, and women do tend to be more interested in people, less interested in things. And there's so many things that stem from that. Cost, disease, socialism, for example, where women go in professions that are people dominated, and they have to use the power of the government in order to increase their pay, because their productivity isn't increasing. Whereas, men that make things, they make widgets, they work in tech, productivity and profit increases for those people. And it doesn't for things like school teachers. So they have to use the state to try and force those things. And there are all of these clashes, and there are men that are checking out of the dating market. And there are there's 100 different issues. But ultimately, what I think is that there is a group of women that thought they were going to be happy if they lived their life a certain way, based upon the kind of general feminist narrative that they grew up with. And that promise isn't coming to fruition in any way.
And one last thing, and I'll go straight to you, Bam. And then Lightweight.
I'm going to bounce, is what I want to say. So I'll catch you guys later.
Okay, thank you.
I'm getting out of here too.
I wish I could have heard more from you, Frank, but it's okay. Love you, Lightweight. Love you.
You got to cut off topics at a hard time if you're going to do free discussion.
You okay? All right, from this motherfucker.
Don't ask me. I kept trying to bring us back.
I'm gonna give
How's everybody's night been? How we all doing? How we all doing? I got some. Hopefully, still got a little bit of Raiders here. Welcome, welcome. Rabid Wombat bragging about his bodacious jokes. Like it. Admiral Gibbs. Talking about chess. And apparently a memory test. I'm not going to do a fucking memory. I'm not going to do a fucking memory test. All right, well, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Yeah. All of you who gave bits and subs and follows, really appreciate it. We got some whole bunch of new followers today. Cool stuff. Welcome. I have been meaning to do more streams about just sharing my thoughts and perhaps doing React content. So hopefully we'll get around. This week is particularly busy. But what we will do is this Thursday is the debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And so I'm going to be part of a election watch group for that. Gibbs is going to be on it as well. Conaboy, and a few others. And it's hosted by Wick. And we're going to basically be watching the debate and talking about it afterwards. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. Anyway, I'm going to raid on out. Catch you guys later. Thanks so much. Have a good night, Blue Farah. Thank you so much for tuning in. And for the corgis, as always.